really hard to kind of get it to scan it in, and then
believe those
to
are
code
copies,
it.
so
So
the other
when we had to
perhaps
code
that
it,
he
it
had
took,
was
I
all-
don't know, about
Was all the original.
I think it took like an hour and 55 minutes
Yep.
for it to put 23% of it
Yep.
in. And so then the machine just, the computer just keeps running. And then if you do the right look, it'll give you an update that says it's now 51% in.
Oh, yeah,
So-
yeah.
But it takes a whole lot of time, Roman. It's not as simple as just saying hit the button, it's done.
I haven't even.
It's like it has to read everything in there and then code it all, or something. I don't know. So anyway, so that's what he did.
All right.
The guy coming for the Board of Health meeting was real nice, Roman, when I talked to him on the phone about it
Oh,
earlier in the week. So
I guess
he's coming in person at 10:30, but he was real personable about it. And I talked to Andy about it too. But anyway, he's gonna show up in person. He's not counting on trying to do a Zoom or whatever else. He's actually gonna be here, which is good, I think. If you're gonna apply for a board thing, be in person, don't try to do it on a computer. That's my theory. That'd be my thought, that's what we did. And you got the letter,
I think I don't have any more.
and I gave you a copy.
Did you have anything else to do with this? This is just the letter. You said you
No, that's all.
filed
See
something?
that
No, he hasn't filed anything.
No, you said you had filed something yesterday.
No, what I didn't file anything in the court, I dropped off the stuff that was supposed to go to Lance Strasberg's office yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Dropped them. Maybe a better engineer and save the
Was
look.
this yours? I'm gonna put it. Oh, no, I wanted a copy of everything. Put out.
Did I start signing those?
Yes, yep, and I will be right back.
Where you left the door Friday, and you yelled at me the last time I was there, that's what I did with your stuff. You remember your instructions? Friday? Juliet, did you remember?
I left without saying anything
Oh,
because
you
I was
said it in
looking
a
at
dead
time.
yell, you said it in a dead yell on the way out the door, do you remember them to me?
That would be the Diana was talking to.
Don't you yell at me, Wally, you can, hold up your ass. You said it, you never heard it. And 7 people heard it, Juliet, and you said it to me.
And now I have it on recording.
Good, because you said it to me, I didn't do that, you said it.
Mr. Simon. Can I see that? Mine is a
Yeah,
letter.
yeah.
Juliet, so I need to read yours.
Did anything, our work session, do we need to update on anything? Do we,
What's that?
did we need to update Roman on anything from our work session? I think that's it.
I did the
think that's
donut
written
twice
down.
Wednesday,
Maybe
Juliet.
about.
So I had to do it 2 times Wednesday and one day, and I got
Please
it
stop.
done.
Please,
And then I think he already knows all those things up there.
please stop.
Just goes how to do that, follow him. I think he got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that issue, but they're leaving their office.
Okay.
But let me ask you.
I think so.
Okay,
I mean,
nope, not
yeah,
yet.
hey, you know, depends on how many people are here. Yeah, I think so.
As long as you're up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep.
I haven't taken my blood pressure meds yet.
Hey, I'm taking a natural because suddenly I think I told you that I have high blood pressure and
What are you taking? Darlene? Oh, my God.
it's I'll have to look and see what it is. It's a particular herb. It's not garlic, it's
Okay. I have that on my list.
and beet juice.
Huh?
Beets. You're
Beets?
supposed to eat beets. I can't eat beets.
You can? Not even pickled beef?
Another beef eater?
He said, don't eat pickled,
Why?
it won't help him.
Oh, because we got too much
I don't
sugar,
know.
salt.
No, a beef eater, not a beet eater.
You're a meat eater? Don't go there.
And so, those papers all there, you know, were the result of the work session that we had,
Oh,
all those,
About
you
the-
got those handouts.
the organization, yeah,
Yeah,
I got it right
yeah.
there.
So, what do we have for claims? And do we want to,
There's half of them.
did I get an administrative checklist form from Darren?
There's a couple of checklists here, I believe. Gotta get a quick there. You hang one of those. That's the stuff that counts, right?
For the, yep, we all have to sign that. I don't think I have an administrative checklist. I'll be right back.
I was surprised to see him here.
Oh,
Darren.
oh,
Put that in. Put that in.
no, no. Yeah. I will. Does anybody have in their folder an administrative checklist?
In our folder?
Yeah, I usually have one, and I
You're
don't.
asking a lot of questions.
I get credit for a lot of things I don't ask questions about, but
Oh, is this it?
I'm the camera.
Okay.
That's all I'm here for.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay, ready to work on claims?
You betcha.
Minutes? Okay.
Oh, man, I got those.
Oh, and did you guys see this? Is this in your folder? If not, you wanna take a look at that, we'll make sure that,
Oh, this is
yeah,
the report?
yep, and there's the bill. I have been asked to sign this, we already do this, but it has to be updated yearly, but I didn't wanna sign this until you guys looked at it, it's the health certification form for the ARPA funding.
Yeah, that's for the St. Regis Sewer.
Yep, so shall I go ahead and sign it, or do you
Yep.
wanna see it first?
No, I've seen it before.
Yep,
And I did look at it. She also had it online.
Okay.
On one of our emails.
did you wanna see this before I sign it?
Oh, just
Yeah.
the grant we already applied for, they're saying,
Yes.
are we more stringent than Montana's law on COVID-19? Are we or are we not?
We already had it, it's just a renewal. Here is what I think the grants are that Amy is going to be.
I got that.
You got it, okay.
Yep.
So we don't have anything there to sign, or,
I didn't look in the back.
I don't think so. I
Just
looked and
kinda
I
glanced at what-
don't see anything. Mhm.
So this one, they spelled Jerry Doctor's name wrong. So that one, and then, I say as a temporary, it just help.
Oh, you want to put, yep,
Because if you say has been designated emergency.
Yep.
No,
But,
keep that somewhere.
Yep.
Finish reading it.
because emergency is in this title, so
Okay,
sometimes they're
that's
not.
the bill.
yeah,
They're
I
not
wasn't clear
understanding.
that it's emergency.
Yeah,
hire. Yep.
temporary,
Yep, got
yeah,
it.
so I add that.
Okay, so just make sure I keep that in a different file. I need a folder to send. No, she was on Zoom because she was in a
Oh.
different meeting.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, what you meant to say here, Commissioner Terrell asked if there she could,
Oh, well. And where's that first page you had?
I got it right here, and I'm,
You're just
I'm on,
checking.
and I'm numerically ordering the date, so like if page 2 gets out, then you know this is page 2 for the 27th.
They're still Aries.
No, I didn't find any on these ones, I only found, oh yeah, on that last page there is.
Okay,
Oh, that one already got set up?
no,
Oh,
I've made
okay.
500 million different.
Oh.
It's okay, I still have it. I thought you were on,
Yeah, I was just, yeah,
No,
that
yeah.
one so that's yellow for you.
yes, I do. Yep, I just saw, but because I saw February, I was confused. What did I find?
Oh,
You should have. Those were already fixed.
oh, okay. I just did, oh, did you fix this too?
Yep.
You already requested the allowed the high, what's that?
No, I did not fix that.
What's that, what is it said there?
Be allowed.
Be allowed the highest amount.
Mary requested. I just take out that allowed.
Okay.
So all these things.
And then, I don't know where this page came from, I know this was the day I was gone.
And that's okay, because that's before I had all the information.
Something here, I get.
Yep, I got that fixed, because I didn't have that info. But then you also have the info.
February 24th.
Yep,
So read today, eh?
yes. Okay, this is, we need folders. Here,
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking questions, should I just take one of the answer?
oh. Okay, yep, we'll have it. Sure, but what's the rest of the name of this you? So you do that sound good? Yeah, yeah. That's the only thing I'm thinking, oh yeah,
Yeah.
we've been on it.
Yeah, so they,
I don't know how we're gonna, I need some folders here. Let me see if there's any,
we don't need any folders.
no, you don't get any more
We
folders.
got more folders than we know what to do.
Did you do this so we could take care of that right away?
Oh, that's-
Yeah. Did you get a chance to look at this? And do you not have permits in your? Oh. How come we all have a copy of this?
What?
I have 2 copies.
Oh, that grant thing?
Uh-huh. I just signed it, so I'm gonna fold
Yeah,
this
just
up.
take the chair.
Yeah. We don't need more paperwork than what we can handle.
That's right. Here, I put it with last week,
Okay.
just in case we didn't.
These are all. Now, I don't see our minutes in here. Oh, you know why? We're gonna have to use these that I printed for you. So we'll, I guess let one copy go through and we'll all make the changes on the one copy. And then I can put these back out. Here's this stuff, I know.
I only got one
We
item.
signed it, right? Looking on our signature, but. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'll look. We don't sign drafts, do we?
When were they coming back with the insurance stuff?
What were they coming back with?
Remember open.
Oh, yeah. Thursday before, it's like April 8th, let's see. I think that we are doing that April 6th,
Okay,
but I would have to verify that with Darren. Okay? A motion, get that out of the way. Yeah,
thank you for the motion.
the motion. Oh, for giving you that? Some stuff over here. Well, okay.
What?
That administrative
Did you ever go
checklist.
get one?
Yeah, I found one in my folder. Can't find it now.
You didn't give it to me, did you?
We lived in Kent. I was looking for work out there. Job that was well, March, you know, when you got there.
He's got papers for me. I think we didn't need that. It's here. Yeah, I don't know. What was this? No, we didn't
Oh,
need
no.
that. That's the extra.
He told me that.
Hey, we just have to here. Wait a minute. I don't know what this is. Because it says respectfully, and it was attached to this. So this has places for us to sign. I don't know what this is. Oh, wait. I don't know why it was with this, but I think it just got flipped by mistake.
So, this is part of this here is part of another letter because that's part of the agreement. This is, he's.
Okay, but they don't go with this.
This is a letter. Oh, then, yes. This is the. I wouldn't have,
Yeah, I don't know.
remember he sent us two.
I asked him, did you get our signatures on there? Well, it looks like he did here, but he must not have here.
Well, so he sent us two, he said, well, I don't know if you finalize this one.
Okay, so it doesn't belong with this.
You know, I don't.
What'd you put in here?
Oh, thank you. Keep that.
Me,
Well, I don't know where that came from.
it was attached. Okay,
Oh,
there's
was it?
that.
Mike's car done.
That's what you said, but you're gonna buy a new one.
Yeah, maybe. Tomorrow won't tell.
Something else too, under our work session. Okay?
Yeah.
And then this, if you can do that.
Okay.
Joanne's going to assist in scanning all the documents. And putting them all in
Access.
the other one also. So I will continue helping with minutes until gets it done. And we try to
You went to,
work
you went to training today about Hamilton.
yeah, but we're trying to work on a way to be efficient and faster. So she says she's going to do a couple things, and that scanning will be great. And then I asked her also if she would take over the paying, like my liability insurance contact and correspondence.
Okay.
She said she would do that. So I think we'll have a really good system going that will be accurate and efficient. And you will need to sign this. It is a letter to Travis Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy. It's our statement, draft summary report of stakeholders' perspectives. Wait, there's so many minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do I?
I knew you had a bearing somewhere.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure where that goes, though.
See, that inventory road this area for that,
Yeah, it's pretty good size, isn't it?
15,999 acres.
Did they ever open it where it was hunting? Didn't they have that closed after the fire?
For that?
Yeah.
May have been, because the Deer Peak fire kind of blew
Yeah,
up
that's
that
clear
way.
up to the top of Deer Creek there.
Yeah,
It looks down in Petty Creek.
yeah.
My dad built all that road up there. Back in the day.
The inventory area that Stark, basically a wildlife management area, so to speak, is 12,500 acres. The Modi Sheridan Green is 223,700 acres. Wow. Set aside exclusively for non-motorized use. So why do they need the Great Burn? They've already got a mini Great Burn with all the closures right there.
And that's all Fish and Wildlife Parks.
Oh, in Forest Service's inventory roadless area.
Oh. Well, I thought Burdette Creek was Fish and Wildlife.
Well, the whole Fish Creek Park, WMA is 43,000 acres. I don't know if that includes part of the Burdette Creek Forest Service IRA, could overlap a little.
Good morning.
Hi, you guys. Well, you guys.
Can't remember. That's Joey Thompson's favorite thing.
So Eddie at the store, I'll say to her. You been behaving yourself?
I mean, if he's more than a little bit.
Why, what'd you hear? So I
But
say,
when you look at it, it is like iridescent. No kidding.
I just like to sit up here.
It's like a fluorescent.
Sit up and
It is,
watch
it is
the
fluorescent. Wow.
Okay.
I'll move out here on the end.
Yeah, I didn't realize
Diane,
that.
would you notice, please, that we have a different sign-in system for accuracy and efficiency?
Yeah.
So each topic that you're here for, if you would, there's a separate sheet for each topic.
You have one for all day?
I do, because, no, not one that says all, because then you're still going back and you're looking, and so I think this will be efficient. And those are also handouts on the table.
So I can sign every one of them then?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. It's right after this. Yeah. Maybe, yes.
I made 10 of them.
Dawn, are these in order?
Let me read them to you, you can turn them around if they're not.
Okay,
Admin business,
right?
Board of Health meeting,
That's before public comment.
that's after public, I'm sorry, public comment. You know how I leave things out all the time. And then Board of Health,
Yeah,
and then Health Department approval, I think it just says Health Department on there.
right.
And then we have Department Head Elected Official Work Session,
Yeah,
and then request for a letter of support from Brooke Lincoln.
yeah.
Okay. And if there aren't enough handouts, if we could share them, I made 10 copies of everything.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
So, Madam Chair, I think this is a pretty well-written letter, but
2290.
maybe we should let the public
Well,
read this.
57.
I mean, if we're gonna take a stand in position and for
What a deal.
commissioners representing the
Yeah, I
county.
need you for 1 second.
do you think?
I think they can all review it and comment. And then,
Let's make them.
We'll make copies, yeah, because I don't.
yeah, and then we
Yeah.
can decide next week.
Yeah, it's like- so the plan is to try to.
You know, I, of course,
Is there a
individually,
deadline?
have. You want, I'll do it, I'll make time.
But you have to come right back,
Yeah, I'll come right back, but just,
because we do want to do our
Is there
minutes.
a deadline on
There usually is.
no, that meeting was just a little bit ago, wasn't it?
No, I think that's good.
Because if we're,
it?
so like when I've been over testifying and telling them, I'm actually representing Maker and getting my direction from the executive committee, which is all the counties that are in the conference, but
Not only
we're
did
gonna
she,
Yeah, I
represent
wanna
something
talk
before
not only
the
did she
commission.
wise the
Yeah.
law,
But I'm
she
sure
did
probably now,
Yeah.
see it and read it, help us decide.
Yeah.
We should go ahead and
So-
put it in place.
Will we be doing follow letters, just so I have a heads up? So
Well,
I
it
can
depends if
copy
it's,
them.
what kind of, if it's gonna, there might be somebody who thinks that we should. That we should.
Right, but just so I have a heads up
all these people
for
think
having
they're shit.
stuff ready for the meeting, if that's gonna be our code, we wanna have them copied already.
Well,
Do we
it's,
just not want
it
them?
depends, it's like calling, like this one of the things,
Yeah.
saying the grant will be
Yeah.
will you sign that you
Yeah, that's
comply
got
with.
nothing to do, yeah.
But when we're taking a political
But
stand,
it's
Sure.
it's a sign sheet.
like
on the wall, right?
the, so I'll go, so I'll have to let
She
you.
did it, no, this is like an excess.
I'll have the treasurers.
Yeah, do you know how to do it? Only because I need to, so that we can get our
She
minutes.
gets along, she knows
Yeah,
how to do
I'll go.
it. She doesn't lose her cool, she's great. It's a good relationship. That's what
I want you to run as fast as me.
Don't you run fast?
Yes.
Yeah, so anyway, I'll put
The speed
that
is
aside.
yeah, but tell her hi if you
Yes.
see her.
Yes,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
just hear it to the back. So it's never a big problem. She uses her kids anyway sometimes on the side. So she can do that.
10?
And one is a character, he is a little character.
Robin, would it be easier for you to do that in the office right here? You know how to use that copy?
Is there a code or something?
No, 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 in Karen's office I'm talking about.
So it'll be, this is you can see that. Every time.
You're having a private.
Well, I'm gonna go talk to the lawyer.
Okay.
Okay, I think. And you don't know what I'm doing with this. I'm just putting that in my folder.
Yeah, I believe that's it, I can call them, yeah,
Upstairs.
Well,
there isn't a
It would
state.
go from like the corner of the table.
I know he told, he knew me on the
That's the
phone
first
when I
segment,
went down
and then I think in the middle of that, it would go from like here,
because Lydia had
here,
addressed two
there
letters
should
to
be
us.
another ambulance from here to there.
Oh, okay.
And then you want these two pieces of an app.
and so that's a heads up too. What did Mary Jo Loman send us that she wanted? They want,
The other
She
two
wants
pieces,
to
the person
use
who made that piece that we have was AW4.
firewood.
He made it between January of between March of 1933
Okay.
and January of 1934.
and they want us
So was that
to,
overseas?
she has to come present,
That was, yeah, that
but
was
what they're
part of
looking
what they did is they
for,
mapped the
according to Lori
They
Cotter,
centralized it.
is
so
for
these
the
guys
commissioners
did
to-
the rest, but he drew
I don't know if it's an
all that out.
ordinance, if it's a resolution, what it would be
I have the
required.
first piece.
Wow.
I don't know, I want the whole.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I've got
I don't know.
that piece
I
of
just know
it.
she said it, and Mary Jo had already left the
But
meeting.
it rolls like a scroll.
Yeah, but was that
Like
only,
piano roll.
was that a requirement though for burn permits? No,
I would love to see that.
I don't think so.
There's a, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just looking for the other two parts.
I don't think so. I think it was maybe to get the ball
I don't think we're doing it.
Okay, well, Lori Cotter said Mary Jo's on the agenda tomorrow for that, and I said, no, I don't think so. So then she explained to me what she needed, so maybe Mary Jo's gonna get to us. I didn't know if the letter said that, but,
Don't believe.
okay.
I can look it up here. She sent us an email.
Yeah, she did, and I just didn't have time to.
And he said, whatever you do, if,
I thought that might
while you're at, all you drink and all. Don't think.
We'll see what,
I was just gonna ask you about that.
she's wondering about that.
I am not sure where this goes. I wanna, Kellan is gonna do all the scanning. So, I don't know where this goes. It's that sewer district thing for underage coming in.
It's gotta go, no. She sent us an email.
I always, let me read the email. There it is. Yep. Here's the, yep, it has been sent before. Please just email it back to me at your convenience. Okay. So, I just need, she's gonna do the scanning, so how's this gonna work? I'll keep these two things together.
No, that was I was in college, just in 19, somewhere else.
Now I'm gonna get to the, I'm gonna start the claims now. I'll start the claims.
But it was a really, thing, there's two really cool things. One is a pumpkin like this thing, and you put it up on the wall, you talk about
Oh, so some announcements then. Written corrections, but they would be due when, because, how does that go? Where are my cheaters? I haven't gotten my new contacts yet.
Well, if we agreed on
Yeah, yeah.
Based on what you do. So the other one is the issue,
Yeah.
and how you do it, what you just see, what you show, looking for.
Uh-huh.
That's how you do it. And the other
I
one,
would like to see that, I would love to see
the
that.
other one was on taste.
Then are we still gonna say, submit one?
You're overworking all of us.
I know.
It's this person.
No, he was just there.
Sweet.
Dave,
Tomorrow, and we didn't know.
the other one was saying,
No, somebody else is going to sign it. I have to be there.
Somebody else has got
You gotta
one?
sign that.
Oh, because that's yours? Do I sign on the top?
Yeah, I wanna see that too.
Yeah.
But it was really,
I
really
can't
fun.
wait for lunch. I'm so excited. Don't forget 11 o'clock.
That's just unnecessary.
Yeah.
And then who are we gonna have go pick it up? Lauren? But we still, oh, we pick it up at noon or what time? Because we're not, what happens from 11 to 11:30 today?
We're not doing anything really, we're not expecting to go. We're targeted based on that.
Wait a
Oh, yeah,
minute.
oh.
That's not an hour. Oh, that's, no, wait a minute. Wow, I guess we have that break there.
Darby's down.
Oh, you can go here.
What?
Darby's down.
It's break time, right? Because then we just go right into lunch. And so we will have Norm and somebody else help us move that table here, so it's an actual work session. Neat, okay? Do we come for plates and
Arby, oh, okay.
napkins
I was wondering why
and
you were calling it.
soda,
Yeah.
water?
Okay.
No, he was already RV.
And Jared's not here to go get that Darby's for us.
Small, so he goes and working on fish thing.
I just,
And it's not the juice, we're just open it. Okay, you call Norm.
okay, the checks are all signed. There's those. Hey, you're gonna lose some.
What am I gonna, I'm not gonna lose anything.
Your keys. We always-
Oh, you know I'll lose those.
we need some.
Here he is.
We need some.
I'm sure we have something. Right, I know where it is. I'm not gonna lose them, I promise
Just
you.
set them here with
I do
these.
lose everything else, though.
Me too.
Look,
Oh, okay.
look, Dwayne.
Yay.
Okay. There's some copies on the desk for people to read. There's our,
So the glycerin really did taste like corn syrup, huh?
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Should I?
Oh,
It doesn't taste like corn syrup when you eat it
You
on
know
its own, but if you're told it's corn syrup, it
Yeah.
tastes just like
Yeah.
corn syrup. Boy, oh boy, it is
yeah,
not corn syrup.
you had that stuff out there.
Yeah, corn syrup is sweet, corn syrup is not.
During this
Corn syrup is really
administrative period,
bitter.
found this other letter here that we want them to review, so, yeah, you can say it, that's what
Yeah,
you say,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just pour a little fertilizer in it and it blows right out, you know?
Oh,
Do we just say set changes? Possible set changes, or what do we do?
when we do that.
Well, we were gonna do them now, but that's,
Oh,
because I wanna get that out of the way.
I see, okay.
You know, we just put a letter out you might want to take a look at, and you could voice your opinion on that, give us a written statement. It is to the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy. They're asking for our signatures. So if you'd like to take a look at that first, it is over on the table. And we could take a written response from you, a yay or nay or however you feel about it, and then we'll take that into consideration before signing our letter.
Yeah, if we choose to sign it, then we'll have the public's input on it before we do.
I know that wasn't really housekeeping.
No,
But I
yeah.
thought, oh, this would be a good time
Yeah.
to submit, we could have you see it.
Yeah, it's regarding Fish Creek State Park and how it could be, should be managed, and we have a letter with our opinion on it. Just want everybody else to make sure they understand that's something we might be signing. Okay. These, Dwayne, already looked at these?
Yes.
Did you?
It always takes another one for,
That's a good thing.
Well, that's why your phone's so bright. So you can find your phone now.
Just get a picture of Taft over there.
Oh, test tubes? What are you doing now, drawing blood samples on the residents?
Which color do you want? Present for you.
thank you, Charlie.
It says on the top. Wish they were bigger. So then you can start seeing me.
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
I didn't even know what those are. Oh, now I see the hourglass. Oh, they're like the timer.
I think it's days of our lives. Oh, Diane, I have regular nut pods here if you wanted regular
I don't know
flavor.
if you have hot cups.
Coffee cups?
Hot cups, yeah. Do you want me to go over and get some?
Somebody needs to make.
I might run over and get some.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll make some coffee.
I like your jacket. Go over to the store and get some hot cups. Oh, look, thanks for that reminder. I have plates and napkins and all that. Always be prepared, right? Right, yeah. I think I take my ice. I don't know if I want to sit in my gym. I'll go to the store and get some hot cups. Good morning.
say 37, but, might be.
Somebody, I know he worked for, Katie worked for himself. Used to be the superintendent's son, superintendent's son, really. They lived, has a place next to them.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Skinner. Skinner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His wife did the artwork for that.
I know it, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jackie painted it. Yeah, Jack Spot, painted Jack Spot. That's why I done this one.
Well, they were going to paint over it. And my sister started out for it. I said, bullshit, they went, they're moving it out.
It still looks good there.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really good.
All right, see you later.
Yep.
What'd she say?
We'll have fresh coffee going, and if you want to try a natural creamer for your coffee, there's nut pods in little containers in the fridge, no sugar. And they've got a little bit of very slight flavor to them. Help yourself. Do you need to fill your cup up before I start the new pot? What's that? Oh, yeah. No, my, same here. And now you can even have nut pot creamer with no sugar in it.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
This is what I'm going for. This is where I was going.
You told me that. I was gonna say that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I know I have thanked you before, but let me thank you again. I do appreciate your service. Oh, that's wonderful. Good for you. That's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. You guys live in town,
Yeah.
did you sign all the checks, or you need help for that?
No, I signed the checks, but there's,
Okay,
it's half of these yet.
okay.
He said, whatever you do. But you call it what it does after this today. I had to pay.
I don't know.
We got a pat.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Do you have coffee already? Yes.
I'll copy that.
It's the only reason I get up in the morning.
Yeah. How damn it.
Better, I think. Finally got some medication that helps.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
know.
been in a lot of pain.
I seen Becky last Friday, but there, she wasn't doing good then.
You know, and he wasn't sleeping well on. He's got a bad deal. You know, he's got like at least 7 major health problems.
I'm going in the 13th to see a throat doctor. Get the laser surgery done on that flap. Closes up, closes off, and keeps waking you up. I got sleep apnea. I tried that mask for a month, years ago, and I never felt any better using it than I did not.
So are you gonna be able to have it for sure, do you think? The laser surgery?
I'll find out. 13th.
But that would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they got the radio too, probably seeing on TV, it's called Inspire. They put a thing where you just press the button and run a wire up against your skin and attach it to the back of your tongue. It makes your tongue relax.
Oh,
And you just press the button.
so you don't have that blockage.
No.
Well, I think they have that too. I didn't have it in my car, I think they're in my garage. I have a cheese ball. Hi, Deborah. How are you? I have to do this already. You're excused for having a shave. My specialist on smoothing years ago said, you're just not in shape. So we're up here. That is for. Can we move over so another chair back? Oh, or just move your chair over and then I'll bring your chair back first. I am.
Good to see you anyway.
You too. Whistling, we're whistling at each other.
You want to do?
No. It's not very well. Because you want. I either need or
I did. I think I got the letter. This is the letter you have to sign.
You been out hot rodding lately?
Because it is natural resources and environmental policy. If we just want to take a look at that. Perfect, thank you. Yes.
It doesn't need those cookies like we used to do?
We have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder who, during the break, I could tell those housekeeping things, so that we don't.
Ken?
Ken?
It's silver.
Look at this. First time around. Okay, Roman.
Oh, yeah, it must have stayed pretty busy. You must have.
Yeah, yeah.
I think granted,
The second one. Can appear to stay longer than the next one.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I don't think we say that all the time. Because I don't ever get time to. Yeah.
Trying to give you 3 minutes. So I have to tell you,
Did you get the natural nut and hops? Did you want me to? I mean, organic. I mean,
what's,
no
is
flavor.
that what's in there? Oh,
I
no
mean,
flavor.
I just couldn't say it.
Where did you find that?
I ordered it online. You can buy big containers all over the place, but I like to have the little ones.
Because I told my daughter about it, because she has problems with it. She has a back trouble.
So the easiest
And
place
she
is
likes
Amazon.
it. She likes it. Yeah, so good find on that.
So what do you think? Shall we do this right now? While we still have a minute?
Okay.
Sure, they're on the table, weren't they?
Okay. I don't know who wants to make that motion.
All right. What do you want to do, the pledge?
Well, first one.
Bill, just follow up.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, did you read those, Dwayne?
I did.
It's the first one over there. It's about Fish Creek, State Park, that area, yeah.
Oh. Was there a meeting that you posted that there was a forum of students?
This was prior to.
Oh, that
I
would be on,
guess it
that
doesn't
would,
show up very well.
no, she's talking about.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that. I mean,
Oh. Oh, that closed meeting?
What's the state is the federal bill says? It ratifies as amended.
Okay.
what the
yeah,
state
so
says.
I guess it wasn't clear at the meeting. Went into executive session here. Is what I should say.
Yeah.
These are for,
With
yeah.
the three commissioners and.
So the state's already told us.
So the closed meeting.
Why is that okay?
When,
Included the three commissioners. She said the closed meeting did not include all the official
this
I'm not
was,
understanding your question. Do you want to present your question?
Just that I thought that the closed meeting should reflect that the quorum and the county attorney in the official capacity was all. Because it says, it uses the plural of victims.
Oh.
And I understand that you don't put the victim's name in there,
Right.
but the quorum of how many and his official capacity, I thought was appropriate.
Oh, okay.
Because you're calling it a closed session, but now we need to know who was there when we go back a year from now.
I will have to check on that because
He's
typically.
not in the upper list here either.
Okay, so I will put him there, well, because he wasn't there, he entered late if you recall. And so actually, I want to check on that because typically that's not how it's done. That stuff would be in the closed meeting, not here, but I'm happy to check on that.
Review it and we'll,
Okay.
unless we find out that there's a critical point on time, We have to find, yes.
Context,
I'll,
I can't remember either. Who wrote this?
I think so, yeah.
I may not agree with you.
I'll look, I'll text him and see if he remembers the deadline on that.
Yeah,
We
that's
might
a
have to
good
do it
idea.
quick.
Yeah.
You have some suggestions that you aren't comfortable with?
Well, I know there's tons of roads up there.
Yeah.
So I don't know
Up this
about.
creek?
Yeah, apparently they kind of go all the way down the mountain. So I don't know if he's taking that into consideration.
Oh, we have to start. Where's my agenda? It's 10:05 and we will begin by standing and reciting the pledge. Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and good morning. So just real quick, we had a couple of changes for the purpose of accuracy and efficiency. Each topic has a sign-in sheet of its own. It's just going to be so much more efficient and effective. So thank you for bearing with that. Notice every Friday we will try to have handouts available to you. You have some unofficial minutes before you, and we had one comment that we're going to look into to see what the protocol is for that. I think from that, as we enter into public comment, we will all remember to be respectful to each other. And we are going to probably have to limit the time speaking. So I think that 3 minutes is acceptable. When you come to the podium, please state your name and give us your comment. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. I noticed the changes. Some of these are welcome changes. My question is, there's been a lot of controversy about the alleged mismanagement of county funds. And I'm just wondering if the commission would consider putting together an advisory group. We have a salary board group, we have a tax appeal board group, all volunteers, to help you look into these issues and also involve the county voting public. So I guess that's my comment.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Magone. I am here to speak on behalf of victims and alleged victims. I established a crime victims program at the Missoula County Sheriff's Department back in the late 1980s and worked as a victims advocate providing direct services for several years. I'm here today to respond to some of the comments made at last week's commissioners' meeting regarding an incident involving our commissioners in which the commissioners, in their internal investigation, announced that they had found that no intended harassment had occurred, and that the situation had been dealt with internally and to the satisfaction of the victim, alleged or otherwise. The ensuing response from one of the people who had requested this hearing was truly astounding and a total embarrassment to our county. It is never okay to blame, shame, and even name a victim, alleged or otherwise, period. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we need, we have, we put some papers out on the table if there are any that are needing extra copies, one in particular was a letter that we're gonna write. We are thinking of signing and sending about regarding the Fish Creek State Park and the management area. And so we put that out for review so that before we sign it, we can have input from the public, because it is sort of a pseudo-political stance, whether you're conservative or want more wilderness or want less motorized use, et cetera. So being that that is the nature of the letter, we want to make sure that everybody can review it and give us input before we sign, should we decide to sign. So if there's another copy needed for anyone, I can go make more.
And also, I think it's probably best if you could send your comment to the MC Commissioner. Or if you don't do email, that's fine, but if we could have it in writing, please, that would be great. You can just drop that off at Darren's office if you have a written comment, hard copy instead of email.
What is the deadline?
Well,
I sent a text to find out when the deadline is, and I haven't got a reply yet.
I think it's the 31st, if I remember correctly. I couldn't remember.
March 31st, Anna Marie? Well, yeah, so if that's the case, then we have time to put it on the agenda next week.
Excuse me. I see that there were some printed agendas, but there isn't any left. Could we get any more of those?
More printed agenda?
I don't have more.
You could have mine. I just wanted to.
I can go make copies.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you.
thanks, Andy. Oh, and now we need him. For the- Oh, gosh, oh, that's right.
So, I think this just needs to be clarified. Went into, the commission went into closed session.
With, do the minutes are in the county attorney's office, state who was present in the executive session. Yeah, well, that's sufficient. Right, but I mean, for
It's-
historical purposes.
Yep, I will.
Because those are maintained in perpetuity as well.
Right, and so, but I'll change this, the commission went into a closed meeting, so that we can tell no one else was in there.
But there was, oh,
In the closed.
what's Mr. Conlon, you guys?
I didn't get to
Oh, okay. I want to revisit with him and then decide how to
Yeah.
amend, or if there's amendment is needed.
I think this addition, just to clarify that this is what happened.
Okay.
Is all that we need, and then the sealed, then we're talking about the sealed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Who?
I said, did you pick it up? You got it
The what?
in my list. You got it on my list.
Oh, upstairs, last week?
Yeah, what is, there's just a claim that I'm signing, I didn't see the check.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll look when we get done.
I think you had one in your folder,
Oh.
I think,
Oh,
I don't know.
I was just wondering.
Oh, yeah, no, I did not receive that, I know what one you're talking about, for the conference.
I made a look through this.
Oh, okay.
I might have missed it.
Is the claim there, please?
Yeah. This?
change them just to clarify that?
Unless Wally has it up there at the bottom. If you want
But
to-
the C is different, it's not.
Oh,
So it's just for these official, these public.
you want, how about add that too? Yeah, I think that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like a clarification there.
Uh-huh.
And then, since there's separate entities, that this would.
Yeah,
Okay, so you want to accept this with said changes?
sure. Do we want to make a motion?
Dwayne, do you want to make a motion to accept approve the minutes with said changes?
I'll second that motion to approve the minutes with those said additional line change. Commissioner Simon, I found it.
Okay.
Okay.
We still have time.
Hello, yes,
Yeah, still got
we're
time.
still on public comment. Identify yourself, please.
My name is Ron Den. I'm a taxpayer and resident of Mineral County. And commissioners and fellow taxpayers, I'd like to know I don't see on the agenda where we're dealing with this mold situation in the courthouse, specifically the sheriff's department. With the jail being full, we just continuously are adding more risk to, until we got answers. There's so many different types of mold, and some of them are carcinogenic. So I think you really do need to do your diligence, but is there somewhere on here, and what time are we gonna address it?
So, noting that this isn't in a period of exchange, I would like to just let you know that it wasn't on the agenda because we didn't know when the reports would come back in. So, I was hoping to call in the maintenance man today, but he is not on the agenda because we did not have what we needed. So,
will it be on the agenda next week?
we can sure put that on the agenda for next week for maintenance to read the reports and update.
Please do,
Yeah.
because we need to be aggressive about this
Yes.
to protect ourselves.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, normally we had our department head meeting today? Oh,
That wasn't
Yeah.
budget,
all right.
chips. Excuse me, I was doing some business there. Okay,
Kick her harder, please, next time, Roman. This is Mr. Condon. Juliet asked if I just would say it on the record, so I will. Yesterday, the summaries of the personnel files, et cetera, personnel manuals, et cetera, were dropped off in Missoula for what the judge requested last week and the update on the writ. And the Ellen emails had come in, but there were 14,000 of them to go through. We're down to like 6,200, but it's really slow for the computers to encode the stuff so it comes off the right way. So I was surprised that it doesn't just happen. You have to plug it in. It took like hours and hours just to get even 20% of the files done. But they're doing it anyway, so that's good. So that's where the thing sits. Mr. Funk's lawyer filed a notice of appearance, and the judge did not acknowledge it last Friday and said, file the briefs, we'll make a decision on what gives with it later. So that's sitting right now in a holding pattern for where that is, but other than that, the information is going back and forth. And then, the people at Post said they'll probably have us the rest of their stuff by Monday or Tuesday, we would hope, because they did not get it out because they were short of people for the week. And they seem to be having the same problem, that nobody's computers anywhere are quite working the way they should. But that's the update, so you know where things sit at this point in time. And that was from Friday's hearing with the judge last week, because you were in the meeting here when we did the update on the one up there. And I gave you a copy of the letter this morning, and Juliet's got a copy to post to whatever else from the lawyer that Mr. Funk had talked to regarding some of those issues. So there you are.
Thank
If there's
you.
any questions, ask. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we put the claims in? Are we done or not? Have we,
Jane signed over
the claims?
the checks and you still have some claims.
Yep.
Do you want me to look at some?
Yes.
Oh, you got those.
Yep, yep.
So Dawn, is it only one time at the podium?
That will be our, yep.
Okay.
So it's good that we're practicing it now. Did we have any disallowed? They all went through.
For what?
Any disallowed?
None disallowed yet.
Can you do that? Bring it in.
Can you lift one of those up, you mean?
Yeah, I used to do it for myself, I
Yeah.
can't anymore.
You're talking about,
Yes, she was talking about it. Yeah. But then that will be perfect for the work session.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. See this? Maybe. We often have a different coding than what she gets here. But this one is page 2, so it won't be, this one might not be an issue. But I think these should probably match. I just crossed them out. There you go.
I think we're gonna pull the table.
I was gonna say.
I feel like doing some furniture. We always switch around.
I'm pretty sedentary, I spend most of my time reading fish.
Oh, yeah. I like it, but you know,
Yeah, yeah. That's what I like about it, they're angry. I know, but I was saying, they should put me on. That was interesting. Yeah. And you appreciate your time off. Yeah. Yeah. That's the problem.
Watch out so I don't run you over.
We can put it this way, did you want to put it this way?
I think that makes sense.
I think we could hear each other. In 1 minute, we're going to recess for the Board of Health meeting, so a little bit of table arranging for the Board of Health. So we have 1 minute, a little bit less than 1 minute left before we recess.
I feel like that's fun.
She's looking at her, where are people gonna sit? We do have those two chairs right there. Okay, according to Verizon, it is 10:30. We have a 5-minute break. And then the Board of Health meeting will begin. Yes. 10:30. Yep, so we have a 5-minute break in between. Yeah. Did you get to sign in?
I did.
Thank you. And you sign in?
I can.
Yep, would you please? Yep. And there will be a specific sign-in sheet for Board of Health?
Yeah, Wally showed me.
Oh, well, good. Wally's earning his keep.
Yeah.
I believe they're printed on the front.
My printer ran out of one door, you don't get in.
Yeah.
What's that?
Look at that.
Picture of the chair.
Purple one, what do they call it?
Was trying to speak on me.
No, it wasn't the cyan.
Magenta, cyan?
No, what, it was the yellow.
The yellow.
Any more copies? I don't know.
If we do, we can steal one from Bill. I don't have it.
I guess I know.
Okay,
Get some good vision one way or the other, getting back, going to shows.
where you been fishing?
We went down to Florida. Went out for tarpon, snooker, yeah.
I've never fished in Florida. Never been to Florida, actually. I got a shirt-tailed relative who lives there.
Yeah, no, we were down in the, like, Everglades.
Yep.
How are you?
It's just such a fascinating place. The fish are wonderful.
I have seen it on TV.
Oh, yeah, right. How are you?
Bill Cooper. Nice to meet you. Dwayne, Bill Cooper.
Your brother.
Sorry, you know, when I first was trying to do this appeal, they didn't really tell me how to do it, so I called the state. And when they gave me your email, I was like, this doesn't seem like a government official email. I'm like,
So,
I want to make sure.
yeah, so I do it both ways, just so that sometimes it just doesn't work out down here when there's something, you know, about
Right.
something like it. If I have both of them on there, then.
There you go, perfect. So was I talking?
Not everybody does it like that.
So was I talking to you on both emails at one time?
Probably, yeah. I don't remember seeing it on the MC, but I do remember seeing you asking if that was my.
Right.
If that was my email.
I get nervous because sometimes emails don't go through, and it's like, yeah, you know, I didn't get a response. I went to shave last night. So I didn't really get some kind of shaving. I tried to get him to go to Oklahoma with us, but he doesn't know.
Derek told me this morning. Florida's supposed to be
I don't think you shave and go.
Yeah, I think she was sick because we were supposed to like a hospital.
heated.
So it's in like
Yeah, she.
Oklahoma City, and it's like
Going on.
an hour and 15 minutes from.
Is it filter?
I'm not gonna change that to Tommy Thompson. but I'm
Is
just
it
like,
filter?
Isn't it?
It's a, this isn't filter.
There's been some discussion,
Yes,
but,
just curious.
yeah. I was gonna say a lot of your guys' questions could have been answered if someone had just come and asked. So, no one's gonna ask. The windows are all, the full closed or something. It's all the windows are blacked out. No, it's right out here in front of the courthouse.
I don't know.
I've seen it for 3 or 4 days, because I had to go around and try and get there. Yeah. What's up with that thing? It's just like, are we starting?
Yeah, Roman is good here.
Charlotte's body, right? And then people catching the whole.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, is this what we have?
Oh, I feel special.
Oh, I meant for the Board of Health, of our board.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Gloria's, I see Gloria's.
okay. Then I think I can guess who you are.
All right, we'll do 3 guesses. First 2 don't count.
Hold on. Could you be with Po' Boys?
Maybe.
I better hand you this, do we?
Gotta be official here, huh?
Yeah.
That's right.
Something I've never had, but someday I'd like to. It's your Cajun shrimp sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
I hear about that, I really want that.
A lot of people do.
Where are you in Missoula? Do you have your?
I'm not in Missoula.
Oh.
No, I'm actually two of Sheila's here.
Well, I recognize you. That's what I was gonna say. Yep.
Yeah, no, and my in-laws, they live here. So, they've been here forever.
When we first moved here, he was living here. So, we ended up here.
It's a nice little place to be.
I love it.
Yeah. I think most of us do.
Yeah.
Then you go traveling and then you just want to get back. You'll go to other places.
I hate,
Oh my gosh.
I hate going in and, I hate Missoula.
No, Missoula's the worst.
And of course, we're all forced into it though. We're not
Yeah,
trying
I live in Stevensville, so
to-
so I'm definitely
Sure.
outside, so I've been like
Ginsburg.
Hamilton and there. My wife has to
Yeah,
drive to Missoula
Ginsburg,
every day.
so,
She's the manager for Private Hearing, so she knows it.
All right, we'll start this meeting. Roman Zellaway is be coming in, open any minute. This is the quarterly March 3rd, 2023 Mineral County Board of Health meeting agenda. The Board of Health is comprised of 3 county commissioners and 2 people from the public and our sanitarian. Is that correct? And so, with that being said, we shall get on with our agenda. Minutes for review. Do we have any minutes?
We do not.
Okay. That was easy. Unfinished business, there is none. Public comment. Is there any public comment? All right, we'll get on with the new business then. Health Department update, Jen Donovan.
Hey Jen, did you want to bring your chair up to the table? Here we have people move their own chairs.
It's a BYOC.
Here I am, bring your own chair.
Get dinner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I thought I would just kind of do a high-level update of what we're doing, and then that's basically it. I welcome any questions, though. So essentially, it's still winter, it won't quit, and there's so much illness circulating right now. We have pretty much all of it. So all the viruses, upper respiratory, all the GI bugs, strep, skin stuff, wrestling started, little hand, foot, and mouth, just all of it. So we sent out a letter to all the schools that they could distribute at their discretion, just letting parents know that we had increased circulating illness and, just those guidelines for schools, like when to keep kids out and when they can come back and all that. That's not atypical of this time of year though. So we have lots of circulating influenza A happening right now in town, and otherwise, all of our programs are rocking and rolling. A couple weeks ago, I had shared that we have a staff of 11. Only 5 of us are full-time, and then 6 are part-time. 5 of us are kind of considered public health and not all full-time. And then the rest are, kind of part of our Family Collaboratives Coalition. They do apparently I saw work in the schools, parent education, childbirth education, doula stuff, car seats, the whole 9 yards. And they are just in full swing. We are seeing 52 families for WIC. We're giving about 30 vaccines to kiddos, about 30 kids a month right now, not including influenza or any of the other vaccines we're giving. And we still offer all the childhood vaccines and a select amount of adult ones. And that's really all I was planning on sharing. So, for the Board of Health members though, I was thinking, because inside of our office, we just did a workforce assessment where we kind of went through this huge screening tool and we identified places where we might need training. And I was thinking of offering another training opportunity for the Board of Health, just to kind of brush up on things that have changed for the legislature and what your role is and how it all plays out. If we were to end up with a communicable disease that the Board of Health would have to do something about. Is that something you guys would be interested in, or you feeling good about it?
Is it like the last one that was online?
It might be online, yeah, it would probably be online.
It's always good to know.
Yeah, I'll see what's out there right now and then let you guys know via email
Okay.
what it will be.
Yeah,
And they,
that'd be a good idea.
yeah, they may be able to come and actually, do a little in-person training, but I love those online ones where you kind of at your own pace and you can do it when you have time. So I think it's a good idea. Some stuff has changed, but it's a nice refresher. Get back on track. In the schools, we have the fun run coming up. We're doing Sealants for Smiles. We're still the school nurses in all the schools, and we're just having a blast. So, questions?
The health needs assessment.
Yes. Oh, thank you for saying that. Yes, I forgot to mention that. I should have looked at my notes. So we just finished up our community health assessment in December, and we had about 300 responses, which I opened up my last notes from prior all the fun, and we had finished the community needs assessment back in 2019, and we had about 130 responses. So this is more than double, which is great. Right now, our crew is tallying all those results, and then what they're going to do is open it up for comment. Amy has talked about holding little sessions, at least here in Superior, or we're not sure how exactly we want to do it, but we will share that information with our Healthy Communities Coalition that meets every other month on the second Tuesday of the month. Anybody's welcome to attend that to get feedback, and then also open it up to the public. Because the next step, after you do the community health assessment and find out what the areas of need are, is to come up with a community health improvement plan. And we love to get input from folks about that, because as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, we're gonna really use that, those areas of need to drive some of our future activities. So, timeline, March, April, yes. Yeah, very exciting stuff, I can't wait.
So Amy Lohman was in LAPC yesterday, and she gave us a kind of interesting update that we just got done with a COVID surge.
Yeah.
And that kind of hits us every 4 months. It's kind of what you guys have seen.
That's what we're seeing, yeah. Not a lot of testing is happening right now, so it's hard to know exactly how many cases we had, but we had quite a few hospitalized cases, and so that tells us that our incidence is super high right now. And it's not required to report, it's not required to test, nothing like that, but we're definitely, like I said, seeing a surge in COVID, seeing a surge in influenza A, which are all spread the same ways. It makes good sense. But yeah, it seems to peak every about 4 months. It's interesting, it's cool. She loves the data, she loves to watch the trends. She's an epidemiologist, so it's right up her alley. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment. I've told you time and time again, but you guys really do a wonderful job. I really appreciate it, and I think the public really appreciates it also.
Thanks so much. We were asked to highlight something that we have done in our department. It's National Public Health Week in a couple weeks, and they asked us to highlight it. And we had a staff meeting yesterday, and we kind of decided to highlight just the work that we do for the community, really birth all the way to death. And we do more, in the childhood family services range, because that's where a lot of our funding is focused. But really, we're starting to expand more into adults, and like, we have birth doulas, we're training a couple staff to do death doula work, and then immunization services and mental health access, and really connecting people with the resources, and it's really cool. So thank you for saying that. Yeah, these guys are rock stars. April said, I'm getting calls and people are saying we're innovative, and I'm like, hey, so cool. Yeah.
You most certainly are. Anything else? Okay. So, thank you again. Moving on. The next item on the agenda is sanitarian, refusal to validate 2023 retail food small license number 316340 appeal. Andy Short, action item.
So I got two items for you guys today. One's just informational, one's an action item. This first item is, like you said, Dwayne, refusal to validate a license. You guys all have my staff report in front of you. So, to give you some background that you may not know. So I'm in charge of licensing food establishments. So I can, when they apply, right, I can open them and license them all on my lonesome. But if I refuse to validate a license and someone appeals that, then the board decides, which is kind of interesting. I can open them, but someone can appeal to you guys if I refuse to validate it. So I'll go through the staff report, but just kind of my recommendation for this is refuse to validate 2023 retail food license, food small license number 316340. Number 2, Mr. Cooper should license his food truck in the county where he resides. Number 3, if Mr. Cooper wishes to continue operation of his food truck and he wants to continue to be licensed in Mineral County, then he would need to reapply with our office and start with a new plan review application. So kind of like not validating the license, done, and then if he wants to operate in Mineral County, he just goes back through the process that he initially went through with us in the beginning. So the background, so Puffy's, Po' Boys and More was preliminary approved through Mineral County to operate in March 2020. You guys have my attached approval letter there. So someone, just to explain that scenario, since we don't often talk about this, we have a plan review process through our office, right? So if somebody wants to open a business that's licensed under DPHS, they submit a plan review to us. It's a fee, we go through the review, and then once they've addressed all those things in the review, we issue this letter that says, hey, you can operate under these conditions, basically. Puffy's, Po' Boys, and More was subsequently licensed through FCS in Mineral County for the 2020 licensing year, so in 2010 we licensed them. Just background, Puffy's, Po' Boys, and More was previously licensed in Missoula County under license number 312122 in 2018. The Missoula County license was not reissued in 2019. In 2021, the Mineral County Health and Planning Office attempted to coordinate an inspection with Mr. Cooper, but he failed to coordinate an inspection with repeated attempts by our office to schedule the inspection. So we're required to inspect facilities once a year, and we get reimbursed for the state. We have a contract with the state to do those inspections. We've often talked about this. It's a bit of a losing endeavor as far as financially, right? I think the license fees are the same they've been for 15 years, right?
How much is the fee?
This license is $85. So this is the $85 license. We get reimbursed if we complete 90%. So they give us a little wiggle room for establishments that right, you maybe they close in the summer and you couldn't get to this, you could get to this. So if you get 90%, we get reimbursed fully. So I've licensed a few mobile operators in my time here, and I'm kind of learning my lesson about that, is it becomes, if you know, like someone will come through, like a frozen fish dealer, right? They'll swing by, hey, I want to get a license. Okay, hey, but the deal is you gotta come by here for me to license you, right? For me to inspect you. So we get reimbursed. And then they vaporize, right? They disappear and you never see them again. So you have the inability to inspect them, right? So you can't eat that 90%, you can't get reimbursed. And also, like, we run a pretty tight ship, and so everything's, you know, we don't have a lot of room for problems like hunting people down, you know. So it's ineffective. This situation became ineffective for me, essentially, for the fee that was provided to not be able to do the inspection. That's what started this ball rolling. It's our understanding that Puppies, Poor Boys, and More did not operate in Mineral County in 2022. And so I think it was the last 2 years I was driving down 93, going towards Hamilton, and I would actually see the truck, and you know, so he was licensed when he was in Alberton, and I would actually see the truck sitting by the side of the road on Highway 93, and I think I saw it like 4 or 5 times, and then so that made me proceed with the not validating the license, right? It was like, oh, he's not operating in the county anymore. In January 2023, a letter was issued that said, we're refusing to validate your license, and the reasons for that. On February 13, Mr. Cooper made an appeal in writing to my decision to not validate the license to the Mineral County Board. So, this is what the MCA states. Refusal by a local health officer. Appeal to the board. The local health officer may refuse to validate a license issued under this chapter only upon finding that the requirements of this chapter and any rules implementing it are not satisfied. If the local health officer refuses to validate the license, the officer shall notify the applicant and the department in writing stating the officer's reasons. And the applicant or any person aggrieved by the decision of the local health officer not to validate a license may appeal the decision to the local board of health within 30 days after receiving written notice of the local health officer's decision. The hearing before the local board of health must be held pursuant to the contested case provisions of the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. You guys got any questions?
I have one about originally in 2020, he was operating here, and he was previously licensed under the Missoula County license, 2018. So can there be an inspection in one county that allows you to honor him in this county, or do you have to do your own each time?
No, so if he was licensed, let's say he was licensed in Missoula County, he could operate here.
Okay.
And they would be responsible for inspection. So mobile food truck, right, you can go to, you know, a festival and have her, you know, that once you have that mobile food license.
Good for 1 year.
Yeah, it's good for 1 year. So another thing I forgot to add, but associated with mobile food licenses is you have to have a licensed commissary. And so that's a place where you're washing right, the mobile food truck doesn't have the facilities to handle all the cleaning and processing, food holding, all that stuff. That has to be done in a commissary. Unfortunately, we don't have any licensed commissaries in Mineral County. So any of my food trucks that operate here, they have to license their licensed commissaries in Missoula. So on top of doing the inspection, I have to go to Missoula to inspect the commissary.
Oh.
So it's, you know, I've worked with some folks because of that, you know, because I know we don't have a commissary, and it's like, well, let's get you up and running, but it's like, you know, you look at that $80 fee and you're like, you're already losing right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then back to that question, if you're driving down Highway 93, you see the truck operating for Valley, Missoula County, wherever it may be, that would one would assume or presume that there is an existing license from one of those said counties for which to operate that could be honored out here.
So I think I understand your question, but so they would be, if, like, say that there was a mobile food truck operating out here that I didn't license.
Right.
Yeah, I would just go knock on the door and say, do you have, and they would have a license, they're here to operate here. Just to answer specific to your question, Roman, the truck wasn't operating, it was just parked there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like he's not in the, not operating.
So
the
you
county
assume
anymore.
that there was no longer a need he wasn't no longer operating, so there's no license needed.
Yeah, it was two things. It was like the difficulty in doing the inspection, and then like not seeing him for a year, and then seeing the truck down there, and being like, oh, hey, go get licensed in Ravalli County if that's where you're located now. It's too the juice isn't the worst of the squeeze for us here in this situation, right?
You never ever had a chance to inspect his commissary?
I inspected his commissary prior to opening. Yeah, and so that's another issue. I haven't. So part of the approval, right, is like knowing that you have access to your commissary, right? Like that nothing has changed since then, right? So if you're all of a sudden in Ravalli County, I don't know if you're still. I don't even know if that commissary is still licensed. I don't even know if he's still having an agreement with them. That kind of thing.
So, did he apply here in 23 to get the?
No. So you can. What happens is with licensing is you just continue to renew.
It's just automatic.
Just automatically, yeah. If you pay the fee, then it renews. And the only way to stop that is this process, is to refuse to validate. Yeah. Like I can't call up DPHS and say, hey, they're not operating here. They're quit issuing this license. And I'm actually in a weird scenario with a frozen fish dealer right now because he didn't reapply for his license. So I can't even refuse to validate it because it hasn't been. It's a weird system.
So where are we at right now with this action item? What action is?
So my recommendations are on there, and the action item is either you guys refuse to validate, you follow my recommendations, or you say, no, Andy, we're validating the license.
So if we did that, then you would have to go through the inspection with the commissary and the truck.
I would have to. I would be responsible for inspecting the food truck in 2023.
But not the commissary?
No, I would. Well, it's kind of funny, right? Like during the plan review, they're supposed to submit all that stuff to us, right? I haven't received an updated letter, and so that's part of the refusal to validate as well, right? It's like I haven't received it updated. So that would be more of me like hounding the applicant, like, okay, I need this letter from you, blah, blah, blah.
I think so, and it's probably about the same for him as if we say he'll validate it, then if he has to bring in a new one, because he still has to give the updated information.
To not validate it and have them reapply actually gives me more control over the review.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's like if you validate it, then I would have to hound them to, like I've been doing in the past for the inspection, getting the letters, right? It's.
But no hounding or no revalidation would be required if he was.
You'd have to
issue
start.
one in Missoula. It could be just honored.
Right. Yeah. Ravalli County. Yeah. He would have to go through the process there. Yeah.
are you only seeking to be inspected and validated in this county, sir?
So, yeah, so, I mean, I'm ready to explain my side of the story
Oh,
from
okay.
what he's saying, so whenever he's done, I'll be more than happy
Okay.
to jump on this,
Okay.
so.
I'd like to hear your side.
Okay, so first and foremost, him saying that he's hounding me, has been hounding me to inspect my truck. I park in front of this place every Friday for the entire year of 2021, in front of his office. I was never asked one time until December 2nd that he needed to inspect my truck or he was gonna refuse my license. I emailed him back and stated, I am closed down for the year. I closed down October 31st. It's stated on my Facebook. His assistant came to my truck and had mentioned that they would like to inspect my truck. And I said, my intentions were to come the following week to work, but unfortunately, we got hit with an early winter storm. And it wasn't safe for me to drive my vehicle down here. And so I reached out to him. So I did not operate my food truck in 2022, but I had a valid license. My renewal had gone through. I had issued it. I used it 6 times for the football games in Missoula. I did not use my food truck. I live and I reside, and I've been keeping my food truck down in Stevensville, which is where he sees it. It parked right on the side of the road. I live right on the highway. It has not moved at all. I do the majority of my business in Mineral County. Of the 5 days a week that I normally operate, 3 of those 5 days are down here. And I tried to explain this to him, and I asked him to call me back in November of last year. I emailed him and said, hey, Andy, please call me. I need to discuss with you what my future plans were with my food truck. And I didn't operate in 2022 because, as you know, the cost of fuel was almost $7 a gallon at one point in time for diesel. It made no sense to do it, and then the cost of food had tripled. And everything has since gone down, and I want to bring my food truck out. It's something that I absolutely enjoy. I reached out to him, and I heard nothing from him. I called at the beginning of I called December and January, and I emailed and got no responses, and finally, I got a hold of somebody in there, I think it was his associate. I said, please have Andy call me. I need to discuss with him what I want to do in 2023. My food truck is going to be staying down here a minimum of 3 days a week. My in-laws live here. I have a place I can leave my food truck plugged in. They have RV parking there, so I have plenty of power to park my food truck. I reached out to him because I wanted to find out what he needed to do. My commissary is the same. In fact, I just talked to them today. Nothing has changed. And I said, would you give me an approval letter so that they know that I'm still using you? And he said, absolutely. So I can get that letter. I just didn't know that. That's why I reached out to him in November to find out if, in fact, he would tell me the guidelines of everything I need to do to inspect it. To say that he didn't have time or couldn't find me to inspect me is a laugh. Because again, if I didn't park out here every single Friday for a solid year that I was open, I don't know how much more of an opportunity you would have to inspect the truck. I've not tried to avoid him. It just wasn't safe at the time that he wanted me to do it when he reached out to me. And I asked him, I'm like, why did you wait until the very last minute to inspect me? And his answer to me was because of COVID, he was so busy and so far behind that he didn't get a chance to. That's not my fault. I do nothing. I follow the letter of the law. I don't take any shortcuts. I've never gotten anybody sick in the 20 years of cooking that I've been cooking. And I pride myself on my cooking, you know, and I want to jump back into here. You know, I've never had an issue with him. Like he said, I left for a solid year to Florida to try my food truck there because the winters are brutal here. So I thought I would work all year round. Well, I found out Florida is worse than California when it comes to operating a business. So we moved back. So I asked Andy, I said, what do I need to do to be able to get back? He did not make me do a plan review in Mineral County. He just had me pay the late fee for my license, and then he just wrote it off. He came and he inspected my truck. I gave Andy the opportunity when I reached out to him in January, and I said, hey, You haven't inspected my truck and I know you want to. So I said, you are in possession, because I called the state wanting to know where my license was at, because they cashed my $85 check. They said Andy had it. So I reached out to Andy, and that's why I was trying to get a hold of him, and I said to him in an email, you can hold my license, and I will bring my truck down here the day before I get ready to operate, and you can inspect it. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And then if it's to your satisfaction, you can issue me the license. I got no response. I got a certified letter denying me for this. And so so to me, it was just kind of odd that, you know, I've never had an issue with Andy working in the past. I thought we had a really good relationship, and then all of a sudden, this just fell on my shoulders, and I didn't understand why. So that's why I was appealing it, because I'm gonna be operating in St. Regis, I'm gonna be operating in Superior, and I'm gonna be operating in Alberton. And then anything I do outside of that will just be, you know, like Brewfest, 4th of July events. I'm planning on doing the Hemp Fest up at Lolo Hot Springs. I'm planning on doing the car show that they do here every year. I'm planning on coming back and doing that. I'm planning on doing the fair this year here. So to say that because I don't reside in this county, there's no law that states that I have to reside in the county that I do my business. Because if that was the case, we'd have a lot of people that were breaking the law in this state. Because I know a lot of corporate businesses that I've worked for where the owners don't even live in this state. So I understand his concern about seeing my food truck in there, but if he would have called me, we probably wouldn't even be sitting here today. But he has never made an attempt to reach out to me on it. Like I said, I gave a solution that was simple, I think it was effective, and then I got the rejection letter that was sent to me certified mail. And that's all I've ever heard about this. So that's the only reason I am sitting here in front of you all today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion?
So, what can we do to, some of those events are good events, but it might be nice to have variety and spice of life available.
Listen, Superior is my #1 place to come to. I have more customers and more support in this little town than I do in any other town. I triple what I make here at lunch than what I can do in Missoula. So I love and I enjoy coming here. If I didn't, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you all today.
Okay, so, thank you for your comments. We have a decision to make here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Roland, read what the recommendation is there. Number,
Yeah, I was wondering about that number 2, Mr. Hooper should license his food truck in the county where he resides. What's that based on? Is that in the state code?
No, it's, well, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. Seeing a truck down there just it made more sense to me that, like, hey, if you're residing in Ravalli County, then it's gonna be easier for those guys to license your truck. Where's your truck registered?
It's registered in Stevensville.
Ravalli County.
So yeah. Oh wait.
Is that?
Yeah. That's
No, I'm wondering. No, it might still be registered here if I think about it.
Oh, you know?
It's been so long since I'd have to actually look to answer that question, but it might still be registered in my in-laws. Because I think they're the ones that gave me my tags. But I have to double check on that, but I might still be registered down here.
So can you kind of walk us through the process of like how you live down there, operate here, have your commissary in Missoula,
Right, which is like
the logistics of that.
So basically what my plan was is, I clean my screens every 8 to 10 days, which is what I would do down there in the commissary, if I, for their sinks. That's basically what I needed it for. I get my water and I get my propane in Missoula as well at Brett's RV, obviously, because during the summer it's 99 cents a gallon, beats anywhere else. So basically what my plans is to come down here, and my plans are to work Wednesdays in St. Regis, Wednesdays in St. Regis, Thursdays in Alberton. I want to because I do really good at the farmers market. And then on Fridays, I would be doing lunch down here. And then what I would do is, after I get done doing lunch here, I would beeline it to Missoula. I would go to my commissary, I go to Brett's RV, and then I take my truck back to Stevensville where if any maintenance needs to be done on my truck, changing the oil in my generator or anything like that, and my mechanic is down there. And then once I'm done there, then I would turn around and I would leave again Tuesday night. I would drive down here, I stay the night at my in-laws, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and then I would go back home. And so that's basically my full system of routine. It works out really well for me because obviously there's no real mechanics. I mean, Branch's business is here, but he's so busy, Clint is so busy that him trying to fit me in is almost impossible. My mechanic, however, is like so addicted to my food and we have such a good relationship that he gets me in when I need it. And so if I can schedule times with him to be able to do the maintenance on my truck when I need to do it. I get my tires at Les Schwab. So basically, it's just a big circle is all it's gonna be. It would just be here, Missoula, stay at Stevensville, and then back to here.
And where are you storing your food?
I store the food in my truck. I have a commercial freezer and I have a commercial refrigerator, which you've seen. And then I just plug it in at night. I buy all my food like 1 to 2 days in advance. So here's what I do is I work. When my wife gets off work, she will go to cash and carry for me in Costco, pick up what I need, and she will come back down and she will bring it to me on the days. Otherwise, I have a car that will be here. I will drive to Missoula. I will pick up the food. I never keep more than 2 or 3 days worth of food in my food truck just because, one, I don't have the storage, and two, if for some reason I was ever to have a failure in one of my equipments, it's not a big loss. It's not going to cost me a lot, as if though I had a week's worth of food, and all of a sudden $1,000 worth of food went bye-bye. So.
And you're dumping your waste?
Or at Brett's. I don't go through a lot. It's just washing my dishes is what I'm using them for. So I have a 55 or 60 gallon tank for just my black water or gray water. So.
And furthermore, the location of your commissary is in Missoula.
Yeah, it's right there at the Harley Davidson shop at the Hartzell Cafe.
East area, yeah. So would it be, is your desire first and foremost to be inspected here, or would it be easier for you to get a Missoula inspection done?
No, I avoid Missoula at all costs when it comes to dealing with the health department down there because it's a bad ordeal. That's all I'll say about that. But I'm not in Missoula County, so I'm in Ravalli County. So which again is a small area like here. But again, I can't do the business that I was doing down there that I can do here. Hence the reason why I want to, move my operation 70% of the time or more down here. So, I mean, there's always events going on, and then like I said, if I have to go to Missoula for a brew fest, or if I have to go up to Lolo, it's just the back road up out of Alberton to go up there, so.
So, I guess I have one question about the commissary. So, is it mobile commissary? Is that?
So they can store their food on the mobile if they have capacity, right? So like that's why and that's why the plan review process is the critical part. And what he did originally, he was saying he didn't go through a plan review. He actually submitted the plan review that he had done through. I was like, if you already done one through Mineral County or Missoula County,
right,
just submit to me what you proposed to them, and made some changes on the commissary. Yeah.
So, you say that you've already paid that $85 fee for this year?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that came from.
Okay. Any other discussion?
So Roman, yeah, you were asking about number 2. Is that
Yeah.
required? No, but so that's why I went it also says number 2, but it's supposed to be number 3.
Oh, okay.
It says if he wishes to license here, then to go back through the process.
So
we can work.
He has initiated that
we have a plan review application, that's what would start it off, and he's filled one out before, so it wouldn't be like, he wouldn't be reinventing the wheel by any means. But these details about the being in Ravalli County, having a commissary there, operating here, like, that's the stuff we would work out. You know, would be like, hey, is this, you know, do you have enough storage for 3 days? You know, we'd have a detailed plan of how that was gonna work out, so that I was comfortable with the food storage and the cleaning and the waste
So
disposal.
despite this recommendation of refusing, are you still comfortable with trying to accommodate? Or what's your?
No, what I'd like is to refuse the license, and then if Mr. Cooper wants a license through us, we'll just start the process over.
Because that's kind of what the process requires, is a refusal first before you can reinitiate. So it's kind of like sleight of hand technicality, if you will. A motion.
Yeah, it's the only way, like, this is like the clunky way, the only clunky way to like.
It cost me more too, by the way.
And handle that.
It's $185 doing it this way versus what I've been paying. I don't feel that I should have to do it. Nothing has changed on my food truck. I'm running the same that I've always run. That's the irony behind this whole thing. I mean, if I was to start working tomorrow, it would be exactly what it was when he licensed me back in 2020. So, you know, if I had changes or something in my truck, sure, you know. But I don't have any changes. Everything is the same. If I submit a plan review, it's exactly what he's got in his possession. Same commissary, same plan review.
At this juncture in time, if you were to try with Missoula and Rover Valley, would this still be the situation you're facing?
I'd have to start all over again. I have to do a plan review, I have to write a menu, I have to be inspected, you know, all that good stuff, you know. But I don't know what they're gonna say, you know, if they know that I'm gonna be doing the majority of my business down here. They'll probably be asking the same question. Why are you licensing in Mineral County?
Right.
You know, so, I mean, my truck is going to be parked here probably 4 days out of the week. I don't know how much more of that. He said I didn't do enough business in the town, and I didn't reside here. I'm like, well, that's kind of funny, because I do the majority of my business down here. That's where I make most of my money.
No, that was 2021 I was talking about.
What do you mean?
Right, you didn't operate in 2020 or
2020.
22.
22, I didn't operate it. Nope, I did not know. I just did 6 events at the university, but I have a full facility to use there. That's why I do that there, and I don't use my food truck, so.
The store base is still the same.
Yeah, I mean, I have a huge following.
And I do have a thought, if it's all right for me to speak up. I think, okay, so it's my feeling that A&D is in charge of this and knows what he's doing. And while there may have been miscommunication, I'm not sure, but I think it's in our best interest to follow what our environmental health and planning sanitarian has advised.
Okay, I will entertain a motion for the refusal to validate the 2023 retail food small license number 316340. Make a motion?
I move, but is it actually us, or do they actually, does it need to come from?
No, it's you four.
Okay. Well, I know, but I didn't know our
The
voting power.
commissioners and.
Yep, I just didn't know our voting power.
So going to do that, if we do this, but then he can just resubmit to you all of that information and work it out, and it's good. So where were you licensed last year?
I've always been licensed here. Since 2020, I've been licensed here.
Yeah,
I mean, this was an issue. Why didn't I get my license last year? I mean, that's why I'm so confused.
Even though he didn't work, the license, he still had the license.
And I was told if I keep it valid and I keep paying it, then I'm good. And that's exactly what I did. I mean, why they cash the $85 check if we were gonna be at this issue? You know, I hope I don't lose the $85 that I paid towards it, because that's not fair. I don't think me sitting here is fair.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second?
I make the motion that we follow the recommendation of our sanitarian, refusal to validate 2023 retail food small license number 316340. I guess that's my motion, right? That's what it
moving forward.
I will second that motion. All those in favor say
I
aye.
have another discussion. Well, now if there's a second, I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Mr. Short, the $85 in question, would that be applicable to this renewal or the cash money?
I don't know how that'll work out.
Because it involves the state or because what?
Yeah, so it's right, it's checks go to the we're contracted with the state to do the inspections. And so all the administrative, like checks going to the state, that all goes to the state. Then they issue the license.
Did they issue said license upon receipt?
Yeah.
So,
So I don't know how I don't know how that would work. I'll have to find out.
So it's not us collecting it and keeping it, so we don't have control over that.
Right, so the all the money goes to the DPHHS, and then every quarter, as inspections are done, we get reimbursed. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, another follow-up question. What is the time element for this decision? Like,
How long does the plan review take?
well, I don't know, I just kind of, for these questions with the state, because it does seem to me to be a little unfair that you might be out $85, which was applied to simple renewal, and now it could be sunk cost, and he has to begin all over again. I guess I'd feel better about the process of, refusing it to reinitiate the process, but that $85 being kind of cash was kind of.
$85?
Yeah, that just seems that, what did it go toward, or did it go towards this process? You said the state can only answer that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's, I guess it's like just the way the whole program works. It's just like an unfortunate consequence of like just the way the program works. It's not like if it was like an efficient one, I could call Mr. Cooper and be like, hey, I'm not licensing you this year until you do all these things, This is how the process works. Here we are. It has to get issued. He pays for it. Has to get issued. And if I have an issue with it, then I refuse to validate at that point. Like it's a.
One more question to clarify. If we say that we want to, have an issued license based on all the inspections and everything being done, would that make it so you would not have to pay that application fee?
If you said we're issuing the license, then then the license exists, then it's still out there. It hasn't been unvalidated.
But could we make it conditional upon all of the inspections and that being done?
No, there's no condition of the license, right? Other than he operates like in the.
But I did offer that. I said he could hold the license until he inspected my truck. I mean, that seems like the logical solution instead of doing the whole same thing.
I guess what I was trying to say is before you.
Yeah, before I even operate, he can hold my license. You have it right here. I will not give my license. If he does not think that my truck passes what he wants when I inspect it, he keeps my license. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
But I'm saying that I don't know why I can't.
He's saying that it can't.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm being punished for something I didn't do.
Actually, I've been quiet. This is Mr. Congdon. You need an answer to the question. For what it's worth, I have this license as well, personally. I live in Missoula County. My cows are in Granite. I kill them in Mineral, and my license is from Lake. Don't be surprised. That's Wally World. However, you can give the license contingent on the checklist that Andy needs being done. Missoula County did that with me when we had a major fight with them 21 years ago, which is what wrote the rules for how this works. Because if those did, Ed Zolliger was the guy who ran the department and said not just no, hell no. And I ended up on the USDA's website as a consequence, proving why the answer was supposed to be hell yes. So the thing is, if you do it that way, then this gentleman has to get all the testing, all the stuff done that Andy needs to get through. And if it doesn't get done, he cannot operate and the license is pulled immediately. But if you approve it and say there's these contingencies to answer your question, you can do that. But Andy does not actually hand him the license to put in the glass plate inside the car, inside the truck until it's down there. And the other part is, if he has a commercial freezer and a commercial refrigerator, then just proof that says that is in fact something he's got to show that works, and he can make that a condition as well, which usually you don't do, but you can. So I learned all this stuff because what my license was originally for was to haul meat. That's why Superior Meats kills all my cattle. So I know how the rules work, not just the lawyer in me for the county, but I know personally because I had to do this jump for the last 27 years, and I've done it. So you can do it that way if you so choose. Then he knows before he can do anything, he has to comply. And if his in-laws do live in town and they have the truck parked here, then at that point in time, it can stay here, but he can't run it until he's complied with Andy's stuff and has the signature and his checklist and everything. I am surprised we don't have a commissary in Mineral County, because what a lot of people do in Missoula is the health department license the churches. So for example, the First Presbyterian Church has a commercial kitchen that we lease out for things like this. I'm surprised the senior center here doesn't have the ability to do that because it does cook for people. So in Missoula, like the senior center can do that because their license is that kind of kitchen. But I'm surprised that Mineral doesn't have that. So part of this issue with which county may partly be driven by what facilities, quote, we have as a county available in the public, because we just don't have enough demand to justify what people put into those. So that may be another issue that's a separate question for later, but that probably affects this question of which venue for you as well. But I hope that answers your question about you can, and the state agrees you could. They did it with myself and other people. But Andy's conditions are as tight as a gnat's anything. And if, boy, he does not comply, Andy does not hand the license over, and he cannot be in business. And it's that simple. To answer your question.
I will push back a little bit, Wally. Missoula County does have what they call Regulation 1. And so all their sewer regs, all their environmental health regs, they have an additional set of regulations on top of that. And so they regulate it through that, where we just regulate DPHHS rules, right? The food, the guidance on food. So there is a difference there, Wally. When you say that, I mean, it's if that's your recommendation to the board, obviously, yeah, take that for what it's worth. But I would just say they do have a separate regulation that they, and I don't know what those specifics are in their rules.
And you're right, Andy, that regulates stormwater, water and sewage, but it also regulates the stormwater discharge point. Because they did not want you pouring water on the ground that went in the curb and into the storm drains. So Missoula got a lot more stringent, and it was a huge revenue maker for City of Missoula, which is why a lot of people don't like to inspect there, because the city was charging that for that reason. But Andy's right, that we don't have that as part of our rules here. But Missoula did as a revenue question regarding sewerage and the rest.
Okay, thank you.
One last quick follow-up, real brief. It says here that repeated attempts by the office to schedule inspections. Do you have an estimate of what's repeated attempts mean?
This was back in 2021. That's when Ed was working with us.
Oh.
And I was like, well, that's at the end of the year is right when we get all our inspections done, right?
So he may have been involved with it.
And so I was like, Ed, try to set something up with Mr. Cooper to do the inspection. And that's when, he told the story about the roads and not being able to show up for it. And that wasn't like, whatever, that wasn't like egregious. I wasn't like, okay, doomed for you, right? It was like, I didn't hear anything in the next year, 2022. So then I would see the vehicle in Stevensville, and I was like, oh,
Okay.
And yeah, go ahead.
All right, on with business. We do have a motion on the floor with a second. All those in favor of refusing to validate the 2023 retail small food license 316-340, say aye.
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 And I would like to say, add to that, based on the recommendation of Andy Short. Aye.
Nay?
Nay, just because I'm uncomfortable with some unanswered questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion fails. 5-0.
Right now, Mr. Chair.
Another motion?
Another motion. Well, then, do we validate? Motion to validate, is that what you're, or do we make a motion? I guess it'd have to be a
Yeah, it's the way that's when it's.
It'd have to be a motion to validate.
How about a motion to re-entertain? I mean,
But that's,
We have to vote, we voted no.
yeah, that's.
okay.
Okay, is there a motion to validate the small food license?
Wally says that we can do it with the conditions. I would move that we.
But Andy said we can't do it. Andy is the one in charge of our health department.
So, a motion to validate at this juncture, Andy, would be consistent with what? There is no contingencies, it would just simply be that $85 that you submitted was cash, would just automatically reauthorize.
To be licensed to operate in
But-
2023.
With or without any further inspection at this juncture in time.
We would be responsible to inspect it at least once a year.
And including the commissary and this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've been inspected this year.
But, so if there was a motion to validate, he wouldn't be able to start serving next week until inspection was complete.
No, he would be able to operate. I mean, he's technically able to operate as of this moment, right? It's just this is kind of the decision that's pending there. So yeah, so he would leave here be able to operate.
You would,
Yeah.
when would the inspections be
Well,
required?
I would like you to inspect me at the beginning anyways, if you give me the license, my goal is to have you inspect me, and I'll make a month notice when I let you know I'm gonna be here to inspect me. I have no reason not to. I would rather make sure I'm following the letters of the law. I have no problem with that at all. But like I just said, nothing has changed in my food truck. How I do business, where I do business, the only thing that has changed is that I moved. But my truck is going to be parked here. And you're more than welcome to drive out there and check it anytime you want when I'm supposed to be here. And unless I have a special event going on, that's it. But like I said, I will volunteer to set up an inspection meeting with you before I operate. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm not trying to scurry anything. I'm not trying to hide anything. I want to make sure I'm legit. And that's always been my goal. Like I said, I take pride in my food, and I take pride on not getting anybody sick.
And you know what, and I think that isn't even in question here. So really what we're doing is following Andy or not, you're not in question. It's what the process followed, and are we doing what Andy recommends we do?
The same reason why I voted nay on the first motion, my apprehension and not feeling fully informed of some of these questions is the same apprehension or reticence that makes me not feel comfortable also about making a motion to the other side. I'm a little bit conflicted here.
Well, we did have
Well,
the
if you
information for quite a while.
yeah, if you don't validate and he starts the process over, and kind of all the things that we're talking about now get addressed at that moment, right? And I guess something that we could do is we could waive so we charge $115 application fee for the pre-opening. You could waive that. I get that would be good.
So that would make up for the 85. We did that.
Yeah.
So what does that motion sound like, Andy?
It's number 3. Number 2. Which
The
should be
second
number 3.
2?
Yeah, it was refused to validate, and then he would go back through the process with me. All the things that we're discussing here, just kind of, that's what he would have to do.
But would we add on there the
with that
wages?
contingency. So,
I mean, I could just,
so the motion is gonna be the same that was already made. I move that we refuse to validate the 2023 retail license with the contingency upon the reapplication that we would waive the $115 fee, since the $85 is in question.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
I still take issue, I'm sorry, with being forced to waive that when, if the procedure had been followed, we wouldn't be sitting here today and there wouldn't be a need for additional monies. So that's what I struggle with. I maintain, following the recommendation as written by Andy Short, the person that we depend on to do this job. So I guess that's a no?
That sounds like a nay.
A nay? A nay or a no?
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
So, I'm confused, where are we standing on this? I'm so lost. I mean,
She should be reapplied, but without the fee.
Without the extra cost.
Yes.
So you don't have to refuse.
Your license has been
We're
refused.
sort of compromising,
Yeah.
Mr. Cooper, because we were at kind of a standstill time. And I too wanna support Andy, but it sounds like there were some things going on with the assistant inspector and the timeline, the bad road. I don't necessarily wanna
Yeah.
disregard or disrespect him, but I also understand some of your particular.
No, I get it, and he's a great guy, I've got nothing personally against him,
Okay.
I'm just frustrated with the situation because I did nothing wrong. That's the whole thing with that, is I did everything I was supposed to, but I'm being punished for it, so that's my whole thing.
That's why we compromise.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Thank you for your.
thank you, yeah.
so Bill, we'll be in touch.
Yeah, so you're gonna send me the paperwork? Okay.
And, yeah.
When are you opening?
Who knows?
We'll have to let you know.
This delays things.
Well, maybe it'll be warm by then.
Yeah. Thanks for speaking up for me.
Good stuff.
Do the first motion.
Yeah.
No slamming.
Oh, no.
Okay.
All
right.
Who wrote this letter?
Woodley, I believe, that seems to get that sort of political.
Do I send my comments in?
John requested a report to the commissioner, or when it is on the agenda. She prefers to bolster the.
Yeah, mine are just gonna be toilets.
Good one.
Yeah. Call it trash.
Yeah.
The more use, the more. Especially if you got motorized.
Yeah, right. Their beer, their sandwich bags.
But it was fun. It was nice and warm, not rest of winter.
Yeah.
I did have one more item on there, but
Oh,
we'll do it next time.
Wasn't a huge one.
It's
This weekend, next week.
It's right here.
it deals with the institutional controls
Yeah,
for the town of Superior.
Yeah, I can see pictures, it's not so.
Regarding the real superfund side?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Leslie, you were saying that.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh, for that, yeah, your podium.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but your podium.
Oh yeah, do we have to read?
See, Andy doesn't mind, we overturn it and ignore them all the time.
I do mind because I think we pay him, he works very, very hard.
Yeah, but he's kind of, as being staff for years and years, he's stuck with the rules where we're not as bound to those rules. That's why we stay process is,
Well,
it's kind of a mix.
What time is Jen?
I always fall back to the,
Yeah. Oh, it's
we
me.
were all getting paid $20 an hour.
She's right here.
We found out for you guys.
It's 10. Did you get that done? The Commissioners meeting, the recess has ended and we are back in business and we're here to have approval requested to apply for Headwaters Go Grant.
I'm back. I had some handouts to give out at the last meeting that I forgot to, so I'll send these around because there are two other things that I wanted to say. In addition to all the other regular things we're doing, we're increasing our positive just health promotion stuff. So we're doing that with all of our social media posts as well as posting flyers. So last month we did heart health and this month we're kind of focusing in on nutrition. So what you're seeing right now are some examples and we post these, can't remember the exact number of locations, but it's about 20 places across the county. And if you want copies of these to post in your offices or if you go to the senior center or something like that, we'd be happy to make copies, laminate them, give them to you and share them. And if you're on social media, please like or share or at least follow our stuff because it's really fun. And so we are looking for funding to continue our staffing, but also we're working on another project, which is an at-home testing project for STIs, so people don't have to go into the doctor. They can order a test, they can pick one up from us, go home, do their test, and then be able to get their results. And then the group we're working with connects them with a provider via telehealth, and then they mail them some treatment or they connect them with a pharmacy here. It's actually really, really cool. So the two funding streams that we're looking at for those, it's a Headwaters Go grant for $7,500, and then the MSU AHEC mini grant up to $20,000. So we would use the funds from those two to support our STI pilot testing program, basically. Both of those are available to Western Montana only and have no match or anything like that. So one we would use to actually pay for the program and one we would use to try to support staff time to do that. Okay? And then the third one we're looking at is a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation prize money. And prize money is kind of cool because it doesn't really come with any strings attached. Essentially, they want to award communities that are doing really awesome work. And so we have a Healthy Communities Coalition, we have a Families Connections Collaborative, and through those two groups, we have a really rock star set of programs. And so we would apply for this funding to continue to support those programs and those things. And that one's up to $250,000, which is really cool. So, those are the three.
Do I have a motion to approve the grant writing that Jen is asking for?
I would move that we approve her request for the pay of all three of those she stated.
And I would second that motion.
Any discussion? Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep you posted. Is that it? It's like 1 minute, 2 minutes.
She said that's fine. Yeah.
Through lunch.
And then make sure we're on budgets. Well, but you can't tell by that clock. It's 11:44, so. Oh, he's gonna get the chance. Oh, I think so. Do you have a copy? I guess you'll find out. So, yeah. It can be early, but, this year, we tend to see emergency in March-ish. Even if it's not an exam. Right. So it helps you the rest of the academics or, yeah, I'm not saying like
You wanna get some food or something? Oh, I forgot, thank you.
I'm gonna go get it here in a minute.
Okay.
So I still want to look at
Yeah, that's great.
you know, we do have to. These are already all through.
So it'd be like,
I would definitely want to look at
we definitely get like that. Promote it, help us.
Well, I just saw that, with a truck. Everybody over there is mobile. And I told them, this wasn't a high priority area. That's a whole different story.
I wonder if they would benefit from knowing, like, some company there. Think of like high priority or not, but they might say we're not high priority because we don't have grab it and like actions, smells and facts. I don't know if we had a positive one last year. Usually, definitely.
About
A couple years ago, we had like.
just the license. It's about
I just think it's really important.
Would you be willing to spearhead this?
No, Kathy and I did before, we had that one, and it's just finding them.
pretty complex.
Find them,
She's a new boss. I mean, she's probably busy, but she's working at time.
because we were even willing to put storage building or whatever and give out facilities there. But it was busy, it was the week before the fair. So we did it as a temple and then it's a fair. It's not as like
There's a huge demand for Montana.
yeah, so people had to wait their cars, but down there, there's no problem. So we knew that that was no.
Me, yes.
And it's $100, but I think maybe rates now as a county.
Yeah, you gotta, so you gotta be licensed as well as.
Yeah, so definitely, I would, find somebody to do it.
How long was that?
It's typically a 4-year degree.
She got married last year.
A certain,
Is she like, is it not?
Definitely not Brian.
a certain amount of hours in fact college.
Because it's a big, it was a big city.
Sanitary training, SIT.
I don't have any
It's, yeah, there's a, yeah, the test is not fun. Well, yeah, I definitely know the requirements of right. I was like since 2001, so I don't have. It was 4 years, a certain amount of hours.
And he gave other shots too. I think we all
Oh, it's all the operators. It's always John. Some people are like, oh, it is. It is on Facebook.
Andy, would you be able to help bring another table for our work session? And it looks like we're gonna have to get some chairs.
Okay, you going to move that table?
He's gonna bring, I'm gonna clear this table off. I think we have enough people coming for a work session that we better have another table? Should we, do you think we should put, you tell me, no, you tell me. You want some help? Okay, you do want this?
Might be able to move this one.
I did move them myself, so I know it's possible.
Well, we'll put it flush with this one. Actually, yeah, no, you're right.
Ken, is it safe for me to go ahead and move this over a little bit and like reservation rate or? I don't know.
Take it too. Okay.
I think, you know, should we do both sides and leave a little space here, or what do you think, Andy? For the, I think we have at least 10 department heads coming.
Yeah, I think just put it.
You know, I was just gonna say, if you throw another table in here, that just takes away this. It's not really adding more space except for maybe.
Just kind of makes a round table so we can all. Yeah, we can all look at each other.
Yeah, I'll get this table. Okay. Yes. And this is somebody I would suggest it follows.
Right?
So I said I would post
We're trying to leave room in the middle? Are we leaving room in the middle in case anybody?
I don't know, I'm letting Andy design. Whatever he says. Okay, I'll go just to take this so that people. Yeah, we're just bringing chairs up and then maybe get the plates and start with food. Just what you wanted. I know, and you told me you were back off. Do we need chairs up here? Yep, however, the plan.
Anybody can just come over and grab that whenever.
Yeah.
Right behind you.
I
might get one.
Sure.
Are we sitting here? Ask Andy. Andy designed our room for the best working. I don't know if Roman Catholic is done. Hey, Kevin, could you hold those plates and napkins for us? And just if we want forks or anything for pizza. Well, look at this, is it doing the surgery that Jason graces us with his presence?
Got sleeping with that facade.
So I do need you guys to all sign. Department head and elected officials. Did you pass this around? Anna Marie, do you need the sign-in sheet going around the first day for the work session? No, I'm sorry. Make sure you get signed.
Yep, they pull it down. Right around the
You know, instead of having that, everybody just reads off their list of what they're doing, we're just together to work and talk about what's going on. Yep, like you and I would say, oh, we have a long-term goal of serving green eggs and ham next year when John reads at the library.
You don't realize how much you do last night.
They did really good, all the kids did good, I was impressed, really.
And you're staying there, right? Okay, yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure that, you know. Kelly is the only people. Interactive, informal, but informative. And did anybody here, any department heads still need to sign in?
It's making its way in.
Okay, good.
That away.
Want to open those and where, I don't know if we can just put them.
Together, that should be good.
Like behind Deb, or what do you think? Oh, it wasn't in Andy's room? No, I'm not getting through this. Wally, did you need a, Wally would join us at the table? I know, we're not. Okay.
I was here, I was at schools, I was in the store, then I went home, then I went back to class, I was all over, I probably put 70 miles.
And I was like, right,
Do you have a green card, buddy?
What's that?
As much as you travel, do you have a green card?
Oh, no, I should.
Okay, could we open up the pizzas and we'll start this work session? But we want you to be able to eat while you're working. So if somebody over there closer to the pizzas would get those opened up and dig in, all different kinds. Open those potato chips. How about the water? Y'all have access to the water?
I got it over here.
Over here? That's okay. If we need to run for soda, we can do that also.
You're gonna have it?
I will, I'll wait for you guys.
Yeah, no,
I'm in no rush.
I'll give you a That's what I'm talking about.
Mike, do you need to sign in? Okay, let's see.
No, I don't, well, I think what they do is they're gonna take this off.
This meeting, I'll put your name down.
And he said, wherever it gets tight, go on.
If you're here for this meeting also, I'll put your name down.
Because they're on the high
Just doing a little different so it's more efficient and accurate.
Yep, I gotta go.
I have a pen somewhere.
So we're working over time to do that.
What kind of do you like?
Where it starts,
Are you sure? Do you want me to get you something? What do you want?
So then you get to go visit us.
My hands are clean, I promise. Oh, that's right. What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah, no, I'm ready to get back into action.
What do you want?
I just ate.
I'm also not too shy. Yeah, I'm not happy. Where was my
Thank you.
I thought that would be the most popular, so there's 2 taco pizzas. This one, I knew. No, this one, I don't have the.
That's all good. Get in your way here, sorry.
Plain and look,
What's your email?
you get to put sour cream on it. Guna, you're having pizza, right? I haven't had a piece of pizza in a year. Oh, this is my but we're so happy.
And you look at mineral property.
I don't know if it's any good. I'm trying it, taco pizza. Get in there, Wally.
Like, they could pay every, works, did he end up with works? Good for you.
No, he's in training, he's our
I found forks, so I'll put them at the end of this table here. Thank you. Ah. Well, I'll have to tell Dwayne, I don't know what I'm doing. I thought taco pizza would be the most. Oh, here you go. Oh, the most, no, I'm posting. Oh, no, so you're touching your time up there, so I don't want it. Thank you, I appreciate that. Anyone, you don't have anything yet.
I'll try to have. I'll wait till everything gets okay. How David? Yeah, he came.
And the other boy was like 96. And so they asked her to be the wrestler. Yeah, and she's always up for that. Yeah, so, and so she was kind of disappointed. She's like, it wasn't even my turn. And then the
Are they skiing or are they gonna?
No, they're
Are they gonna be able to make it through season?
No, so Charlie called us the other night, he's like, oh, just show up and weigh in on Saturday morning, we'll forfeit them. Would you like to this weekend racing, and then the next weekend is their finals here at Lookout, or it's 3 days, but we're actually leaving.
We're gonna let you get started eating some before we start.
Alice competed with Mission Ridge, for 3 days.
Just for us.
So that's what
Think about
and
it.
she did.
I don't like lumps in my sour cream. If anyone's having taco pizza, carbonated soda cream.
Don't know that.
Okay, there's almost.
This
Probably got frozen pizza.
Probably got what?
Probably got frozen.
I think it's, maybe it's
So
some bacon.
they'll miss the open this year too.
Well, we're gonna, well, this year was a short condensed schedule, so next year we're just gonna go back to our normal schedule because of, we talked to, the main weight class is closed.
Oh, yes, so right now,
There was a few straggler weight classes.
yeah,
Right.
so yeah, I would say.
We're not gonna lose nothing, but it's always really-
I wish I could
Yeah,
have.
he's gotten over it. It's like,
That'd be pretty good stuff.
3 days.
Got lots of rice, kind of tired of corn. Remember when I first started hearing schedule? Like,
So have we been getting people? So is she?
I just figured if you were back there.
Yeah, I'm going for lunch.
Yeah.
If you want to, I got my.
Just I went back to 18.
I would eat pizza. Well, that is hot.
I knew that.
Okay, Norm. Yeah, but you wash your hands.
Nothing to do with it.
You do not have to wait until everyone's done. Plenty of time to get in
How much longer till you go back to work? I'm starting to think about it. Over there, I decided not to work.
Let me tell you, if you like tacos, we have the taco pizza with bumpy
Either a lot of
sour
septic
cream.
or people
It's very good. Did you take some cream?
I drove by your home.
I was gonna say, would you like to
Trying to go by here and find the package. It wasn't the place before. It has been updated since. And they had a training review, so I hope I'm open. And it's supposed to be intended to. To come in here and grab it, but all of us, they feel a little bit more.
Where's your food, Norm? Are you on a diet? No.
It'll be good taste.
Whatever we got served.
Here's just normal walking tomorrow, of course, there's some Monday things to.
Oh, yeah, Jackie did.
Ryan, when we start today, are you okay with us starting with you in case you would have an emergency? It would be nice to start with you, but I'm gonna let you chew and stuff, but I just wanted to say, yeah, go ahead and chew first. Just checking in with you.
And what do you want us to?
Oh,
I mean,
just tell us
I
what
jotted down like a ton of notes.
Yeah, well, the thing that we were moving away from, it wasn't being just, a department head sitting and reading what's going on. We want it to be interactive. And it could be maybe a little lighter than it has been in the past. So anything you want to tell us about your department? Do you have any questions? Do you need something from Jamie's department? Whatever you would like to update us on. And then we might have questions for you.
Okay,
I would like you to have a chance to eat first.
sure. Just got like 3 bites left.
Go for it, because we're still eating. I just wanted to check in with you on that.
It's like trying to keep something out of there. It's like an impossibility.
So 6 days.
Normally, like nothing is impacted, like what's happening. The worst thing is when it takes a couple of days. Swallowing what goes in there.
Oh, so he has a good, because it's all based off, so so he has.
I think they have.
He wasn't stressed out. Where are you going? Did he eat? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot But once you get the older kids, So now we put on
No brothers. Daughter, which you can't
Little, so she was kind of one full circle. It was good. I love it.
So I don't know, something.
Oh, my wife was on it.
But there's a whole family on it.
She went with her dad.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's very young.
And she'll be 14. The girl.
I remember going to church one year,
I think we're ready to start, but please keep eating. Enjoy yourself. There's a lot of pizza here. And the only thing I would like to preface this with is this is a work session. It's not open to public participation. If there are questions, please go ahead and see the department head for questions you may have, because this is for us to work and for the public to hear what we're working on. It's just not a participation type of meeting. Jason, the first question is, why did you not eat?
I just had breakfast. Breakfast come after with my kids, so.
Okay, all right, I guess that's all right.
He'll take some later.
No, I'm good, actually.
So just to recap, this is an interactive process where we just get together, we're getting to know each other better. We are just gonna tell what's going on in our offices, or you just tell whatever you want to tell. So there's no real guidelines other than keeping it real. And we thought we'd start with Ryan in case he would have an emergency.
And I'm up first. Do you want us to stand, sit? I mean, what do you?
Well, we want to be able to hear you, so if you are looking up and loud.
Yeah, I think I'm loud enough. Am I loud enough? We, of course, have updated our new daily rate in the jail to keep up with inflation, and also increased our booking fee to bring in more money. You know, of course, rates of pay and everything increases. So we increased that, and thanks to the commissioners for signing the resolution to increase that this year.
Can I ask one question, Ryan? Is that a daily rate for like when the courts send someone
When somebody is sent here.
and they're
to spend
required to
time,
pay for it, what is your new rate?
It's $100 a day.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to make sure that I have that so that I have that in my
Yep,
records.
and I believe
and
it's a
notes.
one.
And we do, we will, and that's why it's interactive. You have a question for us?
Okay.
I don't know if you got that new resolution because it didn't come, she does have it.
She has it.
Okay.
I'll get it to you, Kim. I believe it's a $25. We increased the booking fee and stuff, so I'll get that to you.
Okay, if you would, that would be
Yep.
great, because that way we can give them a heads up. Jamie would like it too.
Okay.
I need it as well.
You guys the resolution?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I need it as well.
That would be awesome.
Our jail revenue from 2022 was $331,495.88. To date, it's $58,146.60. We're also looking at renegotiating with our Fed contract and increasing the daily rate from 78 to 108. So that's possible, you know, with the revenue we got from the feds last year. You know, we're looking at possibly another $10,000 we can bring in with the fed inmates in 2023. Body scanner's been up and running. It's been very helpful, so thank you. It's been used a lot by DCI, MHP, DEA with, you know, all the drug interdiction stops that happen in our county, and we've located several things, so it's been a benefit to a lot of federal cases, so thanks again. Our jail is fully staffed and running smooth. With assistance from the county attorney's office, we've been able to clear some spaces recently in our jail and possibly be able to bring in some more federal inmates. I know we're down a few, so thank you to them. Sergeant Rizzi has completed detention basic course, also winning an award, along with Officers May and Lowry. So we've got quite a few post-certified guys back there, and hopefully sending another one that we just recently hired.
Hey, you know, Ryan, speaking of that award for Rizzi, could you give us a job description for the position?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. I didn't know there wasn't one, so yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep. And then we'll just kick over to dispatch. With the activities last year with the Spitzer incident up in Hagen, we've reached out to Shoshone County, and we're going to be exchanging radio frequencies to help better communicate, you know, across state lines with agencies coming in. They can click over to ours so we can hear what's going on, to provide, you know, better officer safety, better public safety. So Tiffany's worked with that, so we're pretty close to that, and she's been working diligently with Shoshone County, so that'll be helpful, you know, either side if they need our help or we need their help. We've got 32 cameras updated in and around the sheriff's office and the south side of the courthouse. This has been invaluable for multiple investigations that we've had. And it's been grant funded, so very little out-of-pocket expenses. Our radio tower is finished, it's just waiting concrete, so pray for warm weather, please. I think everybody's tired of winter. So as soon as we put concrete on that, that'll be finalized. So, and thank Norm for all his help in trying to get everything going with that.
And Jason.
And Jason.
They dug the hole.
Jason's a good hole digger when he has two hands. We're working on getting the Rapid SOS program going. Dispatch will utilize that. So if you use the program, I guess it's on Apple, it'll send your predetermined medical information to dispatch when you call 911. So we could have, like, if you have, you know, all these health issues and you pre-program it on your iPhone and you dial 911, dispatch gets all that information. So we're working on that. We're full staffed in dispatch, and we have changed our schedule to help to get little to no overtime. So we have complete coverage. If somebody calls in sick, we still have somebody there to cover. So
Great.
I think I've been pretty good. Little to no overtime in dispatch, so we're working on trying to cut that down. Cops grant's coming up in the spring, and Tiffany's looking at possibly applying for that for an SRO position. Of course, you know, that'll have to go through all the approval process, but it's an option at this point. She's also looking into an EMD program for medical calls also, and that will all be electronic, not flip chart. To the deputy side, we just hired Deputy Matthew Hurto. He will start FTO, so field training program, on Sunday with Ethan Atkin. So we're super excited to bring him on. He will be a definite asset in the county. Evidence Tech Gordon Hendrick has been working diligently on the evidence room. He's doing an amazing job, and I appreciate all his volunteer hours that he puts in. Of course, everybody knows we've moved several offices back and forth and back, and due to the water and mold issues. And thank you to Norm for all the assistance on juggling all that around. And you know, we've done a lot of juggling, so I appreciate all of his hard work. We have secured our deputy room with key fob access only for the deputies to secure that room, so people can't just, you know, go in and out of it. So that'll help with, you know, security of evidence if they have to run out to an emergent call. We've also included a camera in the evidence room for extra security, so it's 24/7. It's got night vision, so that camera sees anything and everything that goes in and out of there. We're working with Gordon and getting him scan tools, so every time something's removed, it's scanned, it goes out. Every time it comes back in, it gets scanned. That'll be invaluable to the county attorney's office and us for actually, when we get everything set in there and everything organized, it'll be quick and easy. If Deb or Wally needs evidence, they say, hey, we need this case. Wally scans it out to the county attorney. Once it comes back in, scans it back into evidence. It'll work super well. I mean, especially for the courts and the judges. We've made 3 designated, you know, deputy workstations, and that's left us a bunch of counter space, you know, so we can process evidence and put out cases and make sure all of our cases are done. Initially, we had like 6 or 7, and it was fairly busy in there, and not a whole lot of counter space. One thing is the deputies been working a ton of overtime to cover shifts, and we'll have little to none, except for call-out stuff starting this week. So I've curbed that back now that we have a trainee with a deputy, so we have ample coverage. So hopefully Caroline sees that in the next couple of weeks, that our overtime's from 40 to 60 hours to minimal. So just bear with me on that. Deputy Lindauer's in the academy. He's progressing. He's got 1 month left. He's pretty excited to get back and, you know, get back to the road and serving Mineral County. He misses home. So we've been going to all the city council meetings to address any issues that have come up in the recent months or years, because they haven't been gone to. They really appreciate it, and you know, I think we've got an overwhelming, you know, welcome from the cities that don't normally see us. So. And that's going to help with the next one is I've been working on for the last 2 months updating contracts with the incorporated towns for upcoming budget year. So I've been working diligently on those, trying to get those up to date with inflation and everything. Undersheriff and I have been out patrolling in the mornings for, you know, give or take an hour or two, being out in the public in the mornings, and then we've been, you know, in office working on tons of things, including, you know, our office swappings. I've been out assisting deputies with corner calls, felony theft calls as much as I possibly can. And we've had department meetings with everybody other than detention. We're doing that Wednesday. So I know that was not a lot, you know, a little bit of time, but I think that's the majority of the ideas and stuff that I came up with this morning.
It sounds like you have quite a list of great accomplishments. Yeah. I do want to ask you for that MOU for AJ.
Oh, it's not for AJ, it's just with.
Well, it's the room, whoever it's for, but I mean, you said he was in that room, so that's just what came to my head. But we do need an MOU, whoever it's with. Okay, thank you.
Ryan, what's the phone program, the iPhone program?
And Tiffany's working today, and I kind of almost wish that she could have been here. It's the Rapid SOS program. It's on iPhones.
Oh, you're doing a lot of information sharing. Is that active right now?
I believe it's active, yep.
Because we could share a little word about that, and just in our postings, we put stuff everywhere. So could Tiffany send me some information?
Yep.
And then I can, you know, just promote it.
Yep. Yeah, I'll send her that. But yeah, I mean, it's a good thing, you know. I don't know, when sometimes people can't talk sometimes, you know, and so it's nice having the EMS people know what's going on or what possibly could be going on. So.
Quite a few people using it, right?
You know, it's just kind of a word of mouth thing. If people don't know it's there, they don't use it. And so, you know, I'm going to try to get her to write something up so we can, you know, share it on Facebook and try to get it out as much as possible. And, you know, with the health department stuff, I think that would be a giant benefit. You know, I have a meeting with the hospital and the clinic, I believe, next Tuesday. Sorry, I have a planner. It's kind of crazy. On the 7th, so I'll share that with them unless, you know, Jen will do it. So yeah, it's just, it's you know, word of mouth, getting it out there, and The more people know about it, the more, it gets spread.
Thanks, Ryan.
You got it.
Volunteer for next. Jason, I think you want to raise your hand, but it just won't go up.
Yeah, mine's much shorter than Ryan's. I didn't come with a big list of stuff.
You don't need a big list.
We're still snowplowing, fighting the weather, obviously. January was kind of a thaw and freeze and thaw and freeze and thaw and freeze, which makes it really hard for us. We used a lot of sand this year, roads been slick. Hopefully gonna start improving next week, I think, so I'm supposed to get some warmer weather anyway. That's where we're at. As soon as the weather breaks, we'll be sweeping roads and grading gravel roads and sweeping paved roads. The only thing we're looking at for the spring is we're looking at bidding on another snowplow truck. I'm trying to blow it right now. But that'll be good for you. Other than that, my guys are doing a good job. They're stretching, covering me in my absence, and they're also getting tired of winter, so.
Well, no, living in Riverbend, I'm very appreciative of the guys out there, so.
Yeah, they're good. We got a good set of guys right now, and they're just after it, so I couldn't be more happy.
Jason, did I cut you off?
It's clear my
Clear your
throat.
throat. Oh, I saw him look at you. Jason, we are looking at quarterly meetings with you, so if we could commit to that today.
We've already set that meeting on March 17th, when the Forest Service will be attending that.
Okay, but we want to make sure, I'm just saying, we want quarterly meetings, so if we can make sure that that's something we don't overlook.
Right.
So we have one meeting going, and we're gonna stick to a schedule of quarterly, that's all.
Sure, yeah. No, yeah, we set one for March 17th, and I think Nate will be here.
Good.
Because they'll have a proposal for one of the projects, so.
Yeah.
So they'll be attending also, and that'll be our first quarterly.
Yep, so is there a day better for you when we have those meetings? I mean, like the third Friday, the first Friday, or you don't know at this time?
Oh, yeah, it probably doesn't matter, we just need to set them, once we get into the summer, we'll be on 14 anyway, so Fridays.
Okay.
We'll set them, do the best we can.
Great, thank you.
So, yeah.
How many people are in your department?
5.
We got 6 dispatchers, 7 detention officers, and 5 road patrol guys now, and the sheriff not sure.
So many people.
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay.
I'm not sure, so I'll just go next.
That's okay.
I'm gonna kind of add to what Sheriff was saying. We received an email recently, kind of a tentative thing with that 24/7 sobriety.
Yep.
So there's a trooper, a sergeant from the Highway Patrol that's interested in coming out and talking to the sheriff and I about possibly getting set up with a 24/7 sobriety. It's a stipend program for DUIs and people who need to be monitored. Right now, the only thing we have is monitoring through a couple of agencies like compliance monitoring with SCRAMs and stuff like that, no breath. But there's other options out there that they're maybe looking to bring in. It's a lot of work probably for the sheriff's department though, so I'm not sure what it all entails. But it would allow people to not have the expense of the SCRAM or every remote breath when they need to have monitoring, but come in and do a form of blowing, a couple times a day randomly. So that's something that's, I think the Highway Patrol is coming out, maybe they're got some information that they're going to be presenting to us. So I think that will be hopefully informative. I don't know exactly all the details yet, but I think it'll be a good option for some of our defendants because it can get expensive to maintain monitoring and stuff. But I know it's a potential lot of work, and I'm not sure of the ins and outs of all of that. But that's something that we're looking to get implemented. This is a statewide program. It's recognized by the state, so it's just another option for the courts, for the systems to have to make sure that we're providing monitoring, making sure people are following their conditions, but also in a way that it's not so expensive for them to have to come up with. So that's something that's kind of recently come up.
So on that, when I still worked the road, I remember that program existed, and they were kind of doing like a pilot program, and So we had Mineral County as the pilot. Were you working for Wanda when we did that?
I know we did a little bit, when I was working with Wanda with it. I don't know prior to that how much was going on. But I think the way the state would like us to do is there's gotta be some kind of reporting involved with it, where the reports are sent directly to the state, and I think that's where the issue has been, is having the system available, or the manpower, or things to be able to report to the state, so that they're keeping that update. Because we did for a while have people come in and do random PBTs, and they would blow a couple, once in the morning, once in the evening, but it wasn't part of the true 24/7 program, because it wasn't being reported the same way.
Not good tracking.
Right, so I don't know if that's something that they're looking at, maybe to make some changes to, but it's just another option, I think. And where we're rural, we don't have a lot of the services that you did in the bigger counties, so having something like that would be, I think, beneficial to our county. But without knowing all the details of what she's going to share with us, I don't know what the big picture is gonna look like. I don't know what kind of stuff it would take manpower from the sheriff's department to run, those types of things, but I do think it would be another good option, because right now, you could pay $400 or $500 a month for some form of monitoring, and this would be a lot less expensive, but still being able to keep people accountable and making sure that the roads are safe.
Is there maybe a possibility we could combine that position with the SRO, or is it different credentials?
So the 24/7 is, the hard part about it is, randomization like twice a day.
Right.
Morning, night. We would have to, talk with her, we have a meeting, set up this.
I think it's the 14th.
Yeah, a little over a week. And so it would have to be like a combination of, like detention would be available to, step out and, get breath samples, record them, and then record them to the state. I think that's kind of what I'm looking at.
That's my kind of understanding as well. It's it's just, because in the past, I think we were having detention officers come out, and that's what was doing, they were logging those, and then they would report them to the court, but it wasn't like going into a state database or being recognized that way, and so it's something that they're trying to implement so that it's recognized under the state's criteria, I guess, that they have in place.
Yeah, and then making sure detention officers are certified.
Right, exactly, know how to run all those things, devices are up to date.
That was my question, would they even have the same credentials
Yeah,
as the SRO?
and that's something we'll have to talk to her about.
That we'll have to get more information on.
I know some counties had, even independent buildings where, that was, the person's job was compliance, people would come in, they didn't last very long, during the pilot program is, I would imagine rent and everything else, it wasn't cost effective starting it. But now that they've, had multiple years of doing it, I think they're just trying to keep it tight to the sheriff's office, and, whether we have to have, they have to be certified or not, we'll find that out on the 14th, but, it's a valuable piece, holds people accountable. Not saying that, they won't go drink after they've loved, but, make them hesitate possibly.
Right, and I think knowing too that, that they're coming in and seeing someone face to face, and that sometimes that accountability assists and helps them as well, so.
Yep.
And then, we've, hired, our new employee, things have been going really well, she's picking up really quick, sorry, Caroline, we're still order from you, she's really a quick learner, and she's been a big asset to our office, and, we were doing quite a bit of overtime, and especially we try and fill in for Judge McGrone, and that's slowed down. We're getting a little bit here and there, but not near as much. Mostly it's usually when we have things come at the end of the day, like an order of protection or things like that need to work, that really can't be held over until the next day, that we're seeing a little bit of overtime. So we're trying to keep that in mind and moving forward. So that's my spiel. Any questions?
Kim, I do have a question. If I could get an update from you, how is that working for your office to follow the policy breaks with just one break in the morning and one in the afternoon?
We're doing much better, and we're rotating, so we're not all going out at the same time. I don't know if there's been comments from the public or whatever, but we're trying to make an effort and making sure we're all staying on top of that. And if the girls go out for break, I'll stay in and watch phones and do stuff like that, so we're making sure it is covered.
Sure. But how is it with following a policy with one 15-minute break in the morning and one 15-minute break in the afternoon?
It's, I mean, we're working around it, I mean, it's.
You're able to comply?
We are complying, yes,
Okay.
yes. I mean, unless someone's got an issue, I mean, I'm not down in the office anymore, so it's hard for me to say.
Okay.
Because my office is down in
Sure.
the courtroom. I have not seen them all go out at the same time.
Right,
seeing-
I'm more interested right now in the, I understand nobody, your
Right, and-
office isn't being closed, but are you able to comply with that 15-minute in the morning and 15 in the afternoon?
As far as I can tell, yes. I mean, like I said, I'm not in the office, and so I don't know if,
Right,
You know,
right.
but I'm
Well,
not.
I ask you only because we made that deal, and so I just want to check in with you and applaud you if you are complying
Right.
with that policy. I do applaud that.
Yes, and it's, there's, not, and I'm trying to be on the negative side, you know, it was such a benefit for us to be able to get out and talk and meet. And so there's some of that kind of downside to it, that we're not getting the same amount of talk, you know, between departments, because it's hard to do when you're going at different times. I think overall though, I mean, we're taking our lunches at the right time, we're taking our breaks at the right
Yeah,
time.
the break is the only thing, because I know you have that extra person, so I was just wondering, because
Right,
you made
the
that deal,
only-
how did that compliance work out for you?
Right, so far it's, I mean, it seems to have been,
Good, that's
seems to have been
excellent,
working,
yeah,
so.
yeah, because we are really working toward that compliance with the policy manual, no matter which portion it is.
Right.
So I did just want to check in with you on that.
Right.
Thank you, so that's great, I applaud you for being able to comply with that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. How's the revenue coming along with the department in terms of
So
citations, other fees?
I didn't come prepared because I didn't get on the email list, and I don't know where Darren's at, so I wasn't really aware of this meeting until, I didn't have a lot of heads up, so I didn't come with any reports. But we I'm part of the automation committee for the state, where we try to automate systems throughout the justice court or limited courts jurisdiction. And part of our meeting yesterday, we got a report that showed from last year's caseload and then to the previous year's caseload, and our caseload went up. We are, even though we're one of the smaller counties, we are one of the higher caseloads in the state. You know, the ones that are higher than us are, you're gonna be talking like Missoula, Billings, Great Falls, you know, bigger areas. But there's a lot of, so case-wise, ticket-wise, things are increasing. I think our revenues, Mary can probably talk a little bit more to it because she sees the financial part of that. I think last time, I wanna say I was gonna say it's about $19,000, I think this last month, that we sent up to the treasurer's office for fines and stuff that we had collected. Now, of course, not all of that stays with the county, some of that gets sent off to the state, depending on if it's surcharges or 50-50 split. I know there is some legislature right now that at least was started, I don't know if it's still in place or if it got turned down or voted down, but there was a judge, one of the judges was trying to look at right now, the way the legislature has it set up is 50% of the fine stays with the county and 50% of the fine goes to the state. They were trying to adjust those numbers so that the state received maybe 25% of that. The other 50% stayed with the county as it was, and then the other 25% actually stayed with the court to assist within like things with during trials and stuff like that. So that would be a very much of a benefit, you know, to the county, because that extra 25% could be quite a big number if you're looking at $19,000 on average, and sometimes we're at 28,000, you know, sometimes it might be 15 or 16,000. But the revenue is still there. Our collection agencies are, that we're submitting to are bringing in revenues as well. We're seeing payments that are still coming from them. They garnish, they do out-of-state garnishments, and there's no extra cost to the courts for that. They add their own fees to that, so we're no out-of-pocket for the court. I'm still working the overdue as the judge because we're still getting our clerk up to speed on that. So there's, with my duties and the clerk's duties, I'm not getting as on top of that as I would like to have it see. So I think there's potential of some more, revenue that would be coming in once we can kind of get that ironed out, but, we're definitely not struggling. Like I said, I'm fairly certain, I think the last month was like 19,000, give or take a little bit, that we submitted. And so we're still seeing, an increase. I know, with the cities and stuff, things are less. But I think with Brian having, going out and talking to the counties or the cities and making those efforts, I think we're gonna start seeing those increase as well. Not that it has as much impact on the county, but there are certain things like the interlocal agreement we have with the cities that help cover costs, like, recently we had to purchase checks for the city courts, but that interlocal agreement covers that, even though it comes out of the justice court budget. We get that interlocal money, and so those are meant to go towards supplies and help with the clerk's costs and stuff like that. And so we've not increased that just because we haven't had a whole lot of cases from the cities, but as things change and that increases, there's a possibility of looking to increase those contracts with them as well, but we just haven't done that because we don't see a whole lot of cases that come in from the cities. But overall, revenues we're maintaining for sure. We're definitely not increasing. The only thing that's gone down a little bit is our civil cases. And I think that's kind of the norm across the state. Traffic and criminal wise, they're definitely maintaining and keeping us busy.
So if we or anyone wanted to come and visit with you, just to chat about anything, how's the weather? You're in the courtroom all the time?
I am. There's the office down where the girls are at, is strictly just big enough for them. There's no room for me to be in there with them. No computer space, none of that. So I am 100% down at the courtroom. So if you need to find me, that's where I'm at. Usually I would just say check in with the girls first in the office just to make sure we're not having hearings or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
But that's where you'll find me at is, in that courtroom.
Perfect, so then the public knows too.
Yes.
Yep, just give a heads up first.
And that's the
Check
way
with
it was
your
with
office,
Dell
if you're
as
free.
well, when he was here,
Yep.
his office was down there.
I'm just so used to seeing you in the other room though.
Right. And I'm not down there, so don't go looking for me down there. You can touch bases, the girls will find me, but.
Okay.
Yes. All right, anything else? All right.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay.
I have Keenan, he's doing great, love him. We just, and this is for Kim too, we just got a public portal. So, if you go to courts.mt.gov, you can look up any court that's using Full Court Enterprise, which we both use. So you can look up cases, it'll show you a list of all the documents that are filed, when hearings are held, you can pull up schedules, stuff like that, so that's really exciting because the public can get on there and look without
a cost.
Yeah.
Too, so
If you want a copy of documents, you still have to go through the court, but you can get on there and just see, if you're wondering if John Smith has a case, you can look it up and see. So that's cool. We have 5 judges out here for district court, and they've been discussing maybe just sending one judge out. They've been doing some looking at case numbers and trying to figure out, so they're thinking about possibly taking one judge and just having them cover all of Mineral County, which would be beneficial, I think, for us, because since they rotate out and there's 5 of them, I think some of the defendants, if, they see one judge who says, you're not getting out unless you do this, this, and this, or whatever, and then they don't see that judge again for another 6 weeks or so, and they can basically argue bond, try one judge, they say no, wait 2 weeks, the next judge comes in and try it again, and that judge says yes, or whatever. So I think it'll be beneficial just to have one judge. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I know Judge Vanetta's really interested in it, and he's been doing a lot of research as far as
case numbers and stuff, because they would have to, adjust the case numbers in Missoula to compensate, so. We'll see, they've been talking about it for a few months now, I think, so. And some of the judges just, like Judge Shaw was like, I like going out there, so who knows, if they'll wanna give it up or not, but it could potentially happen.
I think it would speed up
Yeah.
a lot of things, because the judges don't know the cases from the other judges'
And the
calendars.
backstory, history, you gotta go all over again.
Right.
Yeah, and it just would speed things up, and they wouldn't get away with, going to dad instead of mom. And so it might alleviate that.
Yeah, we have a rule right now that if it's, so one of the district court rules is, one family, one judge, basically. So if you have, a dependent neglect case and one of the parents has a criminal case, or, or there's a divorce, you keep them all in with the same judge so that they're familiar with the family. However, because they do rotate out here, they're not always seen by that judge. Like, that judge will sentence them or make like the final ruling, but they can be seen by several judges in between. So, I think it would be beneficial. Again, we'll see. It's kind of just something that they've been talking about in their judges' meetings.
I think it would move the jail faster too, because when you've got 5 judges, the judge that sentences is the judge that has the case. And so you may have to wait till 5 weeks down if you've just seen that judge, 5 weeks down to get the sentencing. So we probably get them in and out.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. We've been doing a lot of scanning in of old files, trying to get everything on, especially now with the public portal, a lot of, we've gotten all the dissolution decrees scanned in from the beginning of time that we have, so it's nice because a lot of people will call and ask for those things, and now they can just go on the public portal, find it, and then just call and ask for the decree.
Jamie, do you still keep the paper copy? Because we're trying to figure out how to do it in HR and Commissioner Assistant.
I do. I have them in the I have them in the vault still.
And vault,
Right.
Are you going up the road to the vault?
I know. I would love to.
Oh, you didn't go get up there?
I haven't. No.
Okay.
But
that
yes.
was- Okay.
And that's part of the reason why I want to.
There is, well, the vault at the bank.
Old bank.
The old Wells Fargo
I
Bank.
did not know
Yeah.
that. Only one I know was the one down the basement.
Well,
Storage space up there?
A year ago, probably a little more than a year ago, they gave us a space in there.
Somebody knew.
And then, and I think it was announced at a meeting, but what happened was, Jamie, so she was the first one to say, I'll go up there, I want my stuff up there. But then they couldn't get into the vault, the people who bought the bank, because they didn't have the combination. So 6 months ago, maybe?
It's been a while, yeah.
6 months ago, they got in there, and so we had full access to go and store our stuff in there.
But
I've never done that. I think it happened so long ago that we might have forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Because the holdup then was that they couldn't get in the safe, so it didn't do us any good. But I knew because Jamie had said right away, I'm going up there, I would like space.
Just because that vault is off. I mean, obviously, we all have stuff in there, and so just trying to get, I've got, when we have people come looking for old, civil cases for land thing, and you have to go climb up on top, and it's always the one that's in the back corner on the top. But, and especially, like I said, especially now with the public portal, I think, just being able to scan in on the, we're working on Keenan, every time he's not doing something, he's scanning in, old, we're on the Declaration of Marriages now. And so that's never ending, but I think just having everything online is so much easier, especially now we won't have to, like for the dissolutions, we won't have to go out to the vault, we'll have them on there and can just print them off, so that's nice. Yeah, so we're just doing that, and let's see. we've had, a lady, which I can never remember her name, come out from the Self-Help Law Center. She's, they switch, they're AmeriCorps volunteers, and so they switch pretty frequently, but they do, come out and help people with, like, forms for dissolutions, parenting plans, civil cases, that kind of thing, so that's nice. And I have her list of dates she's coming out upstairs if anyone's interested in that. I mean, it's about to be marriage license season, so we're ready for that.
There's a season for that.
What's the limit on
It gives well, there's so many venues out here now. It's crazy to me. Like, there's a ton of wedding venues out here, so we have people coming from all over the country, you know, just fly in and get a marriage license and head on to all these fancy places we've got around here, so that's nice. But I don't know, I don't really have anything else.
So Jamie, how many employees do you have in the office?
Just me and Keenan.
I had a taxpayer ask me recently and sent me a screenshot of a note that was left on your office door that said, these are gone, and back when the door was locked.
Did it have a time on it, or was it?
Like 12:30 or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Why would both people leave that office at the same time?
We do leave the office at the same time sometimes if we are taking a break. We'll go.
Shouldn't there be someone in the office all the time?
Well, there's also gonna be times like if Jamie's not there and Keenan's the only one there.
True.
So there could be a time like that where he's the only one in the office that day, he's still entitled to lunch, and so it may be closed at that hour, so I don't know the circumstance.
Which there is, I mean, yeah.
Well,
We
just
probably
the
take a
two
break,
makes it hard
or
to always have
if
it
we're in
closed.
court, or if he takes a lunch every day, I don't, so if he's on lunch and I'm taking a break, then, I mean, there could be times, for sure.
Just trying to figure out what to tell them.
Sure.
The public has become real interested in the courthouse. I think we need to run as efficiently as we can. And
Sure.
I don't really see any reason if there's two people there that both people would want to break at the same time.
Well, and I'm fine with that. I think you're right, but I think there will be times, and I'm fine with if somebody calls you. I mean, they can call me too. So.
Great.
And I know even from the justice court, even though we've got 3 clerks, there's times like if we have court that runs into the noon hour, Dixie and Mariah both have lunch at noon. Wendy will have to come down and fill in the court, so that leaves the office unmanned. So there will be a few times we try not to have it happen very often. But even with 3, sometimes it's hard because trying to stagger the lunches a little bit, it still leaves someone. Sometimes it's a half hour, sometimes it's an hour. So it's not intentional. From my office, we're really trying to do our best to stagger those, but it does occasionally happen, especially if it's a court day that runs longer than normal.
But I have to speak up because I do feel more strongly than that since I'm the one that gets most of the flack. It isn't just on occasion and it isn't just lunchtime. We all know that there is a true consistency to leaving the room for almost both people going for a break several times. I'm going to venture to say every day. And I know that we have worked so hard, we have to follow policy. And the thing is that the policy clearly states, and so does statute, your office should not be closed. Now, we all understand that emergencies happen and it might have to close because Jamie's the only one working. But that's not what we're talking about. I don't think we can keep sweeping this under the rug. I have sat and listened for 3 years to the commissioners say You are not to break policy and take all of these breaks. Follow the policy. And yet we sit here today and we know the policy is not being followed. I don't like being the one having to, I'm sick that every time I come into this building, I run into these issues. I'm here to work or to talk with you. And I always feel like it's my fault that I saw you close your office door and go on break 3 times in the afternoon that I was here. It
And
makes
you're
me
talking
not-
in my office?
I'm talking about whoever knows that this is true. It isn't fair to me. I don't want to come to work on those days because I cannot remain silent when I watch this happening. I have an obligation that the policy is followed. And again, we can come up with every excuse and justification that we want, but when I read the policy, it's very clear. And the other thing that we're not considering here is, remember, that break period is a courtesy, and Montana does not require that we give breaks. And we've said this before, I've sat and watched this issue over and over again, and the threat of, we don't have to give you a break. Excuse me just a minute, please, Mary.
Sure.
It is true, that is a courtesy, it is not in statute that you have to have a break at all. And then we have the policy. If we can't make one department follow the policy, why should I make another department follow the policy? It just doesn't make sense. And again, I don't like it that I'm the one coming here all the time and running into that particular issue among others. So if we have a better solution, this is probably the time to hear it.
I would encourage, looking into the unemployment or the DLI.
No, Montana does not require that you have a break. That is the truth. I wouldn't say that if I didn't already know that to be true.
I was just curious.
Yep, Montana, yep.
Maybe it was slow as they, if it's a law.
But we are a governmental agency. We do not, Montana does not require, I think for any business, does not require that you have a break. And I don't want to debate the law, because even if it weren't the law, it's in our policy. And no one can be expected to follow the policy if we don't all have to follow the policy. And so, I don't mean to be contentious about this, but I am the one that catches the flack. And it may be a surprise to everyone, but many departments complain about these breaks in policy. And so could we just follow the policy?
There's a lot of dispatchers that are stuck in, I call it the dungeon, and they never get out all day. They barely have time to close the door and take a bathroom break. So, and this hard conversation wouldn't even be necessary if it wasn't being so
blatant?
Often, yeah. I mean, people can understand it once in a while, but if it's so often, it's like we have to have a hard conversation.
And I don't want to say it's okay once in a while. We understand emergency situations is what we understand, but it's not
Yeah.
okay. Okay, it's Thursday and man, I'm so stressed out, let's all go.
Mhm.
No, that isn't okay.
Well,
I mean, I just want to
people come down
clarify
from the west
that.
end to do business, and then they are a little bit exasperated when they see a sign on the door, and they leave and see people in the corner, so
And
it does
this-
get a little bit hard to,
I can't defend the policy if we're not going to follow the policy. So I guess I would say, can we have an agreement, because we discussed this already with one office, and I personally, as one commissioner, would like a commitment, Jamie, that your office will follow the policy as well.
Yeah.
I mean, consistently every day, not sometimes, or we'll put effort
I hear
forth.
you.
Thank
Yes.
you very much. And I don't have to worry when I come in the building that I see someone trying to get in your office and they can't. I don't want to be responsible for that stuff. Thank you.
Is there a backup plan, like if they are both out or one's out, or like are you guys able to call on people to go come in or anything like that, you know?
But again, that is an emergency situation that any office here must face. And so Killan's office, they only have 2 people, they have those emergency situations.
Yeah.
But it's not willfully, oh, let's both go out for a break. Let's both take our lunch at the same time.
I actually have my
Emergencies
phone
happen.
number posted on this.
Yeah.
but you don't do that, yeah.
Well, yeah, 'cause if somebody's sick and
Yeah,
then
that's
you've
a
got to go to the
different
post office,
situation.
or if somebody's sick and you've got to go get lunch.
Yeah. I just wanna make sure we don't whitewash the situation, because let's just be done with it. And you agreed, I am thrilled that you agreed with that, thank you.
Next.
Yeah.
On a happy note.
Listen, I would like to tell you.
Adjust a bit here.
Norm has a drill, so if any of us would like a lobotomy, he's already offered, so.
So I gotta go to the bathroom here in a minute and bring it back with me.
So kind of, I have a couple of ideas while you were speaking. There is a record retention schedule for the state of Montana and for each department. So some of these, I know when I was at the school, there wasn't much you could keep as permanent records that wasn't physical. So you either have to double up in scanning, which is great that you're doing that, so you have quicker access. But there is in law exactly, and that's something I'm doing a lot of in my office, is understanding, because a lot of people touch, like the transportation forms, they start at the school district, they go to the bus coordinators, they go back to the district, then they're approved, then they go onto the OPI website, then they come to me. Then I get back on the OPI website and accept them. So it's pretty crucial that you know exactly where those records should be retained. It also helps me in my learning process, because as the TR forms did come up, that was our big thing in January. It's usually annually or semi-annually. But scanning is, if we can go as paperless as we can for a number of reasons, I agree with, but sometimes you can't do that. We do have a new employee coming on Wednesday. I'm very excited. She's from Arizona, maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyway, she's a female. No, I don't know.
She's a female.
Sorry. Let me see. Our office is doing great in keeping up with the balancing. I know Jessica has only come in very briefly to either review the cash report. I mean, she's doing really good. It helps us. She's amazing. Claudia is amazing. Eva is learning quickly. I went to the Montana Association of County Superintendents this week. It's kind of, you have all the counties are all different. So in our county, we have a school superintendent at every school. So you have just different duties, but even amongst that, even though I worked in the district for 15 years, you know, I was with the finances, so I really didn't know exactly everything that Mr. Kinney did or whatever, so learning experience on that. They have a lot of stuff on colony schools, which has nothing to do with us. There's quite a few House bills going through. We were pretty excited about House Bill 515 that did not get accomplished, partially because with every bill you have attachments to it. So when the people who actually are in the dirt doing things, the people don't understand that you have to have the software. This bill in of itself, allowing partial property tax statements, and payments, so you would be a lot more work. You have to keep track, and our current software, Black Mountain software, doesn't handle that. It doesn't have that capability. So it would be a big adjustment for and not that it can't happen in the future. You just have to fine tune and hone what each bill is allowing you to do. And you have to make sure that there are things set in place within that bill that everyone can abide by, and that it accomplishes the same end result, but in a more lawful way. You want to make sure that everybody's doing it correctly. So we were glad that just hasn't gone through just yet.
couple of the other bills that were interesting was, open enrollment. And that's, I believe, House Bill 332. They, it's either 332 or 203. They, you can take a child and say from here, and you like the science curriculum at Billings and they're doing an online course, you can enroll your child. So that's gonna be, would be a headache for business managers because now you have to take your A and B and figure it out with that district. You're gonna have kids coming and going and it might take a lot of A and B away from your district. You're supplanted with other money, so it would be a headache for the business managers. I don't know, along with that, there was another bill that said you could, well, open enrollment will be completely enrolling in another district. Another bill was remote learning and then a part-time enrollment. So they could be a homeschooler and my mom's not very good at math. Can I be in the math in your school district? Again, you almost have, you can't get the A and B unless they're there at least a quarter of the time. So there's just a lot of work in all of those. What they're kind of pushing towards is parental rights. What's best for what the parent feels is best for their child.
So it's kind of like pod learning?
Kind of. Yeah, and I think that was the last one. I think that might have been what they called it. So, a really good one that's coming out is House Bill 352. They're looking at funding early literacy programs. So, they want you to approve at-risk kids. So it's kind of, I mean, I think you can do it. They were gonna start, they want 4-year-olds to come in and be funded also prior to the summers of before kindergarten, before first, before second. And you, in the summertime, you can get that 0.25 A and B. And then you kind of have to prove that they would be at risk, say, for reading by the time that child gets to the 3rd grade. So these are a lot of funding issues that are going on. These were still within the process of the bills going through the state. And that one bill is, it's chaotic. Record retention. The conference was amazing. Like I said, there was a lot of stuff that I'd like to share with the superintendents of each school. A lot of grants out there that for the scholarships for kids. Also, the ESSER, which you would know about, is the safety grant, which is COVID related, but they also have, so there's other places involved. You know this way better than I was, but I was really excited to, one of the biggest things that people are focusing on is mental health. And it is a national crisis. The issue is right here, children, and bullying, but they have some really good websites, parentalguidance.org for parents. There was one called YAMS for, I'm gonna show to my daughter, 18-year-old. The Cook Center was started by the Cook family, but they have like a whole bunch of like 5 different entities underneath them that they can send the parent, the teachers, the children, and there are a lot of grants out there within each of those entities for student teachers. One is for bringing teachers to Montana. They took a whole bunch of younger people that got out of college, to Lewistown and literally took them through all the school districts, and the districts had a great time. Everyone, it kind of rejuvenated everybody. They also have a mentoring program where you take a student teacher and a tenured teacher, and again, it just rejuvenates new ideas both ways, so it's a win-win for both people. And then a bunch of numbers stuff, which is really great.
Hey, Mary, I have a question, because I'll bet a lot of people don't know, and I'm one of them. I know that you just reported to us on superintendent of school things, because you are a superintendent of schools. So tell me, if you could, how does that relay into actual day-to-day? What do you do as the superintendent of schools day-to-day?
So we have, the TR forms are part of superintendent, all the transportation. I brought my, election stuff from the schools. The funding is kind of co-mingled with treasurer.
Oh, okay.
The main thing for treasurer's office is your property tax, mainly in November and a little bit in May, and then your mobile home's the same, and then you have an offset of your personal property tax there in July. And then your motor vehicle, once a year you have your, can't remember what it's called, but we track all of the liquor licenses within the county. Make sure that everyone is compliant. Homeschooling, huge one. Homeschooling, there's quite a discussion on that because you cannot turn a child away. One of the biggest issues is you have people say, I'm in homeschool, and then they never send you any proof of the amount of hours that that child did. So then you get people come to you and saying, well, yeah, my son now wants to go in the Peace Corps. Where's proof? I'm like, all we know, and it doesn't even have to be a form, it can be an email. This is all I got. They said they're gonna homeschool their child. We don't have any proof other than that. So it becomes an issue, so it's really, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Is homeschooling without proof, can you go to do a GED without proof?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
you
just go
basically
take-
just test out?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, I was just curious.
But certain militaries, certain, you know that.
Yes, I do.
All different places will take a GED, some don't, some take a FAFSA score. There's just a lot of different individual things of what each entity would want.
Is there any way for the child themselves to basically say what they're doing as a proof instead of going through the parent, like the parent's too busy to do whatever, or does it have to be through there? Is there any way for them to track it themselves?
It's very gray.
Okay, since they are minors, obviously.
One of the one of the better programs is ABECA. It's faith-based, and then there's additional ones that are even deeper than that. When they're on that program, if they're on that program for all the subjects, you can go on, a parent can go on, see every grade, and it's really interesting because some of them are virtual, and then some of them are, just test scores, but mainly computer.
Would it benefit the parents to have a class on that sort of stuff so they can know what's out there? They just may not understand and know that those exist. They say homeschooling, but this is what we require. If you want to do that, come here, a couple hours, we'll tell you what needs to happen.
So we have a whole packet on homeschooling, and part of that is federal programs through the school district that they live in. So they have to be included on that. 2 years ago, they were approved to play sports through the Montana High School Association. So they're reaching out a little bit more, and I think that will help integrate the kids kind of back to the public school district as well. I know someone in particular that is, her teenager is being homeschooled and will only take the actual proof of her working on the computer for hours. And they have to have the same amount of hours that a public school has by June 30th.
You know, the reason I ask
So-
is, believe it or not, people stop me when I'm
Yep.
walking around doing stuff, and they ask me, hey, where do I do this? And I don't even have an answer for them, like, treasury office?
Yes.
You know? I don't know.
Yep, send them up
You know,
to me.
so it's, in case somebody stops asking, go talk to her.
And I really didn't know about that program until I started digging into it.
Okay.
And I have a good friend who has homeschooled all 3 of her boys here. And I just went to her and said, what's
How'd you
the,
do
yep, and then got online and researched, so. Any other questions?
On a different note, I do have a question for you. You know, we talked about, kind of just on the sides, all of us, that we would like monthly meetings with you. I don't know if we'll decide everybody, we should all have this happen once a month, but because of your unique role with investing and all these other things, what works best for you for a monthly reporting to the commissioners? And like, what kind of stuff, money-wise, would you report to us?
So, we have a base cash that actually Jessica puts together. After we balance everything, she goes through and looks at everything, and that has all of your investments, what's liquid, what percents, everything. I talked to a lot of people this week about investments. Our month end is, you know, we can't really do it the first week of the following month. But maybe the second week, we have till the 20th of every month to wrap it all up. I got a lot of information on investments.
Well, all I'm thinking
Which I'd
is,
like to-
whatever works best for you, you knowing that schedule when you wrap it up. If we could, I think you guys agree, maybe not, I could be speaking again as a Lone Ranger, but whatever is the best reporting date for you, just to come down and at a Friday meeting and give us an update?
Sure.
Oh, that'd be great. Do you wanna let us know later?
You wanna do like the third Friday? And that's-
Do you know right
yes.
off the top that that's what would work best for you?
Because we have to have that completed by the 20th.
So that's closer to the 23rd, right?
Yeah, so the third Friday of every month? Is there a time that works best in morning?
Just depends on what's going on. I do have another, I now have a treasurer's this was a certification course.
Okay.
And then I have a treasurer's certification mid-April. that I
But then
will
you
do.
could get to us and let us.
Yeah, I mean, if it didn't work, we could just swap it to the one before.
So would it work for the third Friday of this month? Okay, very good. Let's get together and schedule that. Where you'll give us a financial update?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I can also hit some of those, and I also have, a guy I'm gonna get with, a colleague out of Missoula, and he said for free, he would go over all these with me, and if we were to change one out and take the loss of, it's just such a low percent, take that loss and roll it into something different.
So you could bring all that information. and-
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll get together and set a time for the third Friday of this month.
Okay.
Do you think you need about an hour, or how much time? What would be appropriate for updates and questions?
Well, I think at the beginning, maybe an hour, you know, until we really fine tune a bunch of stuff. But these trainings are amazing.
Yeah.
Because I've got so many more people that I can
Network.
bounce things off of.
Yes, you're networking, yep.
And there's a lot of different, like one gal was the clerk of court and a superintendent. So it just depends on, that. You know, there was probably a handful of us that were actually treasurers in this scope
Yes.
of things, so.
So how would it be if the commissioners, as they think of questions related to those finances, they just submitted those to you and then you would report on those?
Yes, just email me.
Yeah, do you guys, is that something you guys want?
Certainly.
You agree?
I agree.
Perfect, that would be very nice. So we have Jason quarterly, Mary monthly, and maybe department head meetings monthly. We'll see. Oh, Ryan, what was that?
I didn't think, I was just clearing my throat.
Are you using that same excuse?
Thank
Any
you,
other
Mary.
questions? We good?
Mary, you were talking about the investments, in the CDs. It was, idea was brought forth this morning there during public comment that maybe we should form an investment committee to work with some of the folks in the public that are interested in helping us with that.
I talked to Jessica too, and I said, you know what, we can bring, I mean, one of the ideas is to bring a bunch of guys in, and yes, I think that'd be great, a committee can grill, no, not grill them, ask them questions. But yes, certainly, I think that would be great. And then, you know, as long as one of you guys are in on it. and-
Oh, yeah, I think at least as observers or something, we would somehow be
Yeah,
involved.
certainly.
I think the sooner we do that, the better.
Sure. And I do think that we should interview some people and just say, hey,
You know, a new proposal for some of the investor guys.
this is kind of a bad example, but really, it's the same as health insurance. They're gonna come in because they wanna get
Oh,
your
yeah.
business. And then you almost have to,
Vet them, maybe.
about, at least every other year, you should
Yeah.
probably bring somebody in and
Make sure they're not jacking up things
Yep.
on you. If you've been there.
And I think then that gives that renewed and a little bit of competition. It's my understanding that CDs, the investor gets little to nothing. But our hands are tight because we can only invest in certain things.
So what's the best way for us to get started on forming this committee? Are you gonna put an ad in the paper before? Oh,
You already have a background for that in your board of investments. It's covered in your local government handbook. So I would suggest starting there and looking at that.
you are amazing. We
Well,
will.
statutorily,
Thank you.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it's there
thank you.
for. So, yeah, I just remind you, take a look at that and then you
Yeah,
can,
and I've
you can
got
look
that
at
here,
that.
so we will do that today. Thank you, David.
How about checking with the other accountants and see who they've used that was really good on the Board of Investors, so that you can see if you've got somebody that's a standout.
Doesn't Jessica say she knows somebody that does the Sanders County,
That's multi-bank.
Sanders County, finance person?
Well, first, maybe we better read what Dave's telling us to read. Maybe, before we start making plans.
Well, I would say you've got that as a template, so, you know, see,
Yeah.
no sense reinvesting the wheels. You've
No.
already got a template
No.
that kind of directs you
Okay.
towards that, so.
Because you said sooner,
Well, I
better
think,
sooner, so let's,
some of the,
yeah,
I think some of this stuff's.
I agree with you.
Right in the face
Yep.
now.
So,
I think the faster we act on it.
I know there's a bond coming up in April.
yeah. So we'll read this to find out how to do it, and then we'll get busy on getting that committee formed.
But I did reach out to anybody that was the treasurer there to pick up, to find out, and, that one that you're talking about is the multi-bank security. And so, and then there were questions about STIP, which is, short-term investment program. That's through the state. One of the gals, I was pretty impressed, she used D.A. Davidson. And when one came due, they kind of kept track of those ones up and coming and what he could replace them with. In addition to that, he put what the STIP percent was for that month. That's not his percent, he's showing the clerk what the percentage of STIP was, and I'm giving you this better deal. But you do have to have STIP or like Trail West, where you have that revolving account for operating expenses.
Okay? So we'll be in touch.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
We can Robin or jump.
Yeah, I'm getting twitchy, so I'm gonna stop. Okay, does anybody need a break? Like 5 minutes or 2 minutes or something? I know
That's okay.
makes it real hard. Okay, I don't, I'm okay, I just like to move. So I'm Jen, I'm from the health department. I know most of you, but not really all of you. So we have 11 staff members. We're kind of divided into 2 sections. We have public health, and then we have like an early childhood group, and we do a lot of really amazing things. So we have an overall budget over $1 million. Thank you, Kellen and Mary's office. office, we're processing all of our funds and keeping us rolling because we do really cool stuff with this. 80% of that is grants, and then 20 is county money, and we reimburse 44% of it. So, thank you. It's a lot. So I'll talk public health for a minute. So, in addition to what the law requires us to do, which is like, investigate communicable diseases, we also administer immunizations. We are working on accreditation within our health department. We're doing a lot of messaging, so I have 2 asks from our meeting today. The first one is, if you're on social media, please join or like our little department, and then share our stuff. If you like it, we're putting out reels, we're getting fancy, and please do share it because we're really trying to promote health right now and wellness in a lot of different ways. And so and then we also post flyers to multiple places around the county. If you want one in your office, like if people are bored waiting in line and they need something to look at, we're happy to add you to our list of places to post this stuff, so just let us know. And then I'll get into my second ask, but we did a community health assessment, so we got 300 surveys back from folks, and then we compile all that information, and we are doing that right now. And once we have that compiled, we want feedback from folks, like you guys, the community, everybody, and then we develop what's called a community health improvement plan. And we're gonna use the issues that popped up to really target funding and really drive our services. So a lot of the things we do are guided by the funding that we have, but it's really fun. And if you're ever bored, come take a little field trip to see us, because we just have a lot of really cool stuff going on. Then our other group is, but we also do school nursing and WIC within our health department. So we have 2 nurses and the rest is a smattering of amazing humans. In our family work, we have a parent liaison program. So in all 3 of our schools, there's a dedicated person to help parents and the schools communicate. They're doing parent classes in Alberton School, and then they're going to continue those through this summer, and then we're going to extend that to the rest of the schools. So like financial literacy, or somebody asked for a candy class. We're doing all sorts of really fun stuff. But we have forever had parents as teachers, and all of my parent educators are also educated as doulas, birthing doulas. We do breastfeeding support, they install car seats, we provide car seats to folks who need them. And we have a couple staff who are actually training to do death doula work too, so really, really fun stuff. And we have a lot of community collaborations, so we have 2 different kinds of collaborations, but we're in the community, we're partnered with a lot of folks, so just reach out to us if you have thoughts on what we could do or things you want to see. We have 33 families in home visiting. We give immunizations to approximately 30 kids a month, not including like adult shots, and then over 50 people in WIC. We're just busy and fun. In the schools, we're doing lots of prevention programs and stuff, so if you're ever curious what we do, just give me a jingle and let me talk about it. So my ask for this group is this. As department heads, I'm gonna kind of look at my notes. I would love to see like a shared location for department head guidance documents. In our department, we started using Microsoft Teams, and it's confidential. You're only in if you get an invitation. But what I would love to see as a department head for myself would be like, all those standard things that we know we need, plus other procedures that we don't know yet. Like, we're talking about a lot of issues that I think we can kind of drill down and just get it standardized, basically. So, like financial forms, like the one Casey sends out, the payroll sheet with the holiday dates, that can just be edited in Teams. So it's live, anybody can just edit it as it's going, so she doesn't have to re-email them and you have to search it. I'm thinking, like internal procedures, like if I want to hire somebody, what's step 1? What's step 2? What do we need to do? If I want to ask for grants, what do we need to do? I think we can probably streamline and get this stuff standardized so we're not wondering. Another thing I thought would be like a staff department list, including like a little list of all the services you offer. Like Barb gets stopped, he doesn't know where. I don't necessarily know where to send people either. So I think just to increase efficiency, that would be a really cool thing. Department head meeting agendas, or like commissioners ask for reporting out if we're gonna do this more regularly, what kind of stuff. Because I could talk for a long time, but I don't want to, and I want to know what you guys want to know, but also if there's emerging or current issues within our community that we should be aware of, or, this is coming up, or hey, people are bubbling about this, let's be aware of it, and can we figure out a way to nip it. So, that's my crash course. I'd be happy to set up the teams. DIS puts it on your computer, you can even put it on your phone, and you can access that stuff anywhere you are.
We have access to Teams. You know, at one time, didn't they put a big center out here? I wonder if we could put like interests for kids K through, because I just found out that the library does some amazing things. You know, so that somebody could go up and go, you know, what's happening this weekend for kids K through 5, and then the other side, you know, maybe the 6 through 8, you know, and just another great resource would be your Andy Hansen, the Mineral County Rec Club, and put that kind of stuff on, because maybe then that would encourage more community.
Totally, and I'm glad you brought that up, because we very targetedly focused on updating our website. Now, I'll be the first to say I don't love like the format of our website, but right now they are like this, getting this stuff done. And so I would encourage everybody to do that, just to make sure it's all accurate. We hadn't done it for like 3 years, it was atrocious. But on there, I wonder if we could have like a community calendar or something like that, where you could put something on there. I don't know who would be in charge of that, or if we want papers or something like that. I know, right? You would kind of hoover up all those extra jobs, but really for like continuity of services, and you know, you put your self-help law stuff on there. We have like an information board, like, hey, sign up for SOS. You know, just I'm really into how to get the information out to folks right now. And on our community health assessment, we actually asked, how do you get your information? And then we knew how old they were, so we're gonna get really good information from this. So,
Jen, are you talking about the county website, or do you have a?
yeah.
Okay.
We are also maybe going to make another website, but it's still in the works.
Okay.
So that could be another place to house like family activities, but you know, there's like yoga classes and Zumba classes and
Right.
you know.
Right. Well, so what we are looking at for our website, we are kind of shopping around, and what we would like to do is, whatever we determine is that every department has their own access and does their own stuff. But because you're only doing your own department, then we don't need to worry that, oh, you spelled her name wrong, or you gave her wrong information. But everybody, so they have their own access and can post their own activities. We're not there, we are still, it's a very, very slow process, but that's what we're hoping.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of updating, apparently Dell is still on the website, and I
That
don't know
could
how to
be,
change
because
it.
we've had so many, you know, we're in so much transition, but you letting me know that helps. Because now I can do something about it.
Because I don't think we've got Verizon, you know, so we
But that's probably true, because, you know, what kind of upheaval we've been in, and if you don't tell me,
Well, and I don't
to
even
give me a
know who to
heads
go
up.
to. I just,
We'll do it.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't, because I mostly operate on the state
No.
websites and stuff, I don't know anything at all about the
Yep,
county.
all you need to do is let us know and we'll make that change, but when we get something new going, you will all have your own department and you worry about your own department on there yourself.
But we can access information
You
from
will
all.
be able to. Well, I mean, you can look at her calendar, you just will be the only one to make the changes to your department.
Correct.
Yeah, but you'll look at Jen's, you'll look at
Still
everybody's.
interactive, but you just make changes to
You
your
just do your own, and that way you're accurate. You're not,
And that's
cannot
what's
be
gonna say, I mean, I don't mind that people still think Dell's in, you know, if there's got some issues, but.
It's absolute, it is absolute, but sometimes it just give, you know, us a
And I
heads
just
up.
didn't honestly know who to
Yep.
even reach out to
I'm glad
because
to know that
we
now.
aren't on the county network, we are on the state network, so I'm not sure if even a lot of that stuff.
Nope, good
I
to
don't
know.
know how any of that works, so.
Thank you, that's really good to know. I haven't gone in there and looked, I've been,
I have not myself,
Too
I've
busy.
just had a couple of people say, you know, you're the only one probably of the newly elected people that doesn't have their name updated, I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'm okay.
And he's been great.
It doesn't bother me, I just didn't know, I've just had people ask me, why aren't you up to date, and I'm like, I'll figure it out.
because that Dawn Terrell just can't keep up with it.
And I honestly wasn't sure who, because like one time I'd heard maybe Tiffany was doing IT stuff, I didn't know if she was doing that kind of IT
Yeah, it's
stuff,
all-
or, so I
But
just
again,
was totally
It's
reversed.
gonna change, so, and you'll never be late because you'll be doing it yourself, but thank you. Now
Then I
take
only
care of
have
that.
myself to blame if I'm not up to
That's
date.
right.
Right.
I'd like to put
Jen?
the court calendar.
Right.
With this, so we've been using a guy named Daniel for.
Yep, that's what we use too.
So then we've just been communicating with him directly.
But you had special permission to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was why.
Okay.
But again, it's gonna all be turned over to you, but you guys, I know you probably can't remember back, but it was with the COVID stuff where everything was changing like this. Yes, so you have that, yeah, yes, so that is true, and again, I'm anxious to go ahead and put it back to every department, so as soon as we get things straightened out, it's all yours. Yes?
Maybe when we do get that online, maybe we should have like a big public come in, let's hang out. You wanna know how our system works, you can go to Kellan's office, you can look this up, this up, this up. You can go back to Kellan's office.
It should be.
Check out some more stuff.
It should be, it's gonna be really user friendly,
just
but I
to-
do see a PowerPoint in that, yes, and I hate PowerPoints, but I do see a PowerPoint.
But just to kinda, for
Yeah.
us, because we have people that are this quick on them, and there's some younger folks.
Absolutely.
Kind of on that same line, where I am a newly elected person, and I'm also kind of on the state versus the county, I can't access Black Mountain or whatever all this stuff is that all of you guys can. Jamie and I don't access any of that stuff. What is
The county's office.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at, I don't even know my options. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even know that's available out there to review because I don't have access to that.
Do you know if the county website are we talking about?
Well, I'm just like, even like was it Black Mountain?
Oh, I don't- yeah,
Check
it's
her budget or whatever.
Budget.
Oh, yeah, that I don't know, that I can kill in for you.
But I'm just saying, there's just things like that I mean, I don't have a clue. I know, I hear people talk about it, you know, you just go in here and go this, and I'm like, I can't do that because I'm not connected to the county stuff. So I just was wondering if there were other things that I'm not aware of
Right, like
that the
an
county
orientation for
does,
a new
kind of a
department
thing,
head.
yeah, as a new
Yeah.
department head, that maybe I don't know. I mean, I, like I said, I didn't even know that this was even
No, he was looking for it.
a thing, so.
And
Yes.
anybody can really call anything accounting wise or paperwork wise. If
I just
it's
hate to-
budget, it's Kellan, if it's.
I hate to trouble you guys if it's something I can do, but I just know I don't have the ability to access anything and do that because I'm not on the county network, so I would have to go
You're
to
not
you guys.
covering us,
Okay,
yes.
alright.
Yeah.
I just didn't even know that really was a thing.
Yeah.
So, there's some of that stuff I don't know because I'm not on that county network, and so I don't necessarily get everything. Our emails are different. I don't necessarily get all the emails that go out, you know, and it's not because I think someone's intentionally not sending them to me, it's just we're on a different.
I would guess
State
with
Supreme
our
Court.
transition, Dale is probably still on the department head.
Possible.
And that's probably why you didn't get anything, but that's another thing that I'll be able to pass on to Darren.
But I mean, if like she was saying, if there's something new elected person in, like there was some kind of training that went on, Mary Mueller brought it to my attention. I had no clue that there was some newly elected thing that newly elected officials were supposed to go to. Not a clue. Dell didn't know about it, he didn't pass it on to me, and so I didn't know. So I don't know if there's something as a newly person, because this is new to me, that someone can share some of the insides as to what I might need to know as a newly elected person that.
I think we didn't know that you didn't know.
Yeah, I just did not know until
Now we
Mary
know that
brought it
you
to my
don't know.
attention when we were met over at the Darlos parking lot. She's like, "Are you going to this training?" And I'm like, "I don't know what you're even talking about." And so she mentioned it to me, but by then it was like that weekend, so it wasn't something we could do.
So do you guys have like a judge
We have,
association?
yeah, we do. So I have a really good contact with the judges in the state and that type of thing, but they're gonna be talking mostly about just the judge stuff, not what a county officer is supposed to be doing.
But see, that's good information for us to know that you don't know, you didn't know there was county elected, because we would have no way of knowing that, so this is perfect. This is what this is for, is to learn these things and to
Yes,
fix them.
I'm dumb, you know, I don't know any of this stuff. This is my first time around this stuff, and even though I've been helping Dell out, it's either stuff he didn't know about or stuff that he didn't think to pass on to me because he thought maybe I already knew. I don't know, but I didn't know there were certain things that, certain trainings that I'd missed and stuff like that maybe I'm not on at the top where everybody's at. Maybe you guys all know this so much more than I do, and I feel like I'm lacking somewhere.
You eat the job here, you show up, and 4 years later, you figure it out.
Yeah.
4 years?
Is that
for
quick
you
for
guys
me or
who've
slow?
It's been 26 years,
Please
still
share
learning.
if you have something that you think, hey, you know, she's new, she may not know this, because I don't. I mean, I can tell you judge stuff, but as a county person, I don't. This is all totally.
So
new
it
to me.
changes today. Moving forward, we are all gonna make sure we have Kim under the fold and that she gets all the information. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry.
No, it's just Jamie and I are kind of, I think, on the outside just a little bit because our emails are different. We don't necessarily get things that you guys automatically get. So luckily Jamie is the one that gave me the heads up about this meeting, or else I would have probably not shown up because I had some other things I had going on. I didn't get it. She's like, you might need this, and so she sent it on to me, and so that's why I'm here. So there's just a whole bunch of little things that I don't wanna screw up. I wanna make sure I'm where I need to be.
I think
We
that's
gotcha.
why we're here.
It is.
Is so that we can all support each other instead of, you know.
Yep. And that's what I said, now we all know, so we'll keep you under our wing and make sure that you get all the information that we
Don't
get.
keep me down in the dark. I know I've been in the basement for a long time. I'm moving up. I'm kind of like above ground now.
We were gonna move your office into that vault, is that okay?
And we're not moving the boxes out.
No,
The
I
boxes
just get
stay.
to hide. Hey, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, we better get moving here.
Yeah, we can move it. That's
Did you
some
wanna
more
go
people.
next step?
Sure, I'll go next.
Okay.
Okay, county attorney's office, crime is moving, and it's still going. And obviously, we're getting new numbers. So, my office, we have Wally doing the civil. He knows how to be civil when I don't. And, I have Echo, and I have Gloria, and I'll tell you, those girls have worked their fingers to the bone. And they are doing fabulous. You know what? For people that just walked into the legal community, didn't know even how to spell the word legal, they're doing fantastic. So they're kicking out, man, they could teach you some things that you don't want to know right now. But they're kicking out paperwork like crazy, and I couldn't be prouder of them. You know, Monroe County can hold their head up high. We're getting stuff done. So Wally has been taking over the civil, and I think everybody knows the water rights stuff. He's taken the Brady stuff under the civil aspect of it. We're working on getting cases caught up to the point where we're looking pretty good. Not only in justice court, but I think district court, we're getting our feet on the ground and we're getting things done. We're looking at, we've been piling closed cases on the floor and to the point where we could not move, and Wally got us file cabinets donated, and we've got those all organized and put together, although don't go look at Wally's office right now. And my office is getting better, and I haven't moved offices only because there's just not been time, and right now I'm more interested in getting the workload done. And so we've been burning the midnight oil and getting it done. One of the things we are working on, those closed cases really need to be scanned. And we have not had the time to commit to scanning. So we put them in file cabinets to make it look pretty, but we do need to scan them. And the other thing we need to do is be able to give a list to the sheriff's office so that they get the evidence. We have a calendar so that they can go ahead and delete all that needs to be thrown out and stuff, but we need to get the proper orders and stuff to get rid of property that's been held for years and years and years. That will come after we got our calendar put together and our procedures so that we get that smooth transition going. Then we'll work on the old stuff. Because the new stuff is easier for me to make a determination. The old stuff requires poor Jamie to use her little fingers and try to find search warrants out the kazoo that stuff we don't even know where it came from. So there's a lot of work to do, but the good news is we're alive and we're keeping our head up. Any questions for us?
Deb,
Yes.
do you have a scanner in your office?
Yes.
Okay.
We do have a scanner in our office. Here's the problem. I only have 2 girls,
Yep.
and they're working on the active stuff.
I was just saying, if it was an issue of not having one, I mean, Echo knows how to use the scanner.
She does beautifully.
And-
Echo has been
in our-
phenomenal.
Yeah, in our office, so if we need to set up, DIS can set up a secure right to your office folder, that if she needed to, she could scan things from our office at high speed and load them right up to your office, if that was, but if you have a scanner, then.
We have a scanner, and we've got it so that it's into the computer. The problem is, we don't have time to do the closed until we get the active done. And, we're working on it a little at a time to try to, what we're trying to do is get a procedure down so that when the closed cases go, we've got some orders done, we've got things done, and then we can just hand it to the sheriff's office. They'll know where everything goes and what they can get rid of. So that we're trying to clean it up. But, right now, we're just
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if
finishing
it
up.
was if it was just a lack of equipment or.
No, it's a lack of hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we all know what your office is under right now. Are you saying that you need a third person so that the scanning and the closed cases and all that can get done? A
You know what?
temporary or?
That would be phenomenal. If we could afford that, that would be phenomenal, so we could scan things in. I take that in a heartbeat.
And I don't know, I'm just saying, it sounds like in addition to all of this stuff that you have, you're dealing with now, then you have the back pile.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, no, this goes way back. Oh, wow. What does our closet look like? How far back does that go?
Justice Court said the same board too. When we first changed systems, we tried to bring a bench on, but there's stuff in the vault that has never
Yeah.
been even put into the computer.
And part of my concern too is we just had to expend money to upgrade our terabytes or whatever you call them, and to get more space for our computer. Throwing in more stuff into our computer is gonna eat that really fast.
Well, I know
So-
that every department is busy and behind, but you have an extra load put on you. And so, you know, just from what I hear you say, you can't even get to that, your girls can't.
Not to the closed files.
Yeah.
They look pretty right now because they're in file cabinets. But
Another file cabinet for you.
thank you. We had a couple of pink ones that Molly took home. But I'm just saying the hands necessary to scan it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a lot of expertise because nobody's gonna be reading anything. I could show them exactly how to do it. Take all the staples out, put it in and just
And I
scan
don't
it.
know what, have you tried like with like a cert student from the school or anything? If that's
Well,
really what they're doing,
because we've
or-
got confidential
That's what you,
stuff.
when you said they were
I
gonna
need
be
to
reading
have
it, I wasn't sure where you were
Yeah,
at.
they're not gonna read it, but at the same time, there's names, there's, you know. So if we could get one more person, that would be phenomenal.
And I don't know, I just, because of what I heard you say, was it, did you need a scanner? No, you need more hands, and we do know the extra workload that your office is under. So I don't know how you would.
I don't know where our scanner came from, the big one, but one of the departments had donated it to us and we've been using it, although we had difficulty scanning some files that we had to do for the court, and Wally just dropped the disk off. But it took us a long time because it kept stopping. And it's the big one that we have, that's more the high speed. So maybe there's other scanners that we could use that might work better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll take
the
your
only concern would be, yeah, we'd have to work with DIS to make sure that the folder went right to their office, and that's something they have to do on their end with the server, so.
Yeah, but if.
Well, food for
that's an
thought here, if
idea.
anybody comes up with ideas, because of her extra workload right now, if anybody has ideas.
How many departments need stuff scanned in and digitized?
Every department.
Well, Andy is currently renting an office over there. What if we set up in your office currently, basically a scanner, we hire someone, all they do is just everything. All the scanning.
There's just quality control.
Quality control.
Make sure they're sending the right files.
Well,
to the
yeah,
right-
yeah, right departments, like,
Yeah.
basically, you know,
Especially with the
two-year
legal.
position or something, all you
That
do
could be a
is
problem.
feed this in, this day you work this department, next day this department, next day this department, until it's all done. And to be done with it.
But there's a grant out there for that.
I appreciate
Data
that idea.
modernization.
I'm just
type
saying, I
thing,
mean-
Yeah.
You know?
Just the bond.
Interns, maybe?
Yeah, and then you just have to
See
have
how
a
many
good,
college credits
you
it's
know,
worth?
good selection process for hiring and selecting and vetting and all that kind of thing, to make sure confidentiality was good, to make sure they were quality and weren't just gonna put stuff randomly.
Good idea,
I
very
mean,
good.
it doesn't necessarily, I was just saying, as
No,
an
I get
example.
it, that was an excellent idea.
I mean, I can clear out the attic and actually put a floor in. Here, minion, you know.
Beat it up. But that would be awesome,
Okay,
you know?
so let's all keep that at the forefront and be brainstorming how we can help each other out, especially right now, target maybe the county attorney's office. I don't wanna favor her, but we all know the extra work that she has right now, so maybe we can come up with a solution.
That would be very nice.
And I gotta say, yeah, I gotta compliment you for the workload you have. I haven't heard a complaint out of you. I haven't,
Never.
you're always smiling.
Oh, you're not,
Makes me wonder what you're doing.
it's that evil smile, I've heard about that, but you haven't heard me up in my office. Just don't take recording.
All right, I was wondering where it was.
No, but you know what, I mean, I appreciate this county. If there's, I think we've got good people, and we need to keep everybody happy. And we need to go forward with that. I mean, we need to buck each other up, because we're all we got. You know? This is as good as it gets, guys. So we gotta keep it going, but we're doing okay. We're hanging in there.
So would you, and how does everyone feel about, what if there was a volunteer, like we have a volunteer that just walked through the door, who volunteers for everything, and what if we had a volunteer who's been cleared previously and would continue to be cleared confidential-wise? Would that?
That would work.
That would work.
I think that would work. I mean, you know, we could all, everybody gives the blessing to her, and we just let her fly. Let her just do the scanning like crazy.
I'm sorry, it was a he.
It's a he?
It's a he.
You have to be gender neutral. They, who's the they?
Oh.
Well, do I
That way they
feel
don't
like I
run
just
away.
run into a light in the end of the tunnel?
Are you volunteering?
I would also volunteer, not full-time, but I would volunteer to do some of it.
So so we've got some great ideas here. We'll do some follow-up. If volunteers who pass confidentiality work, we can get something going. I'll contact people. That's wonderful.
And we have any volunteer or all of our employees, of course, sign a confidentiality agreement, so we could float that to you, you could take a peek at it, make sure it looks good, and then anybody who's signing that, I don't know, wearing your legal hat, would make sure it's good, and then, you know, that just adds another layer of.
Oh, we have, so are you, I thought you were gonna send us a person. You're saying your confidentiality agreement.
No,
We
you're
have,
saying
we've
piece of
got,
paper.
we've got some of those.
We
We
got
have
those.
some, but
You have
send yours.
those?
Yeah, we have
And
confidentiality.
because we have confidential
Yes,
criminal
for-
justice
So then,
information,
that would be another thing that should be on this shared team.
Sure,
folder.
ours was
So
just-
is I wanna make sure mine's okay,
Oh,
then, you know
and
what I
I
mean? 'Cause we
cleared
have one
ours
for-
through the county attorney. So I'm happy to send you ours and we'll take a look at yours, but we do have a confidentiality agreement and background checks done. So we will follow up with that.
That'd be
Wonderful.
So when we have somebody have a background check, like they go and they do their fingerprints?
We don't do, okay, yep.
Okay, so then, that's another process thing, cause we have everybody come and do their fingerprints and we think it's a background check, but is it?
Yes, and what they told me, because your
And then
department
what's
is a
the
little bit
follow
different.
through?
Yeah.
You know, like, would we hear, who would tell us?
What they told me is they only hear if they don't pass.
Okay.
Is that true, Ryan?
If they don't pass background check,
Yeah.
then they definitely won't see criminal justice information.
Well, I'm talking about when we send, when a person like a teacher or a nurse goes for fingerprinting, and we never get results back. Are they clear if we never hear anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was told.
Good news.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was always told.
And how long do you have to wait for the no news?
Good question.
It happens pretty fast, we can
10
get,
days?
we can get it back really fast, so.
So the only two people here that have done fingerprinting, well, three now. Treasurer's office, you get fingerprinted, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all got our
Yeah,
fingerprints.
we-
Right, but I'm saying the only offices in here.
Oh.
And the nurses, they all did fingerprinting.
All of our health
For-
departments
yeah.
are, that's where we
Norm did.
hang out kids.
Okay, because it just depends on what your level of sensitivity is, but like, I don't know, human
Pretty
resources, we didn't have to take
Are you
fingerprints.
pretty sensitive?
I'm fingerprinted.
Yeah, because of the sensitivity of your office. But, so then I guess we have not made your volunteers though, anyway, do
I
that.
was gonna say, there's times that I have some downtime and would be happy to help, but I'm not fingerprinted, so maybe I wouldn't qualify.
She said your volunteers don't need fingerprinting, is that true? Or did you say they do?
No, they probably do with the CCJI.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we'll take that and move forward and we'll get rolling on that. Great,
All I
good.
need is to find somewhere to put print, scan. And
But we
just
will,
a
we'll find,
workspace.
yep, we'll work on that. We will get a workspace and we'll get everything rolling on that. Okay.
Just
I know
2
that
days a week.
Killian. Are you ready to Yeah, you're tired.
5 days a week.
Okay,
So nothing's really been going on in my office except for we have a brand new statewide voter registration system.
Nothing.
It's called Elect MT. And so we've been really focusing on that for the last 3 months. So that's, we register voters, we issue absentee ballots, we receive ballots. So it presents its challenges, but
Anything happening in the legislature and where your job's gonna get triple fold?
just a couple of those. They want to combine every election, special districts, schools, to the general and to the primary, so we'll probably have like 1 million ballots per precinct. It's just one.
My attitude was.
I think they introduced 256 bills in election. I don't know them all. So we've been dealing with address issues within Elect MT. So our address guy, Matt, he submitted information to our state library, and there were some holes in some addresses, about 800 of them. So we have to spend time fixing about 800 addresses.
Just in Mineral County?
Yeah.
Wow. That's almost all of them.
Yeah, no kidding.
Diane, that would be a good one.
So 200.
So anyways, we've just been working on that and focusing on election
Straight
team.
over.
Yes, that is my update.
Is this the awkward moment time?
I'll go. We've got a new hire for Ashton. You guys, this is not brand new because he's been around here for a little bit. He's a great hand. Candace obviously did a great job. I'm super fortunate with my staff. It's been like Hell Week, 3 weeks of Hell Week sort of going on. Just finished our installers class. And we lumped that together with EPA institutional control program that we're trying to get up and running again. We offer that training. We are gonna have through that EPA grant, we are gonna have a HAZ Whopper, 40-hour HAZ Whopper class, June 5 through 9. It's open, first come, first serve. It's, Jason, I don't know if you've got any guys that.
We've taken it before, yeah. When we were having trouble with Light County, Paramount, stuff, we were looking at that, so we were available. We've been taking it for a few years.
So it'll be available. Ryan, you too, if you don't know if you got any guys that need it.
What is it exactly?
It's like if you're on site for a hazardous response, so a train wreck.
Right,
That's been amazing.
or like a truck driver driving down the road and roll over into the water with a thing of
Yeah, so it's,
something or other. Yeah.
the way we're able to pay for it is through the EPA grant, because I don't know if you guys know, Superior's a Superfund site, so we're still working through that process. Shout out Kellyanne, not here anymore. Shout out Ryan Funk, yeah, just
get the folks that I've been working with through projects, thank you so much. Shout out Jason, shout out the county attorney's department, Devin Wally. Wally's a really great hand. Probably second to none as far as land use issues that I have. It's like having the authority to talk to. Shout out Dave, great weed management plans for subdivisions. We're in this cycle of subdivisions started about 2 years ago, and we're in the cycle of filing them at this point. So just so everybody can see what's going on in the county. So we just filed Lower Meadows, which is 36 lots on the east side of Alberton. We're about to, this one's getting close, Clark Fork Meadows, which is out on South Side Road, 14 lots. It's right there between the interstate and the river, next to the Working Ranch. We're getting really close on Shyrock Phase 1B. And then yesterday I had a meeting, pre-application meeting for Shyrock Phase 2, which will be 44 lots. And they explained that they'll be, shortly after that, they'll be there with Phase 3. So that place is growing exponentially. I'm working with the towns. There's been lots of turnover in Alberton, so just getting those guys up to speed on their own regulations and their zoning. Working on a TA grant with the town of Superior, so transportation alternatives, so there's a kind of a really great program for adding sidewalks to your community, so it's kind of like what used to be called the Safe Routes to School. That's ongoing. I wanted to kind of ask for everybody, there's this retirement program that county governments can be associated with on top of what our PERS is. It's called a 457B. It's just in addition, and I just didn't know if folks are interested. I was personally interested in that.
I brought that up when I was first a commissioner, and I explained the benefits of it. It's your own private subsidized savings account before taxes. And I think only one person took advantage of it, so I think it went by the wayside. And we still don't have that 457B with it nationwide.
Is it through PERS?
No, it's separate.
No, because I think PERS has
Really,
457B.
It's
At the
It was
school,
Great
we have
West.
it
It was
separate
Great
out
West.
of, but I thought
It's MPERA, I think is the.
Impera,
Impera?
which is PERS.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, so it's just
We can check into it.
in addition, yeah, I got some information from a guy who was, I didn't know if folks were interested in that, in addition. Shout out Jim, glad to not be working with you as much anymore. Yeah, just busy, things are hopping.
My turn?
Norm.
Oh.
Maintenance is the usual
It's
black
Norm's
hole.
so cute.
Yeah.
Had to fill up the diesel tank for the boiler, so nobody freezes in jail, or not the jail, but the courtroom, or anything like that, so that was about 14 grand. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was gonna be initially. I mean, it was almost $1 cheaper per gallon with some signs out there, so we got a pretty good bulk discount on that. Underground storage tank certification, inspection, that's coming up soon. They said this month. They didn't give me much time on that. They just like, we're coming out in March. So, okay. So that's got that going on. like Jason and them, if I see any more snow, I'm gonna need a vacation at Warm Spring. We're up to like 6 pallets this year of salt. We have run through a lot of salt this year, just constant, just keep coming. And we gotta keep melting it, and we've got so many north-facing sides that are, attempting to be death traps when it doesn't get enough sun, so have to use a lot of salt on those sides. Playing whack-a-mole with the roof over there in the jail. We got a persistent leak over there that I've been trying to hunt down and find. And it's been difficult. The roof's getting old. We're gonna have to address it sooner rather than later.
But I'm sorry, I might have missed this.
A leak in the roof?
In the jail over there.
Okay, but you did find your other source and you have plans for redoing the landscaping, moving the sprinkler.
Oh, you're not that the.
I'm sorry, when I heard you say the leak, yep, I thought, okay, and the other leak, yeah, okay.
Jail, it's, the roof's getting old and membrane's starting to basically dry rot and flake apart. That's basically what it is.
It's a flat roof.
It's a flat roof in Montana. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So it's what it is. I didn't design the place, I just gotta deal with it. As far as over there in the sheriff's side, we know where the water's coming from. It's coming from underneath where the foundation and the wall meet. Okay, that's where it's coming from. And basically, we're just gonna have to rip everything out over there and on the grass and all that, get that away from the building, all the sprinklers away from the building, all over the facility. That way we just don't have those issues.
That's not me.
That's aggressive. Stuff like that, getting some trenches dug and whatnot, so we can get power out there, so we don't have to use generators. And again, for the lighting and all that, we just really have a power bush out there if we'd like.
A current bush?
Yep. Pretty much.
Oh, you're funny.
I've been kind of hesitant on spending to keep swapping over to LED lights throughout the facility and stuff like that, and the ACs and all that, simply because I don't know what's coming after my budget next with an iron, but something I'm sure is. So I'm a little hesitant to keep pushing forward on energy efficiency and all that, but until we can get those offices sorted out and everything else. So.
Is it about time for the sewer to back up in the library then?
It's done already twice this year. I don't need it again. I've had to do that twice already.
I thought that was with Joel, that happened with you too?
It happens periodically.
Yeah, it happens on a regular basis.
Yeah. It's because the old system doesn't quite, it's old. It's an old cast iron system to the newer sewer system that is in the city. So basically that would have to be all dug up and completely and utterly replaced from the building forward. So that's kind of what that is. Otherwise, it's got to be snaked at minimum twice a year. Springtime when the roots start moving, fall when the roots really start moving again, and probably a third time somewhere in the winter just because it's just the way it is. Too much water.
I used to think it was bad when the inmates would flush their
God.
jumpsuits and sleeves down the sewer over here.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would happen in the library too.
We get phone calls from the city because something gets flushed down from the jail. Ideally, what we need in the long run is what's called pump house for the jail. Basically, anything that gets flushed goes into a trap. So they can flush all the crap they want and we catch it. And if it's, we can actually be ground out if it's nothing of hazard, public or anything like that, and it can be sent off to the city that way. But in clothes items, contraband, anything of that can get caught. That would have to be on that side of the building over there. That would be the ideal. They're pricey, but it might save the city a lot of money, and they don't have to come after us for any repairs. So that could save us money too.
Can't we just bury a '57 Chevy out there?
Yeah,
It works on the West End.
I mean, I'll talk to Andy here. You approve of underground, or flipped over cars, right? Great, it's great stuff.
Oh, it has to be flipped over?
Yeah, it should be. It's got a bull look, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, I would like to at least try to push forward for getting the new AC systems, because the old ACs we have are both power hogs and they don't work great. The new AC is up in the courtroom up on the 3rd floor, has made it a habitable space.
We had one judge that basically didn't want to come and do a trial during the summer because of the AC. He couldn't hear anything.
Oh.
And we said, you're fine, you're fine. And we turned it on and he went, well, this is great.
Yeah, because it would be too hot in there for him, so it's like, he wouldn't set any trials from May to September. Because he was like, I am not getting stuck in that courtroom. But now it's all good.
It's all good. He's happy now. So that's a good thing.
So if I'm able to do that, more of those, and what I've been doing with the older ACs is talking with the crime victim advocates for like the older folks that cannot afford that sort of thing, that it's a health issue for them to be in a hot house here. You know, it's just here. It's good for the public. They get to use it. They're not great, they're noisy, but it produces cold air and that's nice, especially for the older folks. So that's what I've been doing with those as they move out, and that way we don't have to pay to have them destroyed properly or anything of that nature as well, because of the refrigerants and stuff. So it gets an extra life. I still want to, where I can, progress with LED lights and things like that to help save us money. The jail heating system on the inmate side, it's getting old too. It's getting pretty old. I've had 4 call-outs this month, or this year, in the last 2 months on that alone. So it's something we have to address sooner rather than later. It's just normal maintenance stuff. Maintenance is kind of a black hole. It's not really exciting to talk about. It's always cost money. I don't produce money at all. I just take it and I do stuff with it. So that's all I got to say for that.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thanks for the little updates you've done in our office.
Yeah. If you guys need me, you know how to get a hold of me. So
Yeah, shout out Norm.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
Sorry, I appreciate it. Spray.
All right, well, so I'm Dave Brink, Mineral County Extension Agent. There are 1.5 of us in our office. Myself as a full-time extension employee, so I'm an employee actually of the university, Montana State University. Emily Park is also in our office. She's half-time agent and half-time works for the Mineral County Economic Development Corporation. She's also right now acting as our admin because our admin went to work for Deb Wally in August, and we have been without a admin assistant, a county employee in our office since August. We had one failed search December of last year, and we reopened it and are hoping to fill up a pool of applicants and be able to interview somebody, get somebody in there, because it's difficult for us to do our jobs because we are out of the county quite a bit, and there's not that presence for people coming in. And we do get that. We have a sign posted that say, hey, we're on limited hours, here's how you contact us. But yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. We're just starting to come back into the busy season, so things will ramp up. I also oversee the county wheat district. We are looking for an employee there as well. We've been looking for an employee there for a couple of years. We've been able to coerce our seasonal employee to come back and work the seasonal job from roughly April through October for the last couple of years. We're hoping to be able to twist his arm again this year. That is a county position and does generate some revenue, and is basically responsible for complying with the Montana County Noxious Weed Control Act. We also, as Andy kind of mentioned, we review 6-year weed plans for subdivisions, which are required by the subdivision regs. And those go before the weed board and they decide and look at those. From the extension side of things, my job is overseeing 4-H program, ag and natural resource programs, pesticide education, some community development. Emily's portion of extension work is mostly economic development and community development as well. So we work a lot with providing people with the university research-based information to help them make good decisions, or help teach them how to use some of the university information. So when I mentioned the local government center, I would have bet $20 that I had seen the county investment board information in there. It may be the draft copy that I was looking at, because they are updating that. And maybe it was in there, but I know I was just looking at it. So, and there are 2 different versions of that. Don has an older one there. The blue copied one is
2016.
Yeah, 2016, and they are working on an update. They're just waiting to see what the legislature does. Because any changes the legislature makes, the governor signs, then they'll update them in that new version. So they have a rough framework out that we've been reviewing, but they're just kind of holding off on going to final print or final draft. I'm also covering right now with the turnover in the extension office for extension in statewide level. I just stepped down after a couple of years of serving at the state 4-H office, overseeing the statewide international exchange programs. Now with the retirement of the extension agent up in Lake County, I am kind of working with their private pesticide applicators. There's about 60 of them. They're in the final year of their recertification cycle, and I'm keeping them informed of what opportunities are available, and working on getting them recertified, getting them eligible to recertify at the end of this year. So it's not really much of an extra job load, because I only have 6 in this county, so I can add another 60 to that without much issue. So they don't have to go up there and put on any programs, because there's plenty of programs available for them to go to. I just need to tell them what's coming up. So a lot of emails, a lot of letters to them and such. Emily did send kind of a little bit of a write-up, and she didn't explain any of the acronyms in here, so I apologize for that. So the Mineral County Economic Development Corporation is managing the county's ARPA funds. So there's 2 types of funds. They have water and sewer funds, and they have government services funds. So on the water and sewer side, they have 3 water sewer projects off the ground. There's 1 in Superior, 1 in Alberton, and then Emily is directly managing the one for the St. Regis Sewer District, because they are a non-incorporated entity. The St. Regis Sewer, they're working with DNRC, DEQ, and the engineers just earlier this week, and they have some engineers on staff, and they are looking at funding and making some improvements in that project. She does not have an update on what Superior and Alberton are doing. On the government services side of it, she's got a report coming up in April on the body scanners. So she's probably been hitting you up to try and find some documentation or information on those from the previous sheriff, because that was done under his time. So hopefully that's going forward. She does mention the death doula trainings in here that took place in February in Alberton, and ARPA funded 2 scholarships. Jen, were those your people that went to those on that ARPA funds? They're looking at establishing what they call a Zoom room in the Visitor Information Center up in St. Regis. And that is a broadband service initiative to bring in new fiber and make broadband available in for businesses and schools in St. Regis and offer training for Mineral County residents and high school students in broadband services. There's 9 other applications that are waiting to be reviewed and screened for some of those funds. In other work, she's been working with MDT on a sidewalk grant, extending the sidewalks in St. Regis, going down the Camel's Hump Road from the 4-way stop, and MDT has chosen probably, in my opinion, the worst of the 2 options, but you know, that's their call. So I do have pictures of what the 2 options are. They have a trail stewardship grant where they'll be installing 2 vault toilets in the St. Regis Park on Forest Service property, and then the St. Regis Park maintenance person, who's a county employee, will be servicing those and maintaining that. Those are set to go in the spring of 2024. The 2023 Mineral County Business Directory has been sent to print. Approximately 72 businesses and organizations advertised in the directory, and this is the first one that's been published since 2015. So those should be coming out, date to be determined. And in December of last year, 2022, she became certified as an economic development financial professional. So 2 years of training to do that, which once again, that's all paid for by extension. So our budget's a little bit different. We're part of our salaries come from it's a extension works on a three-way partnership between federal funds, state funds, and county funds. And really, the county partners are probably the strongest in that. The federal money gets less and less every year. State picks up the remainder of that, but then the county is really the strong partner for us in that they provide the place for us to have an office. They provide, you know, lights and electricity and flush toilets. You know, personnel and an admin assistant, you know, and supplies and, you know, basic things like that. And then the rest of the money, our insurance, all the, you know, some of the other costs, the, you know, payments for our trainings, things like that come from the university directly. So it's a great, strong partnership in Montana and across the U.S. It's been in place since 1914. So it's, you know, we're really appreciative of all that we're able to do and have a strong presence in Mineral County. So I think that's about it, unless there's any other questions.
I would just add, Dave Brink is a wealth of information. If you have questions about, I think, any topic, you call Dave Brink and he'll have an answer for you.
I will find an answer or I'll make one up.
Yeah, he will make it up. No, he really, I don't think we know the depth of his information. So call him, even if you want to know if you can plant a pear tree in the spring. Call him and he'll tell you how to do it.
I can bring in a Hungarian partridge and put it in your pear tree. You betcha.
Thanks, Dave. At long last.
It looks like the library is finally bouncing back from the pandemic. Last month was a pretty good month. We are trying to emphasize programming right now and increasing what we offer to people. If you have any suggestions on something, we take all suggestions. We're also working on, we're making up a kit, a dementia kit with all kinds of stuff for, well, right now we don't have the money, so we're doing only one with all the levels of dementia. And we're putting things in there. So if you have any suggestions, Jen, on something that should be put in there?
Not off the top of my head.
But that's okay, give me a call.
But I think we have extension resources on dementia. I think we have some. Remind me next week, and I'll give you Brianna's
because they worked on that and Alzheimer's materials.
Okay, and our hotspot program is supposed to end at the end of June. The hotspots are provided by the State Library Commission. And it's going through the legislature right now. There's a bill to increase, to give us more money so that we could keep that program going, because there are many libraries that cannot afford it. It's very expensive with the data and everything, and we can't have it. It has been passed, some of the money has been passed through the House. It's now with the Senate. They have to maybe hopefully approve it. Maybe it'll only go to December, the end of December, but we just have to do it piece by piece. And that's basically what we're doing. We're doing a lot of programming.
You had a great event yesterday.
Yes, we had Dr. Seuss' birthday, and we had 5 readers, and, you know.
Lots of cookies.
Yes, we had lots of cookies. Everybody we asked brought them in. That doesn't usually happen.
Well, there are so many events at the library that we typically don't know about just as citizens. We talked about that Taft book. The authors, 3 authors for the Taft book.
The authors and the researchers came.
Were at the library and presented. It was fabulous. And then you had 3 authors on mystery writing.
There were Montana authors.
Montana
yes.
authors. Just so many things going on there that, I don't know, if we get so busy, we don't really think of the library as a number 1 place to go. But wow, she has a ton of stuff going on there all the time.
Well, it's so important, I think, for our kids to know hands-on with books too. You know, we have so much accessibility to electronic and all that stuff, but there's just something that is, you can't get from the real books at hand, you know, and the things that you can learn from them. And I want my grandkids to recognize that and be able to have the experience of checking out books. And I love that they can do that here, you know, being so far from, you know, Missoula or whatever else, and just knowing that they have that opportunity here is amazing. So it's very appreciated.
And we're connected to the rest of the state, so
you
people
can
can
bring
take our
things
books,
in
not
and-
just from here.
Yeah, I think
from
that's
all over.
awesome, very wonderful that you guys are still, because it's gotta be hard, you know, with technology and changes, and I love that you're still pushing through and doing, and it just, I have so many good memories of libraries, and as a little kid growing up in a rural community, we had the bookmobile and, you know, stuff like that, and I just love that you guys are still doing so much good to bring people in, and it's fun, and you have good, exciting things, and you guys are doing a good job.
You know, I asked her, I have been checking out books, and Guna, could you please stamp it like you used to do? Because they don't do that anymore.
Here you get your little book and your little card and
Yeah,
you stamp
I
it,
mean,
yep, and it tells you the day you have to bring it back
Yeah.
by.
Don't do it anymore.
I did not know that. See, I need to come
No,
check
we're
out
not
books,
allowed
so.
to by privacy laws.
That's a privacy law? To stamp the book?
No.
Oh,
Phil,
To
you
have
checked that out
with
before.
people's names.
Yeah.
Remember they
Oh,
used to
yeah.
write
Yeah,
on the
because remember,
cards?
you checked it out, it was my signature.
Yeah,
and
I
then
forgot
date.
about it. I just
Yeah.
remember the stamp, yeah.
I never
Well, I'll
used my
tell you
real
one
name
thing-
when I checked books out. I had 3 or 4 library cards in different aliases.
Do you guys still take donations of books and things if people, okay, that's good to know.
You know,
Yeah,
we
it's a
have
good
certain
place.
rules
It
on
is,
what we
I love the
accept.
library. Library is
Yeah.
like one of my best memories is being a kid.
I do know too that there has been talk of legislation of upping the amount of students to a counselor and upping the amount of students that one librarian can serve. So, and I know we've had a couple of accreditation dings because we don't have those in our one or maybe one of our current districts in this. And I don't know what the new rules are, because I just got into the position, but, those are other things that we watch frequently, or we have to. It's our job to watch and make sure that all accreditation for each school, you have enough hours, enough people who, but if they pass one of those, you could have one counselor for the whole county, or maybe part of Missoula, or Maine, and we don't need that.
And they often drop librarians from schools.
Exactly.
So that's why the
Library
importance
is
of
so
your,
important.
yeah, it really is.
I was gonna say, I don't think I saw your grandkids there yesterday at the Dr. Seuss activity.
No,
Are they older?
my grandkids are down in Texas right now. Well,
Oh.
Ashley's grandkids are in Texas and the boys were up wrestling, so,
Okay,
or else I would be there. I'm
Yeah,
a
well,
big,
it
huge
was-
library fan.
yeah. Jen?
So, back to the shared calendar, you know, you're saying we don't really know what's happening at the library, but the library's a county department, like, could we use the county website calendar?
We do, she does actually. If she sends the notice in and to us and we put it in, but again, I have to have the notices. That I read it in the newspaper, that's how I know what's
And
going on.
everything's in Facebook.
And I don't do
Well, Florence
Facebook,
puts
so,
everything in
yeah.
there,
So,
you know.
On the community page.
yeah, but she does have quite a bit of stuff. She has a library page on the website.
Just would love to see a shared
Yes, you've sent me
calendar
pictures
somewhere.
before.
You know, it just makes
Oh,
sense, like
that's
if I.
right on the first thing.
I don't know,
yeah.
I just know you have a page and you have sent pictures and I have, you put them on the
Like I see
website.
agenda stuff, but I don't see.
We should
I
get
have to
some
look
pictures.
at it again.
We have to get some pictures from yesterday to put on there.
Yes,
Yeah,
Monty
you know we have a
should
website,
send
you
us.
know you have a website. I'm gonna show you the pictures you've put on there. You know, a couple of things before we
I'm gonna
add,
fill up one more guy.
oh, who didn't get to talk?
T-Bone.
He talked.
He was
Oh,
right,
oh,
right,
you're
where were
short,
you?
short.
He's like, what, do I have to do this again?
There's so more here to get.
Memorable.
You didn't stand up? No.
Well, what I
Oh,
wanted
yeah, you
to,
told me you were catching up on snow plowing.
I know that people wanna get back to their offices. So could we make a decision, what's best, every month? Once, or 1 month we have lunch and a 3-hour session, the next month we just meet for a very little bit of time, so that we're always all in the loop. I know, watching it from afar, that because we got away from these meetings, I think employees get away from each other. So what do you all think? And what do the other commissioners think? How often? I think once every 3 months is too little.
I think myself personally, I can't make once a month because I'm a working part of our crew. I
Yep.
just can't do it, and I'm gonna be in every 3 months.
Yes, you're
And
gonna
you
be in,
guys-
yeah.
Anyway, so,
Might not be enough news to.
I mean, if you do a month, I'll come when I can, but it is,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make every month.
Well, and every month shouldn't be 3, I'm not suggesting it's always 3 hours either. Maybe 1 hour, and maybe once every 3 months, big pizza dinner, I don't know. I just feel like we all got too far away from each other.
But the other part of that is when we used to have them monthly, I think the reason they died off was because it came to a point there just wasn't too much.
Wasn't enough to talk
Yeah.
about.
To update, and it was the same thing that you heard last month, and so I
I
think
think that's a
3
good
months,
part.
I
Yeah.
think
I
every
think it's
3
a very
months.
good
Let it
one.
build
I
up
like
enough
3 months.
time to.
I mean, if there's more important things, folks are gonna come in and schedule some time to talk to you in a regular commissioner
Right.
meeting if it's a pending issue, so.
And I know, like, we try to get together, like, with the law enforcement, the county attorney's office, the clerk and recorders, we try to do once a month thing too, just so that we're still kind of on the same page and stuff, because we work so closely together. So I think every couple of months is probably better, because we're getting spread too thin if we try to do.
In the treasurer's office and the clerk and recorder's office, we communicate on a daily
Yeah, I'm thinking
basis.
of all of us communicating, is all I'm thinking, is we don't have
But- and that's
a
why I
huge
think
communication thing
Every
going on.
couple of months is probably good, because I think we're doing for the most part, so we're staying connected for the day-to-day things, but there could be things that come up unusually or something that are nice to have. Like I said, being a new to this, this was nice for me because I am clueless of so much of what
Yeah, but that's why it's out there to all
I
of you.
remember now, I want to come back to T-Bone, because I was gonna ask you about, because it should have been let out for contract. The Sear Bridge, do you hear who got it, when you guys start
I
working?
haven't got any emails on the Sear Bridge since last year, we were
Okay.
talking about it. Have they contacted you?
I sent an email to Lisa a little bit ago, but I remember seeing.
Usually when they're gonna do anything, they share it with me, I
Yeah.
haven't seen anything.
So they,
Wasn't there something in the last couple of days about bridges?
not one being awarded yet, though, was it? Oh, you mean on the commissioner email? Oh, I don't know, I'm always.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they send you, but most of
Mhm.
the time they send to me and I haven't seen anything on the Sear Bridge.
Yeah,
How many, so for those of you who don't know, there's off-system bridges are the responsibility of the county. So it's not a state highway or interstate highway, an off-system. How many off-system bridges do we have in the county?
How many bridges do we have?
Yeah,
Close to 15.
Yeah.
I mean, without
Yeah.
sitting down and counting every one of them right now, I'm close to 15.
so the Sear Bridge is, well, it was built in 1927 when it was Old Highway 10. And so it's actually pretty nice that we were able to, what would have been 5 or 6 years ago, we were able to secure with a special grant and a special, we don't have to pay for it, it's like a multi-million-dollar structure.
And by off system, it's not like on I-90 kind of a thing?
Or a
is that-
state
or
highway,
a state highway.
not state highway two, an off-system bridges.
And this will be a federally funded project.
Yeah, so we got this nice grant,
Good.
and so Sletton, I saw Sletton out there looking at it, I can't remember who the other outfits were, but it's supposed to be let, it was supposed to be let in January, and I don't know if they had to change it for something, but hopefully they'll start, now it's heavily used with all the rafters and the out-of-state people that go through the Alberton Gorge.
And the problem with that bridge is on a Fish Creek, there's only one way back on the interstate.
Right.
It's got an 11-ton load limit.
Right,
Yeah.
that nobody can get on,
Yeah.
really, or not, yeah.
Garbage truck.
And we had an 80-ton load go across it 2 years ago.
And they almost closed it down
Tipped
there.
over. And
Oh my
so,
Yeah, the good thing is they made it across the bridge.
yeah. So if you're 11 tons, you should feel good about that.
Yeah.
Unless you dare be the next one that tries
Yeah.
it, you know, it's like one of those pie in the face things, you do it one time, and the next one's gonna get it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard
That's
anything. I haven't had
Okay,
any news
I,
on that.
yeah, I'm just curious, that'd be great when we finally started. Although it'll be inconvenient for a while, we're gonna have to drive 9 hours around it.
Once it's done, it'll be nice,
Mhm.
for sure.
Okay, we're up for every 3 months? A meeting every 3 months?
Unless something.
Or in
works.
psychotic emergency on that, yeah.
Perfect. And if you have ideas for making the meetings exciting, send those and let's do it.
I'm gonna go out and trap a rabbit skunk. Real excited.
Helen, I was going to bring prizes, but you always win, so I thought, we're not doing it if Kellyanne's there, she always wins the prize.
I want Dave to talk more about weeds, because our weeds are so beautiful in Mineral County.
Yes, they are.
They are, I need to know which ones are really bad and which ones are not so bad.
If you contact me, I will come out and give you a 2 to 3 hour inspection, walk through your property, and we'll talk about weeds, bugs,
It's probably the ones that are good medicinal and, you know, all that too.
So that depends upon your definition of things like that, so.
Don't eat the mushrooms.
All mushrooms are edible, I'm good.
I like that.
And I will not help you determine if you are or not. Just do it. I don't even. Okay, well, I'll wild berries.
Can give you a
No, but I just think about, I did traffic signs, like speed limits.
Size of things, they want
I know, I really
Yeah.
Fucking
seating.
I know, I can really
Well, just,
understand.
what worries me is that, I mean, when they originally got possession, they shed like,
Well, that's an active charge.
I understand it on minutes, they said 10 minutes.
For the trip.
Oh, you mean the Keystone Grill?
Yeah, Keystone Grill, that's what I meant. Yeah, the Keystone Grill, like, hey, can we get a pad forward?
Yeah.
So, I think we might end up with the whole fucking locomotive, I don't know.
Well, I guess my concern is that they're putting that much stuff out there. I mean, it doesn't cost us that much parking.
No, I wouldn't at all.
It's a kind of a liability issue for the county with that much stuff, so I think, Deb kind of explained what all was going on, I was like, that was never in the conversation, I think they ought to, like, bring that plan back before the commission.
Cover all the
and say, all right,
bases
this
that we
is-
know, I know, but no, we decided we were gonna do this because that we.
It's been power creeping ever since.
Yeah, it's ballooned quite a bit.
I've had better things to do, so.
Well, I mentioned it to her, and she's gonna bring it up with them, but I mean, to me, it sounded like Leroy and them were planning on starting construction as soon as I mean, they can't, gotta wait till the ground thaws and they get, whatever base they are, but. So you're thinking that basically just.
You take it easy, man.
If that's the,
Hey, how are you?
fuel oil,
How are you?
pad coming.
Like a try, right? You recognize it now, right?
Yeah, sorry.
No, they're gonna be, where they want the actual, shed is on the other side of the Whitestone Library. Basically, it'll take up some of that, right where the gauge is.
Yeah, because Deb said that they were gonna put right where the propane tank was.
That's
new to me.
Yeah, that's what I said, it was really, it would push out, it would rewind at the end of the library.
That's right.
So that was kind of, that's what got me rattled, I was like, whoa, that was never part of the conversation I was going, so.
Oh, they want to do, partially cover up the, northwest meter, I say, yes. Northwest.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I mean, they do all their reading electronically anyways,
Right,
whatever,
so
so,
if that's inconvenience to them, good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's where originally the, Keystone would be in the grass area.
Yeah, take out the one tree or whatever.
Yeah, I know. I'll bet it.
Fuck up the whole sprinkler system and everything else, but whatever.
Yeah.
Cut it off, not worry about it anymore, it's concrete pad.
I told you, to be honest with you, just concrete that entire little fucking section.
Wearing out the
It's
winter.
tired.
Yes, you
Less for me to mow, less for you to water.
Exactly, I mean, it's so shaded, the grass is crackling there anyway, so yeah, I think that's, that's a good site for this.
Oh,
I
okay.
have to do something about the
That's
roof.
working out better till you burn up the truck,
Internal
right?
gutters.
Oh, well, you can fix that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah.
If they actually roof,
Get
they'll
it.
have to run, pin dollars on it, so that's not that big a deal.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're thinking about for,
It's like, okay.
they had
I
Donnie
felt it
Workman's out there
breaking.
looking at it.
You knew it was gonna break, you know.
Proposal or something for them today, so I don't know what else. They'll probably be flat roofs.
You know, why not?
Oh, no, don't. Well, you can't even get.
I'm
into
so
it.
tired of that fucking
If you thought you might be able to do it.
Of course, then they try it all, and you're lucky, you know what?
Oh, yes, yeah, and that's just to hook it up to a computer and tell you you don't have a problem, it's all in your imagination. Oh, yeah, that's just the diagnostics, yeah, I can tell you. And they needed 3 hours to do that because, you know, it takes 3 hours to hook it up.
So now I have to drive that thing all the way to Spokane, drop it off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, and,
Yeah, my sister had a Mini Cooper and she loved it. Oh, yeah, she loved it, but she's like, you know, I drive it maybe 3 trips in the summertime because we got so much winter, you know? And I have a lot of fun in it. She says, you know, I think I'd be better off with the money in my jeans, and if I want to drive one, I'll go rent it. You know?
the thing again is, I have a leak somewhere.
There's always something, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
One particular, she really had trash last weekend,
Uh-huh.
and
We actually bought it, she told me
the
not
first
to
thing
mow.
she said
yeah.
is, can I
You know,
keep
got the
skiing?
total-
And we're like, well, we don't know if anything's broken yet, right? But I mean, all I can think of is that's how I wish I could be about anything, right? Like, look at the positive, you know, that was her early and stuff.
Of course, of course. Yes, you have to.
So, but.
Exactly, but I mean, why
We could put that, you got a Jeep.
Yeah, and you'll drive that darn near year round, you know, at least 9 months maybe.
Yeah, I mean, even she doesn't even drive the dirty the Jeep, because you got this with, ice wall blue.
Oh, yeah.
And,
That's a different animal. They're a different animal, yeah.
I drive my truck all the time.
It's on the fence.
When there's not much ice on the road or whatever. You pull it out, you go out there.
Yeah, it's almost time.
You'll have just as much fun driving that around on the dirt roads.
Yeah, well, we could, on that, you know, we turn the heat behind it. And then we could sit there and take it down to,
Yeah.
drive up the old beach trails.
That's right.
Well, we did that this
Yeah.
summer, we didn't tow it. It's on television.
Uh-huh.
But I know, I can't miss as much because I got so much
Yeah,
work.
we drove
My
there
daughter's
and those hills,
Oh, it's beautiful country, isn't it?
Just
Amazing.
So I will tell you, my granddaughter was also. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we took the side-by-sides down there a couple years ago and just had a hoot going everywhere. Went over to Red Lodge and, just went all over.
So wait, while we were talking, I'm getting up a orientation document that could be used, modified for department heads. These are all the things that we had talked about last time while we were talking. So I'm gonna email this to you guys. I think it would be really, I only know it's for campaigns, just drowning, and I was thinking, department head is an additional responsibility, and I don't know what the expectations are.
Oh, yeah,
Shoulder or daylight.
So,
deluxe accommodations.
required training. So, are you guys
We saw, we could do, we can, any, mice.
When do we send it to?
Yeah.
So, then I gave some ideas.
Did we get approved for the, apply for the grant?
Ask them for a little.
You guys get both?
Yeah.
I get on my phone, I get both.
Yeah.
Hello,
Shouldn't need too much of a history lesson, so.
Kind of like.
So are you gonna be around?
That was a good position. Well done.
Start rustling?
GIS has put our deals on. Yeah, I'm not a technology person, no, I
Get some
can't.
answers, Amy, better start a
I would,
conversation
I
on
have
it.
to start.
Remember Amy said something about it a while ago.
And she
That
made one, and she
sometimes.
sent an invitation. So,
Yeah.
well, maybe you didn't, and a lot of people have a hard time finding out advice with their
Maybe.
computer or whatever, and that's just about called the DIS.
Can be so helpful.
I
And if you can find it,
Want to stay, you know.
So besides the fact
that
that
would be Amy, she created the Google. I couldn't create one for the department heads, which I really am looking at. Because there's so many things that I'm like,
I have the
what's
whole
the process for
history.
that? You know, it just saves it.
Like
You know, it just increases it.
Well,
So,
We said
if
this
you guys
is,
want,
this is what it is.
yeah, I mean, you can
I
have
thought
some,
since
I
it
have
was
ideas,
just
but
a
it's
UIDF
easy.
over, I thought, by golly,
But
just moving the
if
dates,
we
times,
want
and
to make a
places, and
department
the
head
whole thing
team,
together.
actually, I
Isn't that
would
cool?
be happy to create it. Or my dad, he might be a better fit, but whoever makes the group adds the number.
sounds good.
Cool.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Get out of those chairs.
No one can eat just one, you know that.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Going out the winter?
It's just, well,
I don't want to stop yet. We need the snow, we need the water.
we really do. Yeah, it's kind of fun
Oh,
still.
okay.
Had a great ski day. We went last Friday. Bluebird Canyon, nobody was up there because it's been so darn cold. Icky, and we just went up there, found 6 runs in the morning.
I remember as a family, this year to wait. I know, but I wanna go to the, and there's not, you know. Can I make it? No.
And so, yeah, we should do it.
With your grants after the
We've got some federal money we're seeking, so.
Are you having more pizza?
For letter of support. I mean,
chips.
I want more pizza
Have fun
too.
barking at the trees, eventually one of them's gonna fall.
Well, it comes out, we get
Thank you, see you later.
How you been, lady? Well, I've been busy, but I just got volunteers to help the county attorney's office stamp files. I just told them, I said, I can't commit to a lot, you know, so far. At first I said, well, maybe 2 days, that's much stuff going on, so I just told them it'll kind of have to be. It might only be a couple hours at a time, just, that's okay. You can do my file.
Anyhow, it's good.
Exactly, and it's all, yeah, it's all, yeah, just scan it.
Anyway, that was very much
So do you have your
Yeah.
own time? Yeah, that's.
No, it didn't, it was fine.
So do you have your letter?
I don't think you have anything else on the agenda except the health department grant.
When do you have to apply? What was that?
Only other thing on the agenda is the health department grant.
For this, right now? No, we have just Brooks. We have just Brooks.
I don't know, I just asked for it.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, there's a discount. No, it's a letter of support.
The salt, the letter of support.
Brings together my, I wrote all those.
You checked up the
I'm leaving right now.
So, yeah, you ever been on the other end of the,
I actually wrote the one.
around the Olympians?
Oh,
where
the
they
Girl
repaired that
Scouts.
one?
Yeah.
The email to Willie.
Well, at least that one. There's four.
Oh,
Collaborative.
No, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it for me.
But,
I had to do the post too.
you gotta let somebody know.
So did Bert do it? Bert didn't. Jim Goss, I can do it, but I think I want it done before I start.
I don't know from the.
So tell me what it
I just
is.
sent it to
Even when she
Will.
comes.
Is it a full-fledged,
It's,
grant application?
no,
Oh.
no, it's, really very simple grant application. It's not very
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So each legislator or congressperson puts in money to their, yeah. I know I asked.
Yeah, I talked to her. And what they did in New Zealand was very much the longer rancher mentality of the West. They said, what they did is they're interested, we're going to build something that's to help these American bridge.
Well, by the way, I haven't heard back from Jackson, but they got the grant in. Yep, so it's all in.
And they flew, they brought them over, and they took them inside the
28.
and he said,
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw it, the final one, I can't remember.
Usually those are approved.
Most of the pictures came from us. I took the
Go for it.
truck going across the bridge, I took
Well, I don't really need a
the
baby.
other ones came from
You do?
you, and so I forwarded
Okay, we
them.
got
I forwarded the ones I
any
had.
people back there.
Yeah,
I have my phone so I can check Verizon.
Yeah,
Yes.
recognize the places anyway.
Yeah, yeah. There were your pictures.
Yes.
According to Verizon, we have 1 minute.
Last two in, please, on that.
I will look for it.
I'm supposed to sign in.
Well, you're on the agenda, so they'll know you're here, but yeah, probably. She'll get us.
There's always a troublemaker out there.
Just as well we're in the crowd too, Dwayne. Somebody's gotta stir things up.
So it's Glenn, Diane, and Anne Marie, and Brooke.
All right, This is for the rowdy crowd. We have ready to open.
We're really controversial too.
You are. So, 3 o'clock, it's a request for a letter of support for $1 million federal funds from Congressman Zinke to rehabilitate the Saltese Trestle Brook. Would you come up?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that, you can't really, we've moved the microphone and everything.
Oh, can I just sit right
You
here?
can sit
Well,
down
we're
right there.
gonna let you, all right.
Look at your work.
My first question is, Dawn, how familiar are you, I know these guys are familiar with the Saltese Trestle saga. How familiar are you? I just wanna know how in-depth I
Sure.
should go.
Nope, I've been here at all the meetings and I've
Okay.
listened for 4 years anyway. Whatever you've presented in the 4 years, I've
Okey
heard on the
dokey, so I don't
Saltese.
need to go clear back and give you the whole spiel.
You don't.
Good news.
There used to be Milwaukee.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see if I can come to catch you guys up a little bit. The engineering plans are done. They are paid for. They were paid for with RAC funds, club monies, and some private donor monies. But it's done, they're shelf ready, they're good to go. The estimate came in at 1.355 million, and that was in 2021 dollars. So, we all know what's happened. With the economy and the price of things have gone up, so we're looking at probably 1.5. So, the other day, last Friday, a fellow named Sonny Capiz came to my office. He's a representative from Congressman Zinke's office. And apparently, they have what's called community development funds. And each congressman or woman has access to this, is my understanding. I don't understand everything that I've heard about it, because it's new to me. Anyways, he says, what do you I heard you have a shelf-ready project that would qualify for this, and the applications are due March 10th. And I raised my hand and I jumped up and down and I said, yes, I do. Okay? So it's not a grant, there's no match, there's no, really no hoops to jump through. It's a real simple application. You just fill in the blanks. Who are you? What are you doing? Attach pertinent documentation like the plans for the trestle, things like this, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the big things, because it is community development, is it's real important for these funds be put toward economics, infrastructure, community development, okay, which this project, to me, crosses all the T's and dots the I's. But what's critical to this, receiving these, is you've got to show community support. So I'm here today to ask you guys if you would write and sign a letter in support of the Snowmobile Club receiving these monies from Congressman Zinke's office to put toward the Saltese Trestle. Our plan moving forward, should we receive these monies, obviously, it's gonna be a lot easier to go to various entities, pools of money, if you will, grants, etc. If you've got the majority of funding, 2/3 in hand, it's gonna be a lot easier to go to, let's say, the Northwestern Energies of the world. They have an easement across there. It's very critical that they maintain that road, or they got a deadhead both ends for their power line. They don't wanna do that. The same with, I'm gonna get it wrong, America something, that owns the fiber optic line that goes across it. I've had some trouble finding a human to talk to there, but I will find them. But if we've got this money in hand, it's gonna be a lot easier to go find the rest of it, I believe, especially since there's no strings attached to this match or anything else.
So you said to find the rest of it, what's the total bill you figure?
My mind is saying 1.5 million.
Okay, because this particular, I talked to Sonny Capiche over in Helena and talked about this. And the current pot of money, the program goes up to 1.5 million. So he said, oh, if it's not quite that much, it has a more palatable chance of getting out of the committee and being approved. Sounds like in today's dollars, it'd be the whole enchilada, 1.5.
That's my guess.
So what you need from us is to write a letter, kind of talk about the economic improvement of this project, and it's a critical piece of connectivity for the trail and to access public lands, and what else should we throw in?
Well, I have a question about that, actually. I know this might sound a little odd, Brooke, but because you do hold every piece of information, would it be odd if we agree to sign the letter before we weigh in with the public? Would you be willing to write the letter because you'll have every piece in there that should be in there? I know that's odd, but
Oh, I could do it.
I think that,
If
And then we put it on-
I'm much more comfortable with that.
And then we take it and put it on our letterhead?
Put it on letterhead and put our signatures. So if you would be willing to do that, but then I have to ask, how do we put that before the public? Because if it is, if you're looking for community support.
Some money with no attachments, no strings attached. Diane, you talked to a lot of people that probably from Missoula and wherever else that are for this as well, right? I'm less concerned about it as I was the Fish Creek State Park, just because.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was gonna
Okay. I do have letters of support from Adventure Cycling, which is out of Missoula, Bike Walk Montana, out of Missoula.
Rails to Trails.
Rails to Trails, the national, as well as our local group.
Economic Development.
The Economic Development Committee, the Historical Society.
The regular actors, yeah.
Yeah. So those are in hand.
So what do you think, Counselor, should we?
I think you've already made the decision long ago that it's publicly supported by the Rails to Trails project and the rest of it. So I think supporting the grant money to try to get that little piece of the puzzle called the trestle fixed is appropriate with all the conversations you've had for a number of years. So I don't think it's an open it to conversation or open it to a public debate question. It's more you're implementing a policy that you decided years ago to do. And I appreciate the fact that Brooke is willing to write it, because she has all the little parts of the puzzle, and I could write it, but she could probably do a much better job, because she knows the little pieces to plug in. And that gives it that much more credibility for you all.
Yeah, I agree too.
100%.
I just know because of the issues that have
No,
cropped up.
and I know what you're
Cover our
saying, too.
bases, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, because in the end too, we could try to get this on a special meeting on Wednesday and then fire it up. But if you think that we're good the way it is.
I think you're more than good, because you've been committed for quite a.
Correct, because she's just asking for a letter of support, so we can just agree to the letter of support. It doesn't need